I saw it on Telemundo. Yeah.
What a dummy.
Yeah, I saw it on Telemundo.
Wow.
Yeah.
Mommy,
Anyways,
I watch it on the TV. Oh, it's gotta be true, mijo.
Well, I got a few issues here with dog citation.
what was that? What was that, dumbass?
Let's have a look at the first one. So
Sure.
we've got an equation that they used here as c is the speed of light.
Uh-huh.
H is the flight above the Earth's surface.
Yep.
Assumed as constant.
Mm-hmm.
GM is the Earth's gravitational parameter.
Yep.
R is the Earth's radius. So
Uh-huh.
where did we get this radius value from to assume in this equation?
Oh, yeah. How did they get the radius of the Earth?
Yeah, whoever in history has directly measured curvature and drop over distance.
Are you saying we can't get the radius of the Earth because of curvature and drop over distance? You know, we could get like
No,
the
I'm
radius of the
asking,
sphere, right? Okay.
I'm asking how who has ever measured drop over distance to show that we're living on this sphere and to give us a radius.
Bro, what does that have to do with the Earth's radius? We could still get the Earth's radius.
Well, who's measured this Earth's radius for us?
Ah, shit, I don't know exactly who. Who measured? Hang on, let me see. Who measured the Earth's radius?
How did they do it? How was it done? How did they measure drop over distance?
They don't need to measure drop over distance, bro. It's a sphere.
We do.
You know how you measure
drop.
Hang on.
We need to measure
Do you know
drop
how you get
over
the radius
distance
of
to show
like a circle?
that we are on a sphere. Yeah, if
AJ,
we're measuring the Earth's surface.
Do you know how we? Okay. Do you know how you get the radius of a circle? You know pi, right? Right.
We're measuring the Earth's surface.
Okay. He doesn't get it.
I do get it, and I understand what you're trying to do. But
No,
when we're measuring the Earth's surface,
I
you
think
need to
getting a
show
radius is not as
drop
hard as you think.
over distance.
You don't need
Yeah,
that.
who has measured drop
AJ,
over distance?
You don't need to do all that.
Oh yeah, you do.
That's like you saying, well, if we want to measure space, we better measure it from the sun to the moon. Like, bro, what the fuck are you talking about? Like, that's not how it works.
What are you talking about?
You're just making things more complicated than they need to be because you have low IQ.
Oh, it's very simple.
Hang on, and I'll
we're
explain
looking at the surface of the Earth that is supposed to be curving
AJ,
away from us at every point.
You guys just don't understand why the water stays on Earth. Like, that's really what it is.
No. Don't straw man my position and tell me that that's what my problem is. Address the argument at hand.
All right, okay.
And tell me who has measured drop over distance to show this sphere.
I don't know who measured drop over distance to measure the sphere, AJ.
Oh, so
yes.
Where did we get this radius
I don't know why
that
would be
for this equation?
AJ, I don't even know why that would be necessary. No, you just don't agree with the radius.
I want to know where the radius value came from for the assumptions made in the papers.
From the Earth. The radius of the Earth.
From the Earth. Oh,
yes.
And how was that done?
Okay, let's see.
How did they show drop over distance? A geometrical horizon.
Well, he's going to
why would they need to measure drop over distance for a sphere? Bro, what is wrong? AJ, are you slow?
No.
Are you okay?
Yeah, I'm cool, bro.
Are you sure?
Yeah, man.
Why are we talking about drop over distance to get a radius?
Well, it's required from every point on a sphere.
No, it's not. No, it's not.
Yes, it is.
No, it's not.
Yes, it is. No matter where you stand on the sphere, you are on top, and it is going to drop away from you. This is drop over distance. We're talking about
what does this have to do with the radius?
We are looking at a geometric shape.
What does this have to do with the radius?
Who has ever shown or proven or measured drop over distance?
I'm going to post a picture
of a circle curvature.
Here, I don't think you understand.
We're not on a circle, yeah? We're on a sphere.
Well, let me just explain this to you.
No, without the radius, you cannot measure distance to the horizon. It's simple as that. Even NASA has a formula to that. You are just talking empty words. Blah, 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 blah. Even NASA has this formula distance to the horizon. And you are making up shit. Just like that.
What does this
You are
have
not
to do
proving.
with? Hang on.
You are, yeah. That
What does this
formula
have to do with the
has you
horizon?
to
What are
have
you
that
talking
formula.
about?
You need a radius, but you are making bullshit. You see, to
The
that in
radius
that
of a
formula,
sphere
in
has
that
nothing
formula,
to do
you
with the
need a
horizon.
radius. But you, according to you,
No,
you
you
don't.
don't.
Yeah.
you
Search distance. Do the search. Search distance to the horizon. NASA. Search it
What does
and
that have
post
to do
it.
with the radius?
Oh yeah.
Yeah. What, bro? That you didn't
Yeah,
explain
it's
anything.
in the
What does that have to
formula.
do with the
It's from
radius?
NASA. It is
Okay,
in the
okay, hang on.
formula. It's
Explain to
radius.
me what the
No,
horizon has to do with
you
getting the
explain
radius.
why NASA has this formula, distance to the horizon, and it has radius.
Bro,
Explain
I
that.
could see
Blah,
I could
blah,
see a
blah.
flat Earth model there.
It's a waste
Hang
of
on.
time talking to you. It's a waste of time
Sure.
talking to you. Okay.
Yeah, because you're an idiot. Can you explain your flat Earth
Yeah,
model
you
there
are a moron.
that you have? Yeah, okay.
Well, we
you
didn't
are.
present a model. Yeah, I got
No,
nothing to
you
explain.
see,
I didn't present a model.
hang on. Not you, AJ. I know
Where
you
did
didn't.
I
You did,
present a model?
AJ. You didn't present a model. I understand. I'm talking about this guy. His profile pic is a model of the flat Earth. Can he explain that model?
No,
to me?
it's not a model. Okay, it's not a model. You don't even
What is
know
it?
it. Okay.
What
It's
is
a
it?
picture.
Concept model. But anyway, you are
Oh, it's a concept model.
instead
I'm
of
sorry.
talking bullshit. Instead of talking
Can you
bullshit,
explain your concept model?
Post it proof of
Can you
your ball
explain to me
in
how
the
that concept
chat.
model
Post it. Are you presenting proof? Where is your proof? Post it.
Okay.
You see it? You are just empty words. You have no proof. Nothing to add to the conversation. Just making
the Earth's
bullshit.
Hang
Bullshit
on, that the
talk.
Earth's the globe.
You are just a crybaby. Bullshit talk. I'm over. It's over to me.
If I show you proof that the Earth's the
You
globe,
are a
would
waste
you
of
believe it?
time. Waste of time.
Okay.
Why is
If
the
I
guy
show you
always
proof,
yelling?
would you
I don't
believe
get
it?
it.
Yeah.
Can you tell me why
Uh-huh.
curvature has nothing to do with the radius?
Because in order to measure a radius of a circle, you don't really need to know what the fucking curve is.
Okay,
Like, I don't know how else to tell you.
What do you need to know for the measuring radius?
You need to know the full distance of the circle, and you just kind of, and just pi.
So,
That's
how did you
pretty much
measure that distance of this circle on this globe? Yeah.
Who did that?
Yes.
What have you taken a radius around the circumference of the equator? Have you?
Well, I haven't personally, if that's what you're
Yeah.
asking. No,
Who's done this? Who's measured this?
I'd have to Google it. I don't know who
If
exactly.
they had measured it, they would have
Yeah.
had to have measured a drop over distance.
No, they wouldn't. Why would
You
they need
think-
to drop
Yes,
over
they do.
distance?
You think if you Google it, you will find it?
Yes.
Okay. Can you try it?
Okay. Let me. Who measured the Earth?
Can I tell you before Google?
Mhm.
It will be Eratosthenes,
Sure,
but it will be Eratosthenes mostly, but it is not him.
Oh, well, it wasn't him. Okay. Yeah, it says
Okay.
here it was that guy.
Eratosthenes.
Yeah.
So,
Yeah,
what
it
did
was-
Eratosthenes do?
Let me read.
Can you read it out for us?
Sure. Yep. The illustration shows how I'm so bad. Eratosthenes actually calculated the circumference of the Earth at noon on the summer solstice. Eratosthenes measured the length of the shadow cast by column of known height at Alexandria. And let's see the image.
Yeah, and how he get the value?
With H.
So he was in
and S.
Alexandria, and there was a well in Alexandria. Yeah, and so go on, just explain it for us, please, because you may answer your own question here just by reading this document. We may not even have to say anything.
Maybe. Let's see. With H and S known, you can solve for 0. With 0 known, you can use the equation 360 degrees divided by 0 times S to measure the circumference of the Earth. Okay. So that doesn't really explain it. It's just the equation.
Okay, so what he's done, is he's in one location where the sun's overhead.
Okay.
And he's got a stick in a well.
Mhm.
And then 500 stadia away. Now, I'm not exactly sure what that would be in miles, but I think it's around 500 miles from memory. I could be wrong. Don't quote me 100% on that, but it's a pretty ridiculous distance, yeah?
Mhm.
So this guy then had someone else set up another stick over in that city.
Cool.
And we got to remember this is also done in the time of Jesus Christ. And there is no primary source documentation on it.
Okay.
But what they did
And they
was
used the
the
shadows
sun,
of the
he
stick.
noticed that the sun was overhead
Mhm.
and it did not cast a shadow, whereas the other stick cast a shadow, and they used that angle to calculate a circumference and radius from there.
Oh, great. Yep.
So the issues we have here with this, right, is one, this did not prove that it was a globe or measure a globe. It measured an angle, right? So he pre-assumed that he was already living on this sphere and then did a calculation from an angle measurement, which requires a flat Earth, to back engineer this into a radius. Secondly, he assumed parallel sun rays and an infinite distance to the sun, which we don't have parallel light rays.
You're saying we don't have parallel light rays?
Show me parallel rays.
Well, I mean, I can't show you. Okay. So you're saying
Okay,
Mike has a shadow, and
But
you don't agree.
the big point here
you
is it
don't
was
agree with
never
how
meant
they
to
would
prove the
calculate.
curvature of the Earth. It was only based. It was a calculation
But didn't it
based
do
on the
that?
fact that they believed it was already a sphere.
But
So it wasn't proving a sphere.
But can't you prove it's a sphere by actually casting shadows over the Earth? I mean, that's probably the simplest way to do
No,
that. Yeah.
no, because
maybe
you'd be
yes.
measuring an angle.
Maybe yes, if it's curving everywhere.
Okay.
Maybe yes.
Guru, you can talk if you want. I'm going to go have a smoke.
You should have a smoke. I think that meth.
Okay.
That meth smoke might help.
Does Eratosthenes made that value of radius 3,959 miles?
Well, I don't know who made that value.
Okay, it was not Eratosthenes. I told you.
Okay, sure.
That means we still don't have a person who measures that radius.
Okay, so you want the radius, not the entire. Okay, sure.
Of course, because it's important. Is it important that, for example, ball is like a ping pong ball, or ball is like an enormous ball? Which ball we will, or exact?
Yeah, but if you have
ball.
the Earth, hang on. If you have the Earth, like
Yeah.
If you have the Earth's measurement, right, like of the entire Earth,
Yeah.
from there you can get the radius with just the usual equation. So I guess technically it would be Eratosthenes.
I will ask you. I will ask you, like in school now. Did you learn what is sphere?
Yes.
Okay.
Did you?
Do you know how on the normal sphere, let's say basketball, how you can measure the radius?
Yeah.
You can measure the if you go around, if you know the how to say it. And you can measure from the, let's say, if you can go to the center of that ball.
Yep.
In this case, we cannot go to the center of the ball because it's impossible. We have the hole of 9 miles. That means we cannot go deep 3,000 or something. That means that we don't know.
No, but we do.
No,
but we
how?
Do.
How?
Well, if you measure, hang on, if you measure the Earth, and apparently his experiment also proved that it was round, because of the way
that'd be a reification fallacy.
Yeah, but
so all you're doing is you're without your drop over distance or showing a physical geometric horizon. All you're doing is a reification fallacy, reifying the maths into reality.
How can you prove? Okay, great. How, by your logic, how can you prove that the Earth is not a sphere? Go ahead. Since you just refuse to believe other things work.
We will look for the drop over distance in reality.
Okay. I refuse to believe that work. Now what?
Okay.
Right, you see, can you
tell me one sphere?
You guys are being retards.
Okay, can you tell me one sphere which has no? Can you tell me one sphere which has no drop over distance?
No, I don't know why you keep bringing up drop over distance. This has nothing to do with the radius.
Because let me explain.
Okay.
If you are on a sphere, it doesn't matter what point of the sphere that you're standing on in any direction, you are going to be on the top of that sphere, and any direction you look, it's going to be dropping away from you. If you were to put a straight horizontal line out from your position, then you're going to have a drop over distance the further you go out away from yourself.
Okay, but what does this have to do with the radius of the sphere? Okay.
Well, we're given a radius of the globe, yeah, 3959 miles. Okay, so we'll give you that radius, no problems at all. We have a
Okay, great.
radius. So now we have an equation we can work out to see
Mhm.
where the geometric horizon would be, where that physical curve of the Earth would start blocking boats, buildings, and other objects. Yeah,
Sure.
based
Yep.
off the radius. Okay, so based off the radius,
Mhm.
it would be.
He
can Google
1
it.
point. Yeah, you can Google it if you want. To the distance to the horizon. It's 1.225 times the square root of the observer's height in feet. You can find it in sailing magazines. You can find it in all sorts of different places. But okay, so we can show you long distance lasers, long distance photography, video.
Where they're doing lasers over the water.
Well beyond that geometric horizon.
Lasers on the water,
Showing that there is, over water,
right.
over flat surface, over ice lakes, over flat. Hang on, let me finish, man. You're just talking over me now. Yeah, over ice lakes, over large bodies of water, and over flat surfaces of land. So we can measure well beyond where this curvature is supposed to be. Now, this is the question: who has measured? Show that drop over distance, because it's not there in reality. And again, to say, well, we can do a mathematical equation.
Oh, I get what you're saying.
A reification fallacy.
AJ, I get it now. Okay, I'm sorry. For your experiments, that's important because in your experience,
no, that's not an experiment. It has nothing to do with an experiment.
For your laser experiments, like you need to have this information, right?
They're not an experiment.
I don't really
just a test.
Yeah, I don't care about those tests, right? They're all dumb. You put a laser over water, and you're like, "Hey, look, it goes farther than it needs to." Yeah, you know why? Like, but do you get why it does that?
So, please explain.
No,
explain to me why.
Can you take a guess, just real quick? Why does it do it like that?
Well, you would claim that light is. You would claim that light is bending.
Hold the laser, right? Why is it when you hold the laser and you try to put it through, like, let's say you have like two planks with a hole through them, and you put them, I don't know, 7 miles apart, and you try to shine the laser through one hole, it doesn't go through the other hole that's like 7 miles apart. Do you know why? Because we're on a sphere.
Why is that?
Because we're on a
really?
sphere.
So, can you show that with the geometry?
Do you know why it goes over the body of water?
Can you show that with the matching geometry, that this laser hit exactly where the sphere would predict? Because
there was a Netflix documentary where they tried to do it, remember? And they couldn't. Remember?
Yeah.
They embarrassed themselves.
We go again. Yeah. Well, I'll drop something in the chat for you, and you can go and do some of your own research.
Sure, you can too, bro. You could just shine the laser while standing through two holes that are like a distance apart.
You don't need laser.
Okay, well, what do you need then?
It's enough one powerful, good photo camera.
Sure, do that.
We do have the black swan image. Have you seen the black swan image?
Yeah, it's an illusion.
For example, you can do it for yourself.
An illusion. Can you explain how that would be an illusion?
I don't know all the details on that, but this happens all the time. Like, this is very common.
What is happening?
The horizon looming above the horizon is very common.
Yeah, kind of at a distance. Yeah, like objects.
No, sorry, the horizon cannot loom above itself. Yeah.
Yeah, but it
looming
happens,
looming is where objects appear to be above the horizon, not the horizon itself.
Bro, it's just not flat. Like, I'm sorry, I get it. I get what you're saying, but it's just not.
Yeah, it's all right.
It just can't be. Yeah, it just can't be.
It just can't. But I mean, it's just not.
Can't be. I understand. If that's your position, that's cool, man. But
yeah.
I don't think that it's based in reality, and I don't think that it's based on a knowledge of it being flat. I think it's based off a belief that you've been taught.
It's just an illusion. It's just an illusion, bro. This happened.
Man, it's not illusion because on the Black Swan, in the Black Swan, the oil rig, you can see the water, the real one. You know.
We went over this oil. Oh my god.
Yeah. Can you tell
We're
me
gonna go
one
over
thing?
this again.
Only one simple thing. Is it the water, real, or is it that illusion what you see on the Black Swan?
No, look, it's an illusion. The water there is real, and the Earth is
the
round.
water there is real. Okay, if water there is real, that means that it's a surface. You cannot see that water if you have that radius what we spoke 5 minutes ago. Unfortunately, but you can say now you can work on your cognitive dissonance, because that's the problem now with you, because you can say it's not flat, it's all right, but we cannot change that surface,
Your 7/6R that's in your equation for your refractive value.
That is also incorrect.
Is it?
Yeah.
I fucked that up. All right, that's all right. Tell me why.
Because the correction of 7/6R refers to the standard atmosphere, which is not necessarily present.
Sorry, what was that? I missed some of that.
Well, too bad.
Sorry, you weren't very clear, dude, but that's okay. No worries, man. All this relies on a radius value.
No, it doesn't.
Light bending around the globe that you haven't shown has any drop over distance or curvature to begin with.
Okay. Anyways, if I showed you a video of amateur rocket hobbyists that made their own rocket and launched it into space, not NASA affiliated, where you could see the curve, non-rectilinear lens as well.
You think that launch? You think that launch will curve the surface?
What? No. What?
What? Okay. We will watch that launch, and I will say, okay, look at that rocket. It's going up. But what we will do with the surface? But it doesn't curve still.
It's a non-rectilinear lens. So you're saying if I launch a rocket into space by myself with a non-rectilinear lens, I should see a flat Earth, right?
Yeah.
Great.
You have weather balloons from 30 kilometers showing that Earth is flat. I don't know. What do you want more?
Great. Let me show you. Let me show you the reader here. So it's no fisheye, amateur rockery, no NASA involved. Hang on.
Look at this. Look at this devil. Look at this devil. I will tell you something. If you show me that there is curvature from the rockets, again,
there is curvature.
Will be, okay, great. That means it also should be on the ground.
Yeah, you can see the rocket right from the ground. Oh, you can.
No, I'm saying, I'm telling you. Yeah, okay, great. Now we see from the space. Now we will measure from the. Now we will measure from the ground, and every location in the last 7. I will tell you something honestly. In the last 7 years, I'm watching in location like UK, Bolivia. You can point it out like 1,000 observations showing that there is no curvature in reality. I didn't see one video apart that shows from TV, but of course NASA is showing it's curving from everywhere. Even I can show you the picture from ISS. The showing the red.
Chat. Yep. Check side chat.
Showing the Red Sea crossing the ball. How the Red Sea only,
Yeah. Okay.
That's but again, doesn't matter what you're watching on TV. It must be on the ground.
It's not TV. It's just amateur rocket hobbyists.
Okay, it's an image from the rocket. That's all right. We can believe. Look at they're showing the real.
This isn't NASA. This has nothing. These are people like you and me.
Doesn't matter, man. Again, doesn't matter. That means if it's you have that footage. Okay, that's great. That means it's curving.
Bro, can you just watch it? Can you just watch the footage? You can see.
But listen to this information. It must curve also on the ground. That means that
it does curve on the ground. Yes, you can see it on the ground.
Man, it doesn't. I didn't see any.
Can. There's a still image. Hang on. There's a still image of the launch pad where you could see the curve.
Man,
perfect. So that's out.
Ooh, now look at that. Now look at the backpedaling. Welcome to Round Earth.
There's no curve on ground level.
Yes, there is.
Can I show one picture also now? Okay.
Well, I didn't show any pictures, and you didn't watch my video, so I feel a
I
bit
don't need.
disrespected.
I don't need, man, because I have
Can you
something
watch?
to
No,
show you.
wait. Well,
You've
that's
I don't
posted
very
need,
in
rude.
man.
here
That's
50
very rude.
times before. How many times do you want people to watch it?
50 more. That was very rude. You should at least click on the video and watch it a little bit.
No, we've
You could
seen
skip
it already.
You could skip around on it if you
Everybody's
want.
seen it already.
Right.
That
And none
means
of you, and you guys get blown the fuck out every
everything
time.
what you are saying. That video mean that Suez Canal, Bolivia, Holland, Florida,
Mhm.
all of these flat
Mhm.
surfaces will start to
Mhm.
curve, man, somehow.
They all do
understand?
curve. Yes. Do you understand?
They don't, because they have
Yes.
we have observed. They don't.
Yes,
You
they
can
do.
look it up. You can
Yes,
look
they
it
do.
up.
I
How
did
about
look it
this?
up. Hang on.
Did
I
you?
did look
Did
it up,
you?
and I posted a video right there.
Did you check the distance and how much curve it's in this?
Don't need to. The video's right there. Okay. You
Did
don't
you
believe your own
check
eyes?
that? I'm
It's right
asking you something simple. Did you check if you can see in
No.
distance? What?
No, I didn't check it. No, I didn't
Can you
check it.
try to do that, and maybe you will see that maybe that
Okay.
heliocentric model, what you believe, is not correct.
Okay. And what do you believe?
What I believe many
Yeah.
things. I believe,
Yeah, I
for
can tell.
example, I don't know. I believe in Santa Claus.
How come the launching apparatus is curved too?
The launching apparatus doesn't look curved to me. It looks fine. Where's it curved?
Where is the sea level?
Okay, I don't. Okay, can you post where it's curved? It looks fine to me.
Nowhere.
I don't know
Well,
where the
that
sea
doesn't
level is.
curve,
I'm
man.
sorry.
It's called sea level.
Okay.
About this, so you're trying to say you see the curvature of the Earth through a camera lens or something like that, right?
It's non-rectilinear, no fisheye. Yes.
All right. Well, anyway, so
okay.
let's say you look at that image and I look at that image. You say you see curvature, and I say I don't see any curvature.
Skip to 8
So
minutes.
how do we know which one of us is telling the truth?
Bro, it's right there. There's a curve, and then if you skip to 8 minutes, you could actually see like in space and shit. This isn't hard, man. This is really easy stuff. Like, why don't you believe your own eyes?
Well, why don't we measure it? Because then we'd really know, right? If we measured it.
There, I posted it for you.
Yeah, let's do an
Two
experiment.
black straight lines, and you can see maybe that aluminum strut is that truss is bent. Is it a bent aluminum truss they're using?
It's not bent.
So why is it curving?
Oh, looks straight to me, bro. What are you talking about? I think your lines are curving.
I just took straight line in paint and drew a straight line, dumbass.
It looks fine, bro. What are you talking about? It's just a curve. There's a curve on the Earth, bro. Like this isn't difficult. It's just that the object looks bigger. Hang on. It's that the object looks bigger from the place of the camera. Like that's all it is. It's just like the
Trying to look
distance.
to the right. Do you see the silver? It looks like maybe an I-beam or something like an I-beam just to the right. It's a little more obvious there. It's curving.
It's not curving. It's just it's the way the camera's placed, bro. It's like same with the car. If you have a camera in your car, it doesn't mean your car's fucking curved. Like it's just
one way or another.
distance.
It's not straight. It's obviously not straight.
It's okay. It's straight, but it's kind of just the camera thing. Anyways, you could see the curve of the Earth.
The camera makes things curved. I got it.
Oh, I think it's just the placement of it, but I wouldn't say the camera made anything curve.
So it's just an illusion then from the camera.
Right. Anyways, so there's non-rectilinear cameras on that rocket. So no fisheye. To the guy who keeps saying fisheye in the chat, like it's literally not fisheye. Like that's the whole point of this. So the cameras don't have fisheye. So Miguel, I know I like completely bitched you out, embarrassed you and shit, but you're more than happy to come in here and like not post in the chat. You could just talk to me. Like
Dude,
you could
fisheye lenses. Your video's done. There's no more talking about it.
It doesn't have fisheye lenses, and you got blown the fuck out again.
Bring it over. Bring it over to my house.
Right, hang on. Let me give you the entire Reddit post right here. It literally says no fisheye lens. Right here. It's in the title.
So does NASA. Right, no fisheye lens.
These are just obvious. These have nothing to do with NASA. Here, it's in the title. Here, I'll read the title. I'll read the title for you. Rectilinear lens, no fisheye, amateur rocketry, no NASA. Anything else? Like, this is crazy, bro. Like, you guys just.
I title a video something, then that means that's what it is.
Well, why? I mean, bro, why even lie about this? You guys know
my
it's.
God, why would they lie?
Here.
Again, you ask dumb questions.
Who's way? Bro, who's they?
You said it.
These are just regular guys.
You said it.
These are not
I was just
NASA
repeating
people.
what you said.
I know, but these aren't NASA people. These are just regular people, bro. Like, what the fuck is wrong
why
with
would
you?
they lie? I don't know. Go ask the regular people.
You don't understand. Like 99.99% of the world is in on the global Earth conspiracy.
The fuck does that mean then? Why would anyone put a no fisheye lens on an amateur rocket, shoot it up into space? Like, they're just doing this for fun, bro. These are just nerds. You could do this yourself. Like, this is something you can do.
They're nerds. You got that part right.
It was something you've never done, though.
Rocket nerds, bro. No, I've never done it.
Well,
Well, it's easier to send rockets than to go to the beach. That's for sure.
I just got to address something quickly, guys, with Dogs are Gods in the chat here as well from earlier, as I've been reading this entire time. As I said earlier, Blue. So, Dogs, you've claimed that the citation of the specs of the clock explains that the clock is housed in a pressurized tube and it's contained and pressure sealed. Well, that's dishonest, man, because I've been through that document and I've done word searches on all of that I've screenshotted, and those words do not come up in that document that I can find, and I can't find it with a word search. And secondly, the document contains no hypothesis, no independent or dependent variables, doesn't explain how they accounted for these other variables that have been mentioned. I don't know. You say page 6, let me go back and look, but I haven't been able to find it. If I'm wrong, I'll apologize.
Boy, wait till you find out the Earth's a sphere. You'll be apologizing for a while, AJ.
What do you mean find out? Like, it was a blind belief on our part at one point in time. We just don't have that blind belief anymore. What do you mean find out?
I mean, once you find out like how gravity works, and you just put the silly idea.
What about gravity? Yeah, how gravity works?
You dumbass.
Because I know how gravity works.
Go ahead, tell me how it works. I want to know the mechanics behind it. What pulls? Sure. What are the little things called that pull on things? All that.
Okay. So you have like an object, right? Like that's a really big
gravity.
Object.
We're talking about gravity.
Yeah. I'll get to it. One second. So you have an object and it's really big, and that object has its like own mass, and that mass is gravity.
So you gave up. All right, you're done with it then. So you don't have any proof of gravity and how it works.
Do you want me to come over there and throw a book at you?
You need one big object to prove gravity.
So now it's a book. A book means gravity does.
No, I'm saying I should throw a book at you because obviously you don't read
a book should be that's the reason. So books are gravity.
You're an
books are how gravity works.
Blue, where we will get that
read
big
the book. That's the joke.
I want you to read the book. Yes,
I will throw it at you. Big object.
What the fuck is this?
I will throw a book at you so you can read it.
But you said we will take a big object. Where we will take that big object?
Well, something like the size of the Earth would work, yeah, or the moon.
How we will take
That's how you do it. You gotta go and get a giant planet. You gotta go get a planet. Is that what you do? You get a planet, then you can move it around and manipulate it to prove that what's happening. Is that what you do?
Ask about this video game here.
I mean, you could be inside a plane too, and like throw a ball to somebody. But I mean, that's too difficult for you guys.
What the fuck is this video game?
What? Okay, let's take planets. Who will take it? Superman or you?
Superman.
Okay, and when Superman take the planet, it will like a turn in the hand and measure the weight or what? How it's nice to imagine that thing. Let's take let's take it, man. But in the mind, let's take it. Yeah.
Force is proportional to mass.
But let's take that big object in the mind. Is that correct?
Yeah, if an object's big enough, it has
Yeah, but you need to
prove it. Stop saying I'll throw a book. Prove it.
Have you never heard of the Cavendish experiment?
Prove mass to you.
Oh Jesus Christ, Cavendish experiment.
Okay, let me see. What's a clever way I can prove mass to you?
Don't do it. That's not defined in physics.
Let's take it a slightly different direction. Hey, code tax.
Videos of the Cavendish experiment on YouTube. You can watch it.
What reason do I have to doubt that the Earth is flat?
I mean, well, first,
what prediction can you make with your flat Earth model?
The fact that it's not.
First of all, it's observably it's flat. That means it cannot be flat. Second of all, it's stationary. That means it must move. Is that correct?
Mm-hmm.
If Earth is observably flat, that means it's curving. If Earth is that means it will be all.
What evidence do you have to suggest that the Earth is flat?
Well, I observe it as flat.
Okay. Well, I don't believe what you observe.
Do you have any quantifiable observations?
Do you observe something different?
Yes.
Do you have any numbers that somebody else can produce to get those same
I
numbers?
saw the same thing he did, so that's 2.
I see the oil rig on 10 miles.
That's 3.
I see the island in Croatia on 5 miles.
Yeah, I was looking at a peninsula from the water, standing in the water on the Oregon coast, and the peninsula was 17.3 miles away, and I didn't observe any curvature of the water. It was level water from there for 17.3 miles, so level water.
It's not on the Oregon coast.
What do you mean it was level for 17.3 miles?
That means flat surfaces. That means we saw the flat surface of 10 miles.
Yeah, there's supposed to be more than 130 feet of curvature over 17 miles.
I want to get to the good stuff. So, do you guys believe in the ice wall, or what do we believe?
Blue, can you tell me one question?
Sure.
How flat surface could be flat?
Bro, I don't know. Anyways, just real quick, I want to get to
can you answer me the simple question? How flat surface? What is for you flat surface? Can you describe it?
Bro, it's just flat. Anyways, I don't
just flat. If you see the 10 miles flat, how you will call it?
Sure. Yeah, flat, whatever.
Sure. If you see 10 miles flat, how you will call it? I'll leave that.
I say the video. It's not flat.
Anyways,
here's what they do. They get a ruler.
Just real quick, can I ask
you about the ice wall? Edge now.
And they go somewhere else and they measure 10 feet
No, before I go, because I need to go to bed. I gotta.
But you will say edge now. You will say edge now.
I didn't say that. Anyways, about the flat Earth thing. So, what about you guys believe in an ice wall, or
there is no measurable curvature in reality? That's the flat Earth thing.
Yeah, because
no, it's not whatever, man. You cannot pass it over. Because you will say you will say the flat Earth is saying this. But listen, what flat Earth is saying? Measurable curvature in reality. There is no measurable.
Guru, I'll come back to this. I just really want to hear about the ice wall. Can you guys explain that to me?
The ice wall. We don't know about any ice wall.
You don't believe in the ice wall?
No. What ice wall? Did anybody
surrounds
no ice wall?
I thought you guys think Antarctica.
No, nobody from flat earthers think that there is some ice wall.
Nobody here believes.
We don't need to make.
Nobody who is flat earther and who knows what is the point of flat earth doesn't believe in any ice wall.
Okay, so there
wouldn't do us any good. Make us any claims about stuff we can't verify. So we're not making any claims about stuff we can't verify. So that should answer your question. And you shouldn't ask me.
I answer you, Go. Now, can we come back to the non-measurable curvature? Because you wanted to answer. We answer to you. There is no flat earther who,
according to you,
knows what you are talking about. Thinking.
I know for a fact that Larry believes in the ice wall.
Really?
You know for the fact, really.
I want to hear about the ice wall.
By the way, guys, since English is your first language, you should probably understand this. There's a very big difference between the word wall and shelf. I think the term you guys are looking for is ice shelf, but whatever.
Yeah, English is my third.
Is it that? Can I ask you something? Is it that circular? Is that triangular? Is that rectangular?
Yeah, that's what I want to know. No, that's what I want to know.
Oh, nobody knows. Is it that has a exit, like a 12 exit? How it's made?
Guru, do you believe in we're surrounded by ice? Like the
No,
Earth is
I don't
surrounded
know.
by ice?
I don't know.
Okay, he believes it. I think he believes it.
How I can know? Can I ask
Let me ask you a question.
Can I ask? No.
I didn't hear anyone claim that, dude.
How
I didn't hear
can know
anyone
that?
claim an ice wall.
Blue,
Yeah, but I mean, you can point out
Hang on a second. Hang on, guys. Hang on. Who claimed an ice wall?
Somebody did. Larry? Would you say his name was, bro?
No, nobody claimed ice wall.
Yeah, I heard Larry talking about the
ice. What about
so
ice shell?
you're just making another straw man, yeah?
What about an ice shell? Hang on.
No.
What about an ice shell? Okay,
no one
so
claimed an ice shelf.
What can we fly to Antarctica?
Well, I suppose you can if you get the right permissions and.
Yes, in some only on some points.
Oh, okay, so Antarctica is not, anyone can fly
can
there,
you go? Can you go from Antarctica from South Africa?
I don't know. Can you? I guess, yeah.
Who did it?
I don't know. I'm not sure.
Wait.
Do you know from where?
If we show you an airplane,
oh, he believes in the ice wall. Oh, this is I got one. Okay, yeah. Keep talking, Guru.
Wait, hold on. No, there's a better way to say that. So you guys know what circumnavigation means, right? Going in a straight line, supposedly, or whatever, or something like a straight line, whatever. Well, the question is, guys, do you guys now pull out your Google machines or whatever you got to do? Find us a point in time in history where someone has circumnavigated north to south. That means taken an airplane or a boat, preferably an airplane, whatever, and went up north, went over the North Pole, went down south, went over the South Pole, and then went right back to where they started. Show us any point in time in history when anyone has ever even claimed to do this. Go on, do it.
That sounds like a long time if you're using a boat, just letting you know. But on a plane, yeah, I'm not sure. Maybe.
Yeah, maybe you cannot
I'll
go.
just let you know now, man. No one's ever claimed to do it. Literally, no one's ever claimed to do that.
Flying from one end of the Earth to another end.
But that has nothing to do with the surface of the Earth. Can we come back to the surface now?
I want to talk more about the ice wall. That's really interesting.
Yeah, well, let's talk about fog, for example. Why fog is white?
Why what?
Why the fog is white? Let's speak about that for 2 hours, and then when we finish that, then we will speak about pollution in the world.
I don't give a shit about that. Anyways, I want to talk about the ice
we
wall.
don't give a shit about Antarctica. We give a shit about the surface of the Earth.
Guru, because you you believe in the ice wall, and I'm going to make fun of you once I figure it out.
Man, I don't believe in any ice wall. What are you talking about?
Yes, you do.
What are
you want to stop
about?
straw manning, and I'll give you an explanation if you would like.
Sure, I would like to hear an explanation. Thank you.
Yeah, cool. So we know that large bodies of water, well, all bodies of water, lie flat and need to be contained.
Okay.
So we would say that the oceans require some type of containment and would also lie flat as per fluid dynamics. So what we can say is that there is a shoreline to this world. Now, whether that's beaches, rocky cliff faces, ice walls, ice shelves, or just simply
water,
icebergs and water up to a shoreline somewhere, well, that shoreline's going to change depending on the temperature, where it is, etc. So no one here claims an ice wall. We claim that needs to be some type of shoreline that is going to vary like any other shoreline that we see.
Correct.
Interesting.
Okay. Just remember, even if water has a lot of salt in it, at a certain point, if it's far enough from a heat source, it will freeze. So, logically speaking, you don't need anyone to make a claim to know that, and to know that any body of water or area of water that's far enough away from the sun is simply not going to remain water.
Does the ice shelf?
Okay, so you're saying ice wall.
No, we say that the water behaves.
I'm saying water freezes. You dunce. That's what I just said. I just said water freezes. Do you understand that?
But then that water keeps the other water from flowing over it.
Yeah, you want to throw
it. Well, I mean, it logically would conclude if it's far enough away from a heat source. I'm just pointing it out.
Got it. All right, ice wall. All right, cool. So you guys believe
ice wall. So ice wall. So ice wall. Is it
about the container?
Nobody said ice wall, but it's ice wall.
So the conclusion is that you jump to conclusions. That's a conclusion we can come to.
Right. So container and ice container, if you will.
No. Hold on. Cotex.
Ice.
Cotex. Chill.
Yeah.
Let me ask you a question. Did I make a claim, Cotex?
Yeah.
No, I didn't.
Because you don't know anything.
No, I didn't. You're being intellectually dishonest now.
No, you're just not smart.
But this is bullshit you should be banned for, dude. Like, why should we deal with this like 5-year-old bullshit?
You're going to ban me because
you make a claim. You know it. Fucking admit it.
Yeah, I think the problem is you guys just don't understand how water stays on the sphere. Like for you guys, this is really difficult. Like the simple shit is like super difficult.
You only don't understand how water behaving in the nature. Is that correct?
Yeah, I mean that's correct. Give me one chance, Kotak. Did I make a claim? Yes or no?
I think you guys are making the claim that if it wasn't for the ice container,
you're a piece of shit,
water would fall off the edge of the earth. Isn't that kind of what you guys are trying to say?
All you're doing is straw manning, so you can burn your own little straw man and fight your own little made up argument in your own
I think you guys just said exactly that.
No one here.
If that's not what you said.
No one here claimed an ice wall, and it was just explained to you very clearly, and then you say ice wall.
Container, right? Did you not say container?
I said that water needs to be contained by something, or it's going to run off. And when we have a look at what we can observe, there are shorelines, and some of those shorelines are beaches.
What is this between run off and fall?
How about just listening instead of talking over me? Yeah, that'd be a great start. So what I explained was a shoreline, something that we witness every day. Some of those shorelines are going to be cliffs. Some are going to be beaches. Maybe some of them are ice. Yeah, very simple. Does not equate to ice wall then. Yeah.
What is the distinction between run off and fall off the edge of the earth?
Do you understand that water runs down through rivers and water systems until it eventually finds a lake that has a shoreline containing it? And then that water is level. Same for the oceans. Very simple. If there is no shoreline, the water is just going to keep expanding out until it's eventually contained by something. Even on a flat surface. Spill water on your table and it's going to eventually continue to spread out across your table the more you put on there until it flows off the edge of your table. Very simple concept, man.
I think I'm understanding you. So there's nothing below the earth, or like the earth is
right? What's below the globe?
I mean, it's a globe, right? It's a sphere.
But what's below the globe?
But you guys believe
what's outside of the globe? What's below the globe? Yeah. What's the difference between saying what's outside the globe? Okay, we'll look at the globe and we'll say north is up and south is yes, north is up, south is down. That's the way everyone speaks. So what's below south?
There is no more below south.
Okay, so if we have a flat plane as a surface, what's below that flat plane? Well, obviously there's earth, there's soil. We don't know a depth, just like you guys have to guess a depth. Yeah, we don't propose a depth, we don't know a depth, but what's underneath that? Well, what's underneath the globe? Why would that be any different of an answer?
I mean, I thought you guys believed in like a disc or something. But I also
we don't believe in we don't believe in a disc. Well, why would we believe that we're a disc
is like
in
an
amongst?
Plane. I've heard that too, right?
Well, there's speculation and there's things that we can prove. So, yeah, some people may speculate and say, hey, we don't know. There's ancient maps that we believe we can see that show that this is an infinite plane and there's all these other ponds that other people and other civilizations live in. Well, okay, yeah, fair enough. It's speculation.
But you don't want to claim that because that would put you in a difficult position to defend it, right?
Well, no, because it would be speculation. I'm not going to claim anything that I can't verify. Yeah, I can't verify what's beyond Antarctica. I know there's an Antarctic treaty. I know it's very difficult for anyone to independently explore out there. We don't know many people who have.
Well,
I can't comment on whether there's anything beyond there. Yeah, that's pretty simple. Some claim there is because of Admiral Byrd's diaries, but I believe they can be interpreted a few ways.
Or like a worldview or like a model. Like you can't make claims based on what your model predicts, right? Like it's interesting that you say that. Like
I haven't presented a model for a start, and I definitely haven't presented a model that would predict the overall size of what this Earth would be beyond Antarctica.
Sure. Okay, I'll give you that, right? So let's say let's imagine a different hypothetical flat earther, and he believes that the Earth's surface is like an infinite plane, right? I'm like, okay, well, a logical consequence of the Earth's surface being an infinite plane would be that you could go over the ice wall or whatever, right? Like there'd be more land out there, and that kind of. So I would say that okay, the model would have the utility that would make the prediction that there would be something out there, right? And that's like the whole point of like a model or like a prediction.
Can I talk to you about? Can I ask you a question about infinity for a second? Has anyone ever demonstrated infinity in physical reality? Like, has anyone ever been able to show someone an infinite number of apples or infinite number of buckets of dirt before?
Well, the thing about infinity is it goes both ways, right? There's the infinity of to a really big number, right? But there's also the infinite between numbers, right? So you can think that between the number 0 and the number 1, there's actually an infinite number of fractions between them, right?
Sure.
I would say that any flat earther that was in here stating that they knew that this place was an infinite plane would be corrected by any other flat earther in here.
Well, I like that, AJ. I like the way you're talking because it sounds a lot more rational and normal than the conversations in there normally.
But what I was kind of getting at is that, like, if you guys honestly believe, like, in like a flat Earth or whatever, you should have like a prediction about the world because of it, right? Like, if you're just gonna say like, oh, I believe the Earth is flat.
If the prediction's wrong, then we look like jackasses.
I know, right?
Look, we don't have.
So why would we do that? Why would we shoot ourselves in the foot? Why would we shoot ourselves in the foot metaphorically? Why would we do that?
Well, I'd say that we don't have the budget that the governments have. We don't have the ability to go out and map these things out for ourselves and, employ cartographers to go out and do this. This is on a massive, massive scale, yeah? So we don't have a model to present. Yeah. So we don't have anything to predict, okay? So, but at the end of the day, what we can show is that things that we're told to be factual, when I've looked into them myself personally, I'm not going to speak for anyone else, I haven't found them to be factual. Yeah, so different claims of science, different claims of, as we've discussed earlier, measurements, radiuses, horizons.
To put that in scientific terms, AJ, okay. What you're saying is that you feel that you have falsifications to the globe Earth, right? And
yes, there is falsification. There is falsification, yes, and and that what is claimed can't be proven, and that any measurements or anything we do are based off a flat, level surface.
But listen, if you guys don't make predictions, your worldview seems to be inconsequential. Like what I'm getting at, what the problem I have is that for you guys to sit and say, I believe the
So
world
do
is
I
flat.
need? Yeah, I
Let me
understand
just
what
get
you're
this out. Let me
saying,
just get this
but
out.
no, but I do
I
understand,
believe the
man.
world
But
is
what I'm
flat, but there is absolutely no consequence of the world being flat because even though the world is flat, everything works exactly the same as in the globe Earth. You know that that seems pointless to me.
You're
that's
getting
not
ahead of
necessarily
yourself.
true. That's not necessarily true.
So you can think of a falsification for the flat Earth model.
No, that's not what he meant by that. What are you having a conversation or just talking to yourself, man? What the
I'm trying to
hell?
get you. I'm trying to lead you guys to water, right? Like, if
Well,
you're
hold on, buddy. You were just saying a second ago that the Earth being flat versus a globe was inconsequential. You were just throwing that
no,
out.
according to you guys, it's inconsequential.
No,
No, I didn't
not at all.
say that. I
Again,
don't think anyone else in here said that. What
Okay.
is wrong with you?
Okay. So if it's not inconsequential, what is the difference?
Well, first
well,
of all, you want to start with your tax dollars. $60 billion a year could go to paving the streets instead of a fictional place that only exists in storybooks and television. Like,
I mean
come on.
physics. Like, what in the natural world would be
Nothing really changes, man. The trees still grow, and thank God the trees still grow because the Earth isn't spinning. I don't think they'd be able to take root if the Earth was spinning and orbiting the sun.
There we go. Okay, so your claim is now that I don't think the trees will be able to get into roots if
No,
the
I
Earth is
didn't make
spinning.
a claim.
That's
Not a
exactly what
claim.
you did, homie. If you want to walk it back,
Is
you
that a
can.
claim?
It is, right? Like you made that claim. Like, I don't think that trees would be able
It's
to grow if the Earth is spinning.
Okay, buddy. All right. So what then? So what? And
see, this is what I was talking about, AJ.
And nothing. You're still a fucking idiot. And nothing.
This is what I was talking about, AJ, when I said earlier, I appreciate your conversation because people like King Charles come in here and just attack people and act crazy. You know, you said that if you said it was an infinite disk, a flat earther would correct you. This guy's not here to correct. This King Charles is here to start drama and attack people. He's calling people idiots and saying, so what? Are you even having a conversation? He's acting like a total jackass, man.
Well, so what? So he's trying to say I made a claim about trees taking root or something, and
okay, you don't have to be an asshole about it. To me, it sounded like you did. To me, it sounded like you did make a claim, bud.
I want to hear him. Is he still thinking about it? Parsifal. So
I'm listening.
Is the question?
Well, actually, let's go back to where we were, and I'm going to say, I want to ask you a question, Percival. Sorry, I should say. Sorry, it's really late here. It's like 2:00, 1:30 in the morning. I'm wrecked. My question is, if I can't predict something based off a model that I don't have due to many constraints, yeah, but I can still show the surface to be flat and not curving, me not having that predictability, does that negate the fact that the surface is flat?
No.
Cool.
But it in turn would also not negate the curvature claim, right? Because you said you don't have the ability to determine it through other various means.
Well, we don't see curvature, we don't measure curvature, and any measurements that we do take on the Earth require a flat plane.
Right, but that doesn't negate it just because you can't see it, the same way that it wouldn't negate your argument just because you can't prove otherwise, right?
Well, based off their radius, we have a geometry. And if we can't see the Earth or measure the Earth to fall within that geometry, then it's all incorrect and everything falls apart because everything is based off that geometry.
Well, I feel like that's a flawed argument because I'm pretty sure the globe argument isn't that it's a perfect radius. It's not a uniform object in shape and size every direction as like a circle would be, right? I don't think that was ever a claim.
I think AJ
No,
was
but it's
well, that's what I'm saying is the radius changes, depends on what, right? It's not really a radius.
So the radius that we're given is at the equator, yeah? So I'll give you that. But the difference that is claimed is not a great distance, yeah? I think it's about 400 miles difference overall where it bulges out more towards the equator. But we are given a radius of 3959 miles. Now, if we go out and we have a look over large bodies of water, ice, other things, we've got photographs out to 20 miles, 30 miles beyond this geometric curve of the Earth. We've got laser tests that go out. I think the world record laser test 250 miles. World record sniper shots that don't take this curvature into account. So,
well, I mean, you can't say
it
that.
doesn't align with that.
The last part I don't agree with.
You can actually go and look that up for yourself. That is a fact. I don't have a document
to say they don't include curvature would be asinine. They obviously accounted for wind and gravity and all kinds of other things. So obviously they're accounting for curvature when they include things like that. That's part of the equation, man. That's like saying that you can't, estimate the speed of something off just the velocity, but the velocity is irrelevant. Well, sure, it fucking matters, man. It's part of the equation. Gravity is part of the curvature ideology.
Well, not exactly. You can go and have a look at those equations for yourself again, and I can produce citations with sniper manuals where curvature is not accounted for, rotation is not accounted for. We have height, we have the angle, we have the drop over the distance of the bullet, we have velocity. We've got temperature variances that also affect it that they take into account. So things like humidity. Wind,
there's lots of things, right?
Wind is very important, but it's not accounted for there. But regardless of that, anything we do on the Earth, we use it as a plane.
Well, as far as I'm aware, when people do long range shooting, like up on mountaintops, or they're doing like mile long shots, they do account for the wind. So I was never under the understanding they don't account for wind. You said they don't.
No, I said they did account for wind. I said
okay, I misunderstood. My mistake.
Yes. No, I said they accounted for wind, they accounted for their height, they accounted for their angle, they accounted for bullet velocity or projectile velocity, they account for humidity, temperature, many different variances, but curvature and Coriolis are not included in those equations with those shots.
I've been told that they do use Coriolis in the calculations of those ultra long ones.
Look, we've all been told that. Like I said, I can give you some citations if you'd like them. I can.
I'd love to look over that. Actually, I'd love to look over that if you don't mind.
I can also tell you, which I can't prove anyway, so it's a bit of a waste of time, but I'll tell you anyway. I got a really good mate who was in the French Foreign Legion. That was a sniper. He was a paratrooper, and he's definitely a flat earther.
Okay, well, I'd love to look over those sniper manuals if you don't mind sharing those sometime. That'd be great.
Yeah, I'll just quickly pull up something. I've got a screenshot here of a front page with a word search in there for those words.
Sure.
So anyway, I'll find that in a second and I'll post that for you. But everything we do is based off this flat plane, including our horizon is horizontal, is derived from the word horizon, which is 90 degrees or perpendicular to vertical, and horizontal line. And a horizontal line, the definition of a horizontal line is that it does not deviate from zero. It does not have a slope that deviates from zero. A curved line does deviate. So everything we do is based off this plane.
Somebody yell at me.
See, I thought it was nice that no one's yelling. I thought we were in a good spot right now,
I'm going to go to bed very shortly, though.
Do I have to say something really stupid to get yelled at?
No, we won't yell at you. We'll just mute you.
Oh, I'll stop. I'm sorry.
Oh, no. You should yell at her for saying she's sorry. That was you crossed a line.
That's one of these that's coming in looking for attention, for fuck's sake.
We need Skinny Vet in here. Skinny Vet would be all over it.
One of the
Eratosthenes. Is that what your name is? Sorry, go King Charles. Sorry, I've been talking for a while. Go, man.
I was just gonna say a question to one of the two of them, him or her. What reason do I have to doubt that the Earth is flat?
I mean, by the way you converse most of the time, man, it doesn't sound like you have a reason to doubt anything.
So you're just gonna not answer the question then?
Yeah, I was having fun talking with AJ and Parsival. The way you interacted with people so far was very rude and inconscientiable. So I wouldn't really prefer to communicate with you if I don't have to answer your question.
Well, then just pretend he asked the question.
I'm not really into pretending things. That's kind of why we philosophically talk here. We like to share ideas, right? Not pretend things.
Well, don't be too soft. Is this too much for you? What reason do I have to doubt that the Earth is stationary?
Birds.
The birds are flying, thus the Earth must be moving underneath them?
Yep. Everything in the sky means Earth is a ball and it's moving.
Oh, the bird is the word. I heard that.
We prefer to look at the ground that we're actually speaking about, because what happens in here a lot is that we have people coming in here and we ask them some questions, and generally it goes straight to space, straight to the moon, straight to photos from NASA, and no one ever wants to look at the ground under their feet.
That's fair, AJ. I hope y'all have a good night. I'm heading out, but get you some good sleep tonight, AJ. Appreciate the conversation.
No worries, man. Have a good night.
I don't want to have conversations with men on the internet that are rude because it hurts my feelings.
Why
I'm
did
going
you
to
feel
do
the
something
need
else.
before he left to do this?
I was about to say it to his face, but he left before I could.
It sounds like some pussy shit. You're a liar.
I don't even say, you're not even old enough to be in here, are you?
Me?
Yeah, you.
What the fuck? Yes, I'm 22.
Oh my God, you're old. Shit. You know everything.
I'm sorry.
I mean, seriously, I'm just kind of humoring because the guy's voice sounds deeper than mine. I was going to point that out. I was like, really? Like, really? Sound like he smokes fucking cigarettes.
Also, just for everyone who is listening, at 25 minutes past the hour, there's a sniper training manual with a word search on Coriolis. Another one for rotation, because I did say I was going to post it.
Thank you very much.
Slim, what reason do I have to doubt that the Earth is flat, if any at all?
No, I'm just here to listen. Thank you, though.
I think the Earth was flat because of eclipses.
Yeah, thanks for coming around. I mean, it's nice to have listeners. Without listeners, there wouldn't be any speakers.
Without listeners,
Are you
we
being
wouldn't have
serious?
hours and 16,000 or something for this server for whatever this measurement period is.
Yeah, the last 30 days.
Yeah.
Check it out here. I think it did.
Wait, the server's getting
describe-
discontinued?
17,000
Not a
hours
chance.
we have. We're just blowing out any other room. Double it.
Yeah, look at that. It's
Double
like it used to be more than the next 3 rooms combined. This is almost more than the next 4 rooms combined.
Soon we're going to be more than all the rooms combined.
How about text? Let's see what text channels look like. This might be interesting.
Garbage.
So I guess in terms of text channels, we got more than the main channel text messages. 100,000 messages posted in the last 30 days.
Wait, so who called me an attention whore?
No one called you attention whore. I think you misheard what we're talking about.
No, earlier.
Yeah, you probably misheard.
I think it's just,
no. I think
someone
you're
might
putting
have
some
said that
words in our
because you
mouth.
sound young. It's because you got a
No.
voice that sounds young or whatever.
The
You
only
sound
person
young.
that we
Use that
call
language.
attention seeker is Scott Mackey. He'll come in here and completely derail all conversations and try and make it all about him and just loving it.
Do y'all
She was
feel like I
called an
did that?
attention seeker, not an attention whore.
Because she said
So-
she wanted somebody to yell at her.
Yeah.
She said, "Can someone please yell at us?" And I said, "No, we don't yell at people around here." And she said, "Well, what do I have to do to be yelled at? Say something rude or something?" And I said, "No, we still won't yell. We'll just mute you." And then
Yeah, just
someone
bounce
said,
you out of here.
"Yeah." And then someone said,
Okay,
"Oh, you're just
wait,
here
so
for
wait, guys,
attention."
that means
So
there's a
no, her language is
misinterpretation.
not correct.
Yeah, so there's a misinterpretation. Someone might have heard that and thought you were asking for that, and instead of, oh, you were.
You were
But the
seeking
language,
attention.
What?
but the language that you just used wasn't the language that was used against you. To be honest,
Oh, okay, yeah.
you
So,
weren't called a
okay,
whore.
I see. Well, I wasn't upset about it. I was just
No, but
curious.
you weren't called that, and I don't think you
You
should
waited
make
5
those
minutes
claims.
to bring it up.
Okay,
You
I
waited 5
apologize.
minutes. You
I'm
stewed
sorry.
over it for 5 minutes, and then you decided to make up words and bring it up.
No, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I'll stop. I'll shut up. I'm sorry. I'm sorry.
Well, anyway, if you feel inclined to say something, you should tell us what you think would falsify the globe for you, if anything.
I'm just here to listen. I'll be quiet.
Yeah, you can think about it for a while.
I don't even know how to process what you just said to me.
Well, you know what falsify means, right?
Yes.
Just render something incorrect. So you and I were taught in school growing up that the Earth is a spherical object, and in regards to the geometry of that, the sphericity of that, what would falsify the belief in your mind that the Earth is a sphere?
I don't know. What would it take for me to believe it? Is that? I'm sorry. I really do have a learning disability. I'm trying to understand what you're asking me.
What would it take for you to recognize the Earth as not a sphere?
Not much, honestly. I don't know specifically what it would take. I don't think it'd take much because, I already think that everything that's told to us is a lie. So why would I not question the shape of the Earth? I mean, I don't know. I don't get into it politically or scientifically, or if that's even a word, but I don't know. That's why I like joining and hearing about it, because I don't know. I have no clue. I have no opinion about what I believe the Earth looks like because I don't think about it. I don't know, I guess. So, I don't know. Talk about it and then I'll tell you.
Do you live near bodies of water like oceans or large lakes?
Yes.
So one thing you can do is, take for instance, over 6 miles, there should be 24.01 feet of curvature. All right, over 6 miles. So if you can, have a friend stand on a shoreline 6 miles away and you're just looking across water and the water's, relatively still. Hopefully the waves aren't too big or anything to get in the way. If you can see your friend from 6 miles away and you're both well below 24 feet, that observation would falsify the radius.
Right.
So, you can do stuff like that. And you can look up, just type in curvature calculator into DuckDuckGo. I use them instead of Google because I just don't like Google. And, you can just get a curvature calculator and just do that and use optics.
Okay, so the only thing I'll say is that I don't know if any of you remember me. I'm also in the bathroom right now. Like, I'm in the bathtub, so like if I sound crazy, I'm really sorry about the shitty quality. But I don't know if any of you remember me, but I actually live in New Orleans in Louisiana, right next to Lake Pontchartrain. And this came up a couple times before where people were referencing the bridge on Lake Pontchartrain. And there is a huge curve in that, but I don't know how many people actually know it, but New Orleans is a bowl, like literally. So it is below sea level, so you can't really take Lake Pontchartrain into consideration with like that type of thing, which is the only body of water that like I've been near. Because it of course it like dips down, like there is curvature to it because that's how that city is set up. So like I don't have any personal experiences with, I guess, the water situation you were talking about, because I don't think that my situation can apply to this.
I think another problem is that it's flowing water, a lot of the water around you, which kind of like, you want not necessarily still water, but either ocean water or lake water or, preferably very still lake water, because, you don't want the water, you can't really do this with a river, even if it's a big river.
Yeah. Okay.
Because the whole idea is observing water that is level, and water is mostly considered technically level when it's at rest, or at least in the ocean or one of the seas or whatever.
Yeah. Why do you believe that the Earth is flat? Like, is there any specific one thing that really changed your mind?
Well, primarily just someone pointing out to me that it's flat and me recognizing that no one had ever demonstrated curvature, via direct measurement. And I've only ever recognized it as flat and stationary to that point in time in my life. And they just pointed out that it's flat. And then later on, shortly afterwards, I realized that it was stationary. Once I realized that the sun was moving, I'd never actually observed the Earth moving, except like an earthquake. And just waiting for that measurement of curvature, but I don't think I'm going to get it because it's already kind of been falsified, with the long-range observations and laser tests over water. Like, as far as we can tell, it is already been falsified. But
so then why does everybody believe that the Earth is round? Like, why is this such a crazy concept if so many people believe it? Like, I'm saying, like, okay, there are obviously very many people that believe this, but you don't know them. Like, I don't know you. I don't know anybody in real life that actually believes the Earth is flat. So why is that? Like, why is it that nobody's talking about it, I guess?
Yeah, it's just one of those things, like, I think it's just because, if you really want to hear my opinion on it, I think the overwhelming vast majority of the people in this world don't raise their children properly. And this has been going on for at least 3 generations.
Yeah. Well, you see a lot of people that just don't question anything. Like a lot of people are just, yes, sir, yes, ma'am, no, sir, no, ma'am. Like they don't give a fuck what they're being told as long as they're being told something. Does that make sense? Like, do you agree or no? Or do I make any sense right now? Like, I think a lot of people just don't care.
So they don't care, so they go along with whatever somebody says?
Yeah.
That doesn't make sense.
You don't think so? Like,
if they didn't care, they wouldn't go along with what people said.
okay.
Well,
Then not caring is not the right thing to say. Oblivious acceptance is what I see a lot of. Like, just blatant acceptance of whatever.
Can I say something?
Yeah.
Please? I don't think it's that people don't care. I think is that it doesn't, the earth being flat or round doesn't really affect the fact that I have to pay rent, right? Doesn't affect the inflation rates, doesn't really affect much, does it? That's why people generally wouldn't care about it.
Right, but where are the curious people? Like, what happened to people that wanted to learn and wanted to know and wanted to have an outrageous opinion? Like, where are these people?
Inflation rates. They're worried. They're like Jeff. He's an NPC. He's worried about inflation rates and whatever they show on CNN.
I don't watch the news, by the way. Thanks for assuming. Good job, bro.
And how do you know you live on a ball?
I don't know. Personally, I'm just... Sorry.
He couldn't answer it.
So, other than flat earthing, what's everybody up to? Never mind.
I'm having a bubble bath just like you.
I got out. But yes, I was having a bubble bath.
Then you take a shower, right?
No, I took a shower first.
Gross.
Okay.
Let's go through the drying down regime. How do you start off drying yourself? Just ignore that last bit.
Am I still an attention seeker?
I don't know who was here before for Dogs Are Gods, carrying on. And he provided me those citations. I ended up going through all those citations, and I'm going to drop in the chat for everyone where it ended, just so they can see that he was actually lying and it wasn't in the citation that he had provided me. I'm out, Mr. Charles. I've got to go sleep.
working. Wow.
Hello. The fuck? Somebody's in here.
Hello. How are you?
What's up?
My blood alcohol level.
Got some water in you.
Yeah, in a little bit. First of all, I need a couple more cans. What's up with you?
My blood alcohol level.
Get some water, will ya?
After a couple cans.
Baboon Tish. So you sound American. Are you American? If you're Canadian, I apologize.
What? No, I'm a Brit.
I'm fucking Chinese.
Oh man. Sorry, I'm just really stoned right now.
Get some water in you.
Is everybody in here a flat earther?
Nope.
Oh, okay. Are you a flat earther?
Maybe. What are you?
I don't know what I am. I never
Yeah,
cared
I know what
to
you are.
look.
You're stoned. That's what you are.
Yeah, that's what I am.
That's not a bad way to be. It's cheaper than alcohol, I think. It doesn't do you as much harm, really.
Yeah, in the short term.
I smoked it for a while, but I don't like the way it gets a hold of you because you get agitated very quickly if you don't get your spluff.
Perhaps. I'm not a super pothead though. Like I smoke a lot on the weekends, but work nights I smoke late. Like 9 p.m. around there my time. I start getting high uncontrollably and you know, just get some
Yeah,
sleep
it
later on.
helps you sleep and helps with depression too.
Oh yeah, it
Not
does.
yeah. I did it for 3 years when I was in a band. But then when I came around, I decided, yeah, I don't really need it to have this grip on me anymore. My head's fine where it is now. But it was a good buddy for a while.
Yeah. Everything in moderation.
Never a true word spoken. That's why I like the old sayings, because they're fucking true.
Yep.
So are you interested in this concept? You don't really know. You're just
Traveling through life, having a spliff.
Just kind of surfing the channels. I don't usually do this anymore.
Sorry, I said concept. I shouldn't have said concept. It's not a concept. My bad. My bad, boys, girls. You don't really what? Sorry, I caught that. I was too busy thinking about my faux pas. You're just surfing the channels?
Yeah, I'm just surfing the channels. And people seem to talk about this one a lot, so.
Yeah, I noticed when I surf too, sometimes they just it gets brought up quite a bit. It's definitely out there now, isn't it? Usually it's about how stupid people are if they believe in such things.
I mean, I have friends who believe in like 138 different races of aliens, so I'm sure flat Earth isn't too crazy.
Yeah, that's well put. It's interesting, the belief thing. And we were talking about belief earlier there. I was listening to the conversation, and just you think, what do we believe? Why do we believe? Is because we're taught it or something. Propaganda. Why does anyone believe what they believe in? It's because they were told if they can't prove it for themselves. Yeah, no, just spitballing in my mind about why do people believe what they believe in? You know.
I thought belief didn't require truth. It don't we would require like trust and faith.
Yeah.
Stuff like that.
Faith. Yeah, that's what I was thinking. For those of us who don't believe the Earth is a ball, we don't believe that it's flat and stationary. We would be more of a knowing because of being able to prove it for yourself. When it comes to the term belief, that's all about faith, accepting things blindly.
I'd say we have trust issues.
If you didn't, you do now. Especially not even with flat Earth. I mean, with everything that's been going on since 2012 till now, it's just people are really. It is breaking down. People are like, fucking, people more than there used to be. You're like, look, why do I pay all these taxes? Or why do I believe the government when they're all doing this shit and this skullduggery and this underhandedness? And why do I believe in this and that and the other? Seems like everything is kind of breaking down.
Oh yeah. The shit show.
Yeah, oh, fucking big time. People are getting fed up believing in things and well, fucking no. It's a funny old world. Yeah, so this must be your day off. You couldn't be 9 o'clock at night if you're in the States, right?
It's 11.
11 a.m.
Yeah.
Oh, so you're in the middle of the country.
NA East.
What do you work as? I'm probably asking too many personal questions. Are you governor of the state that you live in? Or?
No, I'm an immigrant. And also, what do I work as? I work as a professional slave to the system. I make it run.
Without you, the whole thing would just go to pot. Pardon the pun.
Well, people like me, sure. But not me alone. I'm not that narcissistic.
I would get very uncomfortable if I have to start talking about myself, or ask people for help, or any of that shit. Don't like it, or have me photograph taken. No, thank you.
Yeah. I don't like people calling me without texting me first.
That's another thing. Privacy is hard to come by.
Indeed, it is.
I was never bothered with mobile phones. Never until I was 50, because I despise the idea of being on tap for the entire world can just call you anytime, day or night. You're available to anybody, and that annoyed me. Now, 7 years later, I couldn't fucking live without it.
Wait, live without what?
Your mobile phone.
Oh, yeah.
I was never interested, man. I did not give a shit about mobile phones. Now it's just part of the fucking process, isn't it?
Yeah, when I used to smoke cigarettes and not have a cigarette in my hand, that's what not having a phone in my hand feels like. It induces anxiety.
Yeah, doesn't it?
Yeah.
You actually you watch people spurg out, myself included, when you're fucking Jesus, where's my phone? Where the fuck are you? Searching down the side of your car seat and your chairs. Where the fuck is it? Your heart starts pumping and you're like, fucking hell. You find my mobile Samsung and it's sitting in somebody else's fucking house. You were drinking it last night.
I don't know what it is about the phones. I would guess that it's like part of our identity. So being without it, it's like we're not whole in a sense, right?
Yeah, it's subtly crept in and done that to us, hasn't it? Subtly.
Yeah, but I gotta update my MySpace profile picture, you know?
MySpace, 1999 call. They want their fucking joke back.
That's not 1999. Like I was in middle school when it came out. Actually, wait, yeah, no, actually, that was Facebook. Oh God, I'm high. Yeah, MySpace was way before that. Actually, was the owner Tom? Tom from MySpace, I think it was. Yeah, good times.
Yeah, no, I try to. I mean, even though I'm dependent on the phone, I do tend to stay off that social media shit. Shite. I do it for the memes now and then, or put up a funny joke or something.
That's literally all I get from Twitter is memes and a bunch of angry people mad at a bunch of other angry people. It's fucking hilarious. Like watching I can't say that word. It's like watching animals at the zoo. Personal vendettas all around. 2 for the price of 1.
Isn't it weird? Way at the start of the internet, I thought to myself, I did say to a few people, it's like, you know what we're witnessing here? We're witnessing the beginning of the humanity in a nutshell. It's going to turn into a shit show of some eventually, and it really sort of is that way. Different camps and people shouting at each other and fucking, just bullshit. It's great for memes, Al. Memes is the new crack.
Memes. Yeah. Memes are life. You can get away with a lot with memes. Otherwise, I mean, with words, you wouldn't be able to otherwise because, you know, people hyperfixate on things. And memes, it's a way to, like, kind of, I guess, phase through that barrier.
Yeah.
Where humor actually lives.
Yeah. It says so much of just one picture. Like I seen one just the other day. The top of the meme was like a tree hugger. Oh, what a horrible, polluting, terrible thing for the planet or whatever. And she's sort of like standing in the countryside. And the bottom half of the meme was her standing in the countryside, but now the countryside had big wind farms and fucking solar panels and everything everywhere and looked fucking total shit. And she's like, that's better, for the planet.
See, the thing about memes is that they're funny by themselves, and when people explain them, it gets lost in translation.
Yeah. Maybe I.
No offense to you, but I've tried to explain memes myself, and it just doesn't hit the same.
You're right. You're right. Explaining memes is a lost cause.
Even explaining a joke is fucking like explaining the punchline to a joke destroys the joke completely.
Oh yeah. I like jokes that bomb though, for some strange reason. I'd be at a bar sometimes in a big group of people. I tell them a joke, and they look at me like I have 10 heads. And I they're like, "What?" And I'm like, I fucking love that, man.
Yeah, corny is funny to me too. It's like the fact that someone thought they were funny is funny to me.
Yeah.
Some people have the ability to be funny though, just based off their personality, but when they try to be funny, it just doesn't work out.
Conundrum. Conundrum.
What, are you a magician? A magician?
So what's up with the flat Earth? Why do people think the Earth is flat? Because I spoke to some guy in here, right, that plays Genshin Impact, and he told me that he doesn't need to prove that the Earth is flat. He just needs to prove that the Earth is not a globe. And that kind of confused the shit out of me. I'm like, what the fuck do you mean? Like, is that an actual reason? Like, can you explain it better? And he says he's not gonna explain it. I forgot his name, but he's from Canada.
Yeah, I don't know, man. I think that's Jim. I don't explain things. to me, it's it's not what they're telling us it is, and that's sort of a good starting point. If you suspect that it's not a globe, go from there. You soon figure it out. If you're honest researching, if you're honestly looking for what you're looking for.
Well, wasn't that eclipse thing that happened a couple of days ago that people were saying that the moon didn't go in front of the sun? It was actually I don't fucking know. It was like the sun, right, phased into the moon, something like that.
I seen that. I watch a few of those guys that do the freaky TikTok things, and yeah, it looks like something. It looks very strange, and like some people are, deep rabbit hole shit. That they replaced the sun with something else, and we're actually in the middle of a black moon, black sun, kind of crazy shit. Looked strange. But
no offense to you. Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
No, go ahead. Go ahead. I'd like to be offended.
All right, no offense, but I don't use TikTok as a primary source of information.
No, I know. I'm talking about YouTube boys that watch strange things from TikTok. Obviously, it's just for the crack. It's for the fun, for the fascination. I don't actually believe in most of that stuff. But did you know that if you check Google stats, why do my eyes hurt? Search went up in Google by fucking 80% after the solar eclipse.
That's society in a nutshell. These niggas at NASA were telling you to wear these specific fucking glasses until there's a full eclipse, right? And some people just they think they're I don't know, He-Man.
Superhuman.
Hell yeah.
Yeah, it's just like there was an eclipse when I was fucking 9 years old or something, and even I knew not to look at the fucking sun. Like,
the sun burned me once. Well, that burned my eyes once, and that was the last time I stared at it for too long. But I was a kid too, right? It's like fucking obvious shit you learn when you're a kid.
I think we've all tried that when we were kids. Let's see if you can stare at the sun in August. Silly kids. Not very long.
Also, there was this Beavis and Butthead episode that I saw. That one of these guys, they stared at the sun too long and they went blind. These guys are so fucking stupid, bro. One of them went blind.
Would have been better if they called it Beavis and Cleavis. I don't know. Butthead doesn't chime right.
Beavis and Butthead? That's iconic. They have video games.
Yeah, I know.
Titled as such.
It would be better. Be like Beavis and Cleavis.
Beavis and Cleavis? I guess it's way smoother that way, yeah. But I don't know, man. It's like if you say something enough times, it becomes normal, Maybe just do it for 20 years. Call it Beavis and Cleavis. To anyone who would listen, and maybe people would want to call it that.
Manny and Fanny.
Dumb and Dumber.
Bruh. Hi.
Hello.
Have any of you guys seen that new TV show that's come out? It's Fallout.
Oh, don't spoil it, bro. Please, don't spoil it.
I'm not going to, but I'm just gonna say that it's good. That's all I'm gonna say. And yes, it has I don't want to set the world on fire, and that makes it automatically S tier for me. So that's all
What's
I'm
up
going
with
to
your
say, bro.
voice, man?
Now all we need fuck. Now all we need is a TV show based on Skyrim, and then it's full circle, I guess. Or the Elder Scrolls
I
in
think
general,
Skyrim
not just
would be
Skyrim.
it would be a good show, but they have stuff like The Witcher. You know?
Yeah.
I know it's not the same thing, right?
And the
It's not the
main
same verse.
protagonist would probably just be mute as always.
Probably. Yeah.
You have a great voice for Family Guy or comedy or something.
No, I don't. This is just how I sound, bro. It's my normal voice. I sound younger, but I'm 21, so yeah, I know it's weird. I'm sorry.
No, don't be sorry, but you're right. It's weird. Yeah, you are who you are, huh?
Yeah, I know. So,
Something
what
happened
are
when
you
you were
guys
younger?
doing anyway?
Swallow something? I'm sorry, what were you saying? Sorry, what were you saying?
Are you talking to me?
No, the guy with the beautiful voice.
Kevin? He or she left.
Ah, shit, now I feel bad. I didn't mean to fucking be rude or anything.
I wasn't even gonna mention it, but since you did, I left. What are these guys arguing about? All right. Forgot.
Check, check. What's up? What's up?
Sunny on the fly. What's up, brother?
Hey, not much. Just getting up. Kind of late
Well, I'm
start.
not going to ask you how your day's been then. It's been pretty dark and dreamy.
Yeah, here too. Got a little sun today, though, looks like.
Lucky man.
Yeah.
Well, I hope you're keeping well, sunshine. Hope you're keeping well.
Yeah, I'm doing pretty well. Just doing the best I can, you know? You just got to hang in there sometimes.
This is true.
I don't know. You know, like sometimes boredom sets in and you got to like rethink things and just wait it out, I guess. Guess staying busy, I guess, is a good part, a good thing to do.
Seemed to be really chatty when I walked in here, and it's gone pretty quiet, mate. I don't know what's going down. There's a couple of people in chat.
Yeah, I know it has been awful quiet. Is Crit there? Crit, are you there? We've got Manufactotum, Crit, Sanandra, Fe Batman, Frank's 92, Into the Break, of course Jedi, Kembo Beats, Morvis, Nestor the Jester, Quetzalcoatl, Radwin, Subdued Myself, the Bookfin, the Viking, Trinity is Good, and Carr. Welcome everyone. You're all awful quiet today.
Sonny.
Hey, how you doing?
Hey. What'd you say?
It says, is it dreary in your area too? I guess you're not far from a Jedi, so.
Of course it is. You know us. We love the bad weather.
Welcome to England in April, where it's bloody windy and grey every day. It's pretty much what the weather's been like for the last week or so. Windy and grey.
Yeah. I suppose your windy and gray is a lot colder, though, than it is here when it's windy and gray, but...
Isn't your windy and grey tornadoes?
You got tornadoes?
No, you have tornadoes. I was going to say, your windy and grey's tornadoes, mate.
Yeah, only in the Midwest.
I forgot what part of the US you're from. Is it near California? Completely
West,
off.
yeah, I'm California, West Coast. Yeah.
Yeah, I thought so.
Extreme Southwest, right on the border.
Why are women like tornadoes? Because when they come, they're wet and windy, and when they leave, they take everything with them.
Your windy is probably like a bloody gale, isn't it?
Or
It's like a put on the storm jib there, matey. We're in for some rough weather.
lean under, Patrick. That's why a lot of Irish and Scottish people have no muscles in their calf areas down by their fucking ankles because we're too busy walking into the wind and up fucking holes.
Well, if it makes you feel any better, I had to turn on the heater this morning myself, so I don't know if it makes you feel any better, though. Probably not so much. I'm here in California.
So, are you playing? Are you playing like?
Yes.
Who was that? Qin? Couldn't see who lit up.
Yeah, that was him.
If he was trying to actually say something or just make noises.
Making fun noise, I guess.
Into the Break. Cool name. Into the Break. Pause for the dramatic effect.
What's up?
And we're back.
How
And
are
we're
you,
back.
bro?
Back
You know,
on track.
it's a combination of two surf movies, Point Break and Into the Blue.
That's exactly. You know what? You won't believe this. That's exactly what I was thinking of when I seen your name, Point Break.
Yeah, nice.
And then I thought variations of it. Who sang Into the Big Wide Ocean? Into the Big Wide Ocean.
Yeah, break has a lot of different connotations. I like it. It's good for putting. The break of the putt. You want to have a break. Covers it all.
A surf break. Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's all curving water, curving earth, from horizontal.
Can you imagine? Excuse me.
Give me a break.
You don't have to imagine it. That's the beautiful part.
Can you imagine what the waves would actually be like if it was a curved surface, though? Can't imagine that.
Yeah, and if the Earth was spinning, there would be no naval travel. No naval travel.
Exactly. Be far too dangerous. There'd probably be like 500-foot waves rolling around out there, 1,000-foot waves.
Yeah, it's bad enough as it is with the flat Earth.
Right. But if you watch the waves, I don't know if you're in a place like there's a place every now and then I go to where it's a big tall cliff about 300 foot tall, looking right over the ocean to the west. And you see those literally lines of waves, line after line after line, just completely straight lines of waves rolling in across the flat ocean bottom as it comes into the beach.
Yeah, I haven't lived out on the West Coast for 6 years now. I miss going and seeing that. Now where I'm out, it's so forested that the sky looks so much smaller. But I remember being in LA, and that was just like the thing that always like shocked me was like that you just could see so much sky.
Exactly. Yeah, I don't want to take that for granted. I try not to take that for granted. That's beautiful.
Yeah, that's the fun thing about like the sunset argument, is that, well, you're saying your obstruction is 3 miles away from you. So you're seeing the celestial dome and then it's cut off only 3 miles away from you. So it's like, it's absurd on its face because we're seeing airplane fly. You can see a tiny airplane off in the distance towards the horizon, 100 miles.
No
Where's
doubt.
the cutoff point? Very rarely will you ever see an airplane actually go to the horizon because it'll usually be obstructed by cloud coverage or something. But that 3 mile distance for a sunset is just patently retarded.
Really, exactly. It's hard to believe they even believe that because that thing looks huge. Like it's only 3 miles away. That's where we're seeing the sunset 3 miles away. I don't think so.
Yeah, you living at the beach, like you've seen sunsets all the time, and they look further than 3 miles. It looks further than a line that's a hard cutoff of like, yep, no, that's now it's physically obstructed behind a hill of water 3 miles away. You got your sand, you got your toes in the water lapping up to your toes, and that sunset's only 3 miles.
Yeah, no way. And honestly, like when you're looking at a clear day on a sunset, so you're looking at an object that is about probably as far away as you'd see anything here on Earth. Let's just put it that way, right? While looking here on Earth and we see that sun setting, that's probably as far out as we could possibly see. I wonder what the limit is. Like, I mean, that could be where that ramps down in our vision. I guess it's different for every observer, right? Slightly different.
Yeah, but you all on the same beach would all have relatively the same distance. But
Right.
someone down the coast a little bit, they're still viewing it,
Mm-hmm.
and maybe there's a delay for them. Well, actually, yeah, depending on. But if you're on that coast, everybody on that coast is watching it.
Yeah, I would guess to say that on a good day, it's probably hundreds of miles where you eventually can't see it. Because I know they'd seen lighthouses up to what, like 300 miles or something crazy like that? Indio had something. Three or 400 miles lighthouse sighting.
Sorry, I'm helping my buddy do some lawn work in the yard right now.
No
I'll be back in a second.
Sonny, is anybody in here think they live in a spinning light pyramid?
No, Dave, we don't actually have anybody new in here right now, so I don't know if there's anyone new you want to speak up. I don't think called out everybody. I haven't spoken to Frank's 92, but he's been around here for. He's a globalist.
He didn't say anything.
I think Frank's is a globalist, it says.
I think it's fair to assume that, based off his profile.
Spinning ball believer.
Yeah.
Is he not what he thought?
That's a bad habit. I should look at the profile. That would help, huh? I didn't really pay attention.
Explain to us how a large body of water can maintain and display convexity on the surface. Go ahead. He's not talking, is he?
No, sir.
Do you know, Sonny, how can a large body of water maintain and display convexity on the surface?
I haven't seen that. Nope.
Well, that renders the globe idea impossible, correct?
Yeah, no convex water, exactly.
Okay.
Because that water would have to be curving, wouldn't it, Dave?
Well, that would be in the NASA pictures that show us the curvy water. So
they sure
I don't
do.
know. Like if you look at my icon with the X, you see that globe in the middle. There's curvy water going around the edge. So never seen that in reality, but anyway.
Exactly. And my premise is no one ever will.
Yet it seems the natural behavior of water is not that. I mean, I don't know. Could I be wrong? No.
No.
But anyway.
That's what I love about people asking us for a model. You go outside, there's the model. Water stays flat. Water stays flat when it achieves a level. And if they can't understand that, then I don't know, man. Like they're in the wrong classroom or something.
It does not ball up and conform to the outside of a spinning sphere and literally nothing. I've never seen that happen. But anyway. We'll just try to keep pointing out the obvious, and the people that actually want to pay attention to it will, I guess, It's all we're doing is pointing out the obvious here.
So check it out. I just thought of something. You know how they're saying like in a beaker of water you get meniscus, like a bulge up towards the container, right? So how about this? So would that would mean that the shoreline has a bulge of water, a meniscus, maybe tides?
Yeah.
So therefore not earth curve at the Black Swan? Tides, waves, swells. Yep, you get all that near the coast too. Well, you get it offshore as well, but it's different when the waves hit the shoreline, how they start acting different. They start actually bunching up the water, if that makes sense. Like, see, people don't understand that is actually a real thing. With that wind blowing constantly on a surface of water, it causes a constant wave pattern. So, like, depending on how long and how far those waves have been on the water will determine how large the waves are as an end result, and also what their periodicity is, how often they do it.
Yeah, I hear you, Sonny. Water is an amazing thing. You can do many things. It cannot sit there and maintain a curve on the surface. It doesn't do that.
Or really the outside of any object at all. I mean, it'd be one thing if it was like a special kind of object that water stuck to. But it ain't a ball. I guess some people never played with the ball. They should have gotten outside when they were children more often or something. I don't know what the deal is.
It's just amazing. Every globe believer out there is accepting as reality that water can maintain convexity, but they don't even realize it. They never even think about it.
Yep. And you just can't see it there, Dave. You just can't see it.
The Earth's just too big.
Because just because you can't see it, Dave, doesn't matter if someone sees it in their imagination. It could still be real. Right? No.
Yeah, to be accurate, every globe approach should start with imagine this, which they do anyway most of the time.
Pretty much. On their own, they do that pretty much. Yeah.
Imagine you're in a car, blah, blah, blah.
Or a train, or a plane, or a boat, or whatever. Imagine you're a fighter pilot flying in level flight at 10 feet off the ocean surface at 1,000 miles an hour. Try that one on. Try that one on your globe.
Yeah, about that. Those kids, these Gluber kids haven't spent time playing with a ball. That's the interesting thing, because when we're in, probably the first thing you learn is shapes, and you learn what a square is, what a cube is. You learn what a sphere is, what a circle is, and then you learn science, and then they tell you that you live on the most illogical shape
to live on. So to me, it's just a litmus test. It's like we taught you geometry, we taught you science, and if you're too dumb to figure out that you don't live on this illogical shape to live on, then that's your problem. And then so here we got a whole bunch of worldly propaganda that you'll be gullible enough to believe in as well.
You guys continue. I'm driving in robot.
You're coming through clear.
Well, just to respond to what you just said, that you have a good point, but you know the Greeks thought that the sphere was the perfect shape, so we must live on that, right? Okay.
That's basically all we have to go on. Why is it we have to believe something from that supposedly occurred, you know, from 500 to 1,000 years before us, and take it for granted that that's how they got the information into the freaking NASA computers to get the Apollo on the moon, sticks and shadows first, then the moon. Basically, that's what all of you are saying. All of you Glovers come in here, basically that's what you're saying. Slight variations. Sounds really high tech to me. I don't know what anybody else thinks about that.
What criticizing NASA, Sonny? That space is hard and they're very underfunded. So there you go.
Yeah, I see people walking around every now and then with NASA T-shirts and stuff on.
Yeah, that's cringe as fuck whenever I see that.
Yeah, it is. I just imagine there's some kind of really cringy anti-flat earther, or they're just dumb as a bag of bricks.
All of the above.
Could be, yeah. A little bit of this, a little bit of that. We've seen it all. No, that's a place where when you say let's go out for a sail or let's go sailing, that's quite a different proposition when you're in the British Isles, there, isn't it? In the Channel.
What do you mean?
Think of how many shipwrecks were in that channel, right?
A lot.
So no Globby McGlob faces in tonight?
No. Is it after? It's afternoon for you, right?
Early evening, I'd say.
Early evening. Okay.
Yeah, it's about 6:30.
So it's 18:30.
Yeah, more or less.
I got you. Yeah. Yeah, you're exactly 8 hours difference from where I am.
Yeah.
Well, these moments are just for waiting for more Glovers to show up and show us what they have. So we got a lot of moments of waiting for the Glovers to show what they have, don't we?
They have presuppositions and stories about those presuppositions. That's all they have. Prove me wrong.
And a lot of not showing us the thing we're actually asked for. Along with a straw man idea of what flat Earth is.
Yeah, I've seen curvature. I've seen.
Trailing along a line of multiple red herring hooks.
Fantastico.
Are you driving or are you at home?
Me?
Yeah.
Oh, I'm always driving when I'm on here now. I don't let ballers waste my personal time.
Right.
Yeah, because you're hot micing a wee bit there, buddy.
That's okay. We could just hear your turn signal go on. But it's just a click sound. It's no big deal.
Okay.
I kind of enjoy it, actually.
I usually play a game at this point. Which way is Crypto going? If I hear his turn signal, I always make a guess, left or right. So Crypto, right? Was that right?
Yes, I always say left.
Crypto doesn't know which way it's going. Fuck.
Watch out for that left. Only kidding.
Oh, the last turn I took was right, yeah.
You got it right, Jedi. You got it right.
10
Damn,
points
I was gonna guess gravity let him down. He went up.
If you had to take a right, would you take a left if we asked you to?
That was good. Who said that? That funny one. That was a good joke. Gravity let him down, so it let him up.
Oh my god, is that Crit?
No.
Hey, Crit, do you remember me, Crit? Crit, do you remember me?
That's
I
not
was
Crit.
in here.
We
I was in
haven't
here
heard-
like.
We haven't heard Crit. Crit hasn't been on this morning yet.
Oh, yeah. I haven't been here in like 3 weeks, and last time I was here, Crit was one of the guys debating to me that the Earth was flat. And then some other guy came in.
Yeah, Earth is flat, though. What you knew about it?
Did you miss him for 3 weeks?
Yeah, I'll very, very much missed him. I'll miss his sexy voice.
That's the impact.
Very majestic.
I
He took
remember
3
you.
weeks
I
to
remember.
recover.
Sorry.
He took 3 weeks to recover from the intellectual smackdown, Crick David.
I bet it
The
did.
butt hurt was major.
I've never
He
heard
had
more
major
fake laughs in my life.
So, sir, are you under the impression you live on a spinning ball? Is that correct? Hello.
Is your belief in the spinning ball dwindling at this point?
I enjoy the fantasy of being on a big ball sack. That's my fantasy, man.
So you just know it's a ball. So you just believe it's a ball. Okay.
I just believe it's a big ball. Actually, not even a ball. Shaped like a ball. Looks like a ball. Might be a ball. Probably not a ball, but it looks like a ball. Yeah, that's my fantasy.
You love big balls, don't you?
I love big balls. That's exactly why I love the Earth, because it's a big ball.
It looks like a ball. Tell us where you see it look like a ball. I'm interested.
When I was on the plane, like 3 hours ago, it looked like a ball. It was a bit round up there.
A big round up there.
Was it?
Really?
Yeah, it was a bit round up there.
Did you manage to get a picture for us?
Actually, I might have a photo. Hold on. I'm gonna go have a look.
Okie doke.
Yeah, go and get that for us.
Let's see that.
I flew over Israel and Iran straight as Iran started shooting missiles too. Honestly, I thought I was about to get blown out of the sky.
Wonderful.
Honestly, I agree.
Yeah.
Yeah, so flat, all that flying, flat, stationary. Yep.
No, bro, I was going around the Earth because, like, on the flight screen, it had a massive round ball, and I was going around that ball.
No, it doesn't.
Yes, it does.
Okay, continue looking for the picture.
I'm looking at the picture.
Keep looking for that.
If you're flying stationary, I don't think you will fly very far away. Whatever that's supposed to mean. To fly stationary.
Over flat and stationary Earth.
Oh, you know what? I can't find it, but I do have a photo of Dubai. That's about all I got.
Sweet. Is Dubai looking curved to you?
Bro, Dubai's always looking curved. They're looking mad curved all the time.
Really, is that what does Dubai have a fisheye lens?
Does Dubai have a what?
Does Dubai have a fisheye lens?
Yeah, of course.
I
Don't even know what that is.
I think I'm speaking perfect English. I don't know. I could be.
Flat. Okay.
Hold on. You don't know what a fisheye lens is?
No, bro. I've never heard of that in my life.
Oh, you don't know much about cameras, do you? Well, there's cameras that will show you a curve even while you're on the surface. That's not Earth curve. That's a fisheye lens.
Well, I don't know, man. Oh, wait, what? I can't send files in the chat. Can't send photos from my phone.
DM it to someone.
Who am I DMing?
I don't know. DM it to me. I don't care.
Okay, I want to DM it to you.
Probably have to friend first. I hope I don't regret it. Let me see.
Yeah, hold on. You can send. Okay, now I gotta go on my phone and click on you.
I'll add a friend. I'll add you as a friend. There you go. So now that we share a mutual server, then you can send messages to me. Don't abuse the privilege.
Oh, I'm not sending it to Joe. Crap, Sonny. Okay.
Say what? Yeah.
Keep warning.
Bro, look at this, bro. It's Dubai. It's like a really blurry photo because it's on 100x zoom, bro. But look, it's Dubai. Like, you can clearly see that's curved, bro. Like, come on. Like, if you look close enough, you can clearly see it's curved.
Okay, here, I'm going to post it. 1 second.
Oh, actually, I might have a photo that is slightly curved.
Can't see the back. Can't see the background that well. That's a shame.
It's a really crappy photo because we only saw it for like a split second before the plane moved again.
Sorry, chat. Man, yesterday I had the worst trouble with Discord. I get, or my internet, I guess. It kept getting cut off yesterday. Like, here's the picture of Dubai. You say it's Dubai, huh?
Yeah, it's the big tower, like that big, massive tower.
Yeah. Looks pretty flat in the background there.
Oh, nah, trust me, it's curved. You just can't see it. Like,
Oh,
100x
no, I can
zoom
see
ruined
it's
it.
flat. Oh, it's flat.
You can't really see it's flat from that angle because I'm looking
it's pretty
straight
flat.
down on Earth. You can't really.
It's pretty fucking flat. Yeah.
What do you mean? No, that's it. Call that other guy in. Last time my guy came in, he was wearing like a suit and stuff, and he explained to me how the Earth was flat. I need that guy in here.
Well, that guy was right. Like, it is flat. Like, you see.
I need that guy. He's like that guy that you always call in. I gotta find that man.
Okay, it doesn't matter. You know, principles over personalities. So, you know, whatever. It's still flat. And
Yeah, but like he was the only person to ever actually prove it to me, like show hard evidence. He was my favorite guy.
Okay, so
what evidence did he show?
I don't know. It was 3 weeks ago, but it was like a lot of docks and crap. And like, I think one of them had like an oil rig on it, and like a further back oil rig.
Oh yeah,
and a bunch of numbers on it.
The Black Swan.
I don't know.
Yeah, I'll pull it up in the text because. Well, it's a good thing you showed up so you can get more information.
Oh, I got enough information. I talked to the Holy Pope yesterday, and he told me that the world is a big round ball.
Who said that?
The Holy Pope. Nah, I'm joking. I forgot his rank. This guy's second to the Pope while I was in Italy, in Rome, told me. I asked if the world was flat or round, and he told me it was round. So, yeah, believer of God said the Earth's round, so I guess it's flat, round, guys. Sorry to say.
So if people tell you things, that's you're just going to accept that. That's
oh, Dave, Dave, can you please keep talking? I love your accent. Oh,
I just said if people tell you things, you just accept that as fact. That you're an example of why we're in this damn mess that we're in.
Gotta accept it as fact.
oh man, that is a beautiful accent. You know, I think I might start believing the Earth is flat just because of that accent. That is beautiful. That has just changed my heart forever. Also, who was that guy sending the photo in? Photo I was talking about before. I need to see that again.
No, please don't. We don't want you involved with us. You're a goober through and through. Brain dead, brainless goober. Complete.
Sorry, what'd you say?
Abject clown. You're an abject
say that
clown
again.
of cognitive minimalism.
So you please,
Minimalist
someone just
in
prove
essence
it
is
to me.
actually not a diss, but
I want that other guy in here. He's actually like really helpful. He actually like basically proved it to me, but you guys never prove it.
Darcy, do you trust your own eyes? Yes or no?
I trust my eyes. I have 20/20 vision. I trust them.
Okay, so when you walk outside, you observe the Earth is flat.
Well, duh, because I can't really see around the Earth from my front door.
No, but I'm just saying we'd like to be careful with our words here. Technically, to the best of your knowledge, it is flat, and you can prove it to yourself with your own eyes. The question you got to ask yourself is, if someone's going to make the claim that it's curving, when did anyone ever prove that via measurement?
When they went to space.
Well, going.
Hold on. Oh yeah, that's the photo.
It's measurement. Talking about the ground, measuring the ground. But was the vacuum of space, you know, I mean, I could just as easily ask you, you know, was the vacuum of space invented or discovered?
Who knows, man? I've never been to space. I don't research space. I wouldn't know a clue.
Invented.
We invented that? That's pretty cool. Old dude, that's the exact photo he sent. The guy who, like, explained it all to me. The top one. With the 2 oil rigs.
Yep. So the modus tollens Here's another time-stamped image from the same video that the Black Swan was from. As you see, can you see where the horizon is in that image?
Yeah, I can.
At 38 minutes after the hour, where's the horizon in that image? Is it before the oil rigs, between, or after the oil rigs?
It's after the oil rigs.
Okay, great. So now you see the
Actually,
argument.
wait. That's a good question because, like,
yeah, go ahead.
Go on. Now go
on. I was going to say the argument for this is the modus tollens. So basically, it's just saying if P then Q, not Q, therefore not P. So if the Earth is a sphere and it has a radius of 3,959 miles, then every single horizon distance measurement must be no more than 1.225 times the square root of the observer's height in feet. So this observer was 1 foot off the water.
Wait, how do you know? Did you take it, Sonny?
No, it's taken by a guy that lives in Santa Barbara.
So he wouldn't lie.
It's taken in Santa Barbara anyway.
Because people don't lie, right?
Well, you can go look at the original video and you can see the time.
Oh yeah, but that's a video. That could be CGI, right? Just like NASA.
You can see the camera set up. The whole thing.
Just like NASA, right?
No.
AT has a good point though. They were talking about CGI a lot last time.
They were, and they
This
don't
can
like
be
it. But
verified, this can be verified, and you can go do it yourself.
Oh,
Can
have you done it? Have you verified it?
Yes.
So does that mean NASA stuff can be verified to Israel?
Yeah, let's see your observation, and I don't want to see this dude's observation.
I
on
proved
YouTube.
it to myself with my own test
That's not good
observations
enough.
over water. Okay, well,
Or your
fine.
test
I don't
observations
that's
over
not
water.
good enough. Water level isn't good enough for you. Okay.
No,
That's
so
not the Black Swan.
you claim CGI on NASA, right? And you say you have to go there yourself. We have to look at your data, but you're not willing to do.
We have all the data and the pedigree information on the video, where it's set up, how it's set up, what the temperature was, all that. Like you can go look at it yourself. You could
Sonny?
replicate this.
Sonny,
What?
muting him is not going to make you win the argument. Let him speak. Let him say his point.
I don't have muting ability in here.
Well, whoever muted him, unmute him. Let him talk. I want to hear what he has to say. I'm curious.
It's probably best if you don't try to moderate the moderation. Just saying.
Well,
Prove the Earth's a ball.
I don't see any NASA image. I don't see any NASA videos of them at the beach trying to find their geometric horizon. Good luck.
There's that like 10-second video. Actually, it might be less than 10 seconds where it shows the camera on the beach for the Black Swan. It shows the actual setup. It's really short too. Like Flatsy used to show it when she would when somebody ask a question.
The setup, yeah, I have that set up somewhere. Let me see if I can find it.
It's like a GIF or something. It's really quick.
Yeah, hold on, I'll find it actually. Let me see.
Damn, you know what? I wish I had my stuff from yeah, but you know what? They would just laugh because my video was just kind of crappy, but the stuff I took from I-5 with my P1000 that pretty much, that was what I wanted to prove my brother wrong. I wanted to freaking go, hey, you're an idiot, flat earther, dumbass. And so I got the P1000 and I went and took video on I-5 of Mount St. Helens, and I happened to be able to see Rainier on the same day, and none of it matched the Earth curve calculator. And I was like, fuck. I was like, damn it. I'm like, now I gotta go apologize to my brother. This sucks. So I wish I had that video, even though it was kind of crappy, but damn it.
I would say that when it comes to verifying photos like the box one, because it was taken in a place where theoretically some person could, any person could go there and try to replicate it, it doesn't mean that some person actually decided to do that yet. So I would say that unless someone actually does that, that verification wouldn't exist yet and wouldn't show you if that photo is really coherent with the observation that some other person could make or not. So
That guy's actually done it, like, if I'm not mistaken, he's done it a bunch of times. Like, that's not the only day he did it. Like, he's done it on different days, different situations. I think that was just the best one he had. Was that because that was the best one he had, or I'm not sure.
No, that's a pretty clear one. That day is definitely pretty clear. But
do you know any instance where some other person than the original author of the photo verified and replicated the same black swan photo to have more eyewitnesses and because of that more percentage of confirmation that photo is correct?
Anybody can go do this.
Yes, but I'm not talking
If
about
they're
a
near
hypothetical
water.
situation. I'm asking for a particular person. If that actually happened. Because I personally know only one instance of that, and I would say
you need to go to his channel. You need to go to BMLSB 69. Here, I'll put his link.
There's tons of black swans. There's tons of black swans.
But it's still the same guys. It's analogous to if you wanted to verify if NASA photos are correct, and to do that you go and ask NASA if they are true.
No, that's way different. You can't go to space. Nobody's ever been to space, but if you believe they went to space, you gotta trust one of 70 guys that have supposedly been to space.
Yeah, and here we only have one guy. So in that case, if you want to count the chance in numbers of witnesses, I would say that the photo of black swan is much less probable, actually.
If you want to do it,
it's a black swan, and you don't have any instances of any white swans, meaning the horizon being where it's supposed to be ever. So it doesn't matter. All you need is one time, but this has been replicated hundreds of times by individuals by themselves on their own, convincing only the those that can fog a mirror. Basically, when you see it, you see it. There's no unseeing it at that point. Yeah, that's been done thousands and thousands of times. I have my own observation. I have one. I'm looking for it right now. 1 second.
Yeah, I mean, if you just go to the beach on a clear day and see how far you can see a boat, if you see a boat at 10 miles or you see it way past 3 miles, then if you can see the whole boat past 3 miles, that's basically debunking the globe, isn't it? From a 6-foot observer height.
You don't understand how big the globe is.
Earth too biggie. Earth too biggie.
Listen.
Wait a minute. The Earth's too big to see the curve, but you guys think the boats are going over the curve.
To change the conversation.
I'm just wondering. Huh?
Yeah, I heard him too. Yeah. That's the thing. Like when you come, like imagine you walked into a professor's classroom and I don't know, they were talking about the animal kingdom and you were just like, but there's lots of species. That's not really, you're not really adding to the specifics of the conversation. So when he's talking about seeing a boat, it's only because given the parameters of the globe, radius 3,959 miles, he's only telling you about the boat because based on those geometrics, you shouldn't see the boat. That's the only reason he's saying it. To say Earth's so big has nothing to do with the geometry that they proposed to us in the first place. So it's kind of, I'm not saying it's kind it's a weak response in the face of more evidence that would allow you to do more investigation than saying, well, it's too big. You're right, too big for it to be a globe with a radius of 3,959 miles. But I don't think you think that. You just said it's too big because that is the response against someone who has these tests going on. It's like, well, it's too big. So whatever you guys are doing, like clearly, if there was something here to chomp on, then the universities would be talking about it, news would be talking about it. So whatever it is you're doing, it's on a very small scale. No, that's not the case. And we can show you how that's not the case if you want to see how that's not the case. But we can't show you something you don't want to see.
Yeah,
I'm sorry.
I got
Going back to you now.
I got much love for y'all. I was just poking the bear a little. I'm a flat earther.
That's hilarious. There's another guy in here. Yeah, you little bastard. Well, it is funny because they do say, a lot of people say that, and it's like, it's too big, Earth too biggy, and now, but at the same time, the boat's going over. Oh, look, the boat's right there. See it, it's disappearing from the bottom up. So, wait a minute. I thought you just said it's too big to see the curve. But you're saying the boat you can see, clearly, what, a couple miles away. There, oh, look, the bottom's disappearing. So that's the curve. There's the curve. But if you're, arguing something else, oh, now Earth's too big. Freaking so stupid.
So that's it for that. I'm good with that. So all of this indignation, all of this talk about science and all of this talk and the test showed that the horizon is behind the boat. So with all of their editing power and all of the things that they've done, they kind of missed that. So the horizon is supposed to be in front of the boat. It wasn't, but they're talking as if it is. So obviously the claim is very clear and concise. 1.2 times the square the observer's height and heat will obstruct things. It's very clear about what they said. So we're going to move to the second video. Oh, yeah. High altitude. What's his name? The marble. Video. Oh, there it is. Yep. All right. You trying to get over? Ten-mile observation. Camera on the ground. No 1.2 times the square root. No, none of that. Continue. No horizon, straight line of sight from about 2 feet off the ground. No horizon, just seeing the beach from 10 miles away. You fucking shitting me. Quick pop quiz, real quick, before we move on to the rest of the video.
Okay.
What do you guys think is the distance of that boat from his position right here?
Which boat?
Give me a second. This one right here.
Oh.
That boat?
What distance? Yeah, what distance would you say that is?
Maybe like 1 kilometer.
I would say no. I would say like a quarter mile or something. A quarter
That's
to
the
a
same
half
thing.
mile, maybe.
1 kilometer, quarter mile. Oh no, it's not. I'm tripping.
Looks pretty
All right,
close.
close enough.
Looks pretty close.
Right.
Definitely under a mile, I would say.
Is
I don't
everyone
know how
agreed?
big it is. Nothing to reference it on exactly, but you can see it's real low to the water, so it's small.
It's not 2 miles, right? Would
No, I
everyone
don't think
agree
it's
that
two
it's not
miles.
2 miles?
No, I don't think that's 2 miles because
Thank you, Sonny. Would everyone agree that
yeah,
it's no more than 2 miles?
yeah, because that point off to the left is.
Sonny,
Oh, I'm sorry. Go ahead, man. Sorry, bro.
anyone else before we move on? You don't have to worry about being afraid of a gotcha. The proof is in the pudding. I'm just pointing out to you guys what like I don't want you guys to miss anything. Like you, okay. Okay. Direct line of sight from Mark Sargent's side, right? Okay. He's 10 miles away. And he's like, hold on, let's chill because you don't want to fucking be shining a laser onto a boat. Line of sight. Line.
Right.
Are the gears turning? What? Hello? 10 miles away. Remember, we was just on that Geo, right? Talking about the stripes on the flag. Here we have zero. I'm hoping that your brains are working and I don't have to really exacerbate the point. I'm gonna move on. We got 10 more minutes to go. By the way, when we ask you guys for evidence, this process is what we're talking about. Doing something like this, showing us something, not just talking, looking at a computer.
Damn, bro.
Prof. Dave, Professor Dave, Simon, Dan, Danny Faulkner. No one has a video like this with details like this, but all of us do, or at least we got the information written down somewhere we can share it. We got, no, nobody else has. It's fucking sickening, bro. The last time they had information like this is before we started talking about the Black Swan. Nothing after 2020 like this exists on the other side. different days, different air conditions, two opposite sides where the same result. Because it's not like refract. It's fucking crazy, bro.
And hey, Elijah, what were you trying to point out in the scene previous?
What's that?
Yeah, you said, do you see that? Something you were trying to point out, but it was kind of muffled. I couldn't understand what you were saying. And then right in the scene before this, when he was showing the blue laser.
Oh, I didn't say anything. I was just showing you guys.
Okay.
just
Yeah,
in case
no,
we
I thought you were
forgot.
pointing out something specific. Yeah, because it's you can blatantly see the laser. Okay.
Yeah, and not only that, but I mean, anyway, yeah, I didn't say much. Just saw what you saw. So he's about to summarize.
You a shower, you hide from
Right, bro. Shut up,
They're
Tyler.
playing an advertisement right now.
Yeah.
Just so
Please,
happens I need an apartment. I get an apartment. Yeah, fuck you, Tyler.
The videos were crazy.
They were very
Especially the
good.
first
What's
one.
wrong with you, man? You crazy?
No,
Okay,
I mean
can you
crazy in a
explain?
positive way.
Yeah,
Yeah,
explain
the first one, especially because it shows an effect where that thing it disappears bottom up, but you can see the horizon behind it, so you can disqualify it as a factor. But what is striking is that you don't see any kind of miraging, that it isn't mirrored. So normally when the only instances where we can see something disappearing bottom up over a flat surface without a physical horizon is when it's obstructed by a mirage, but here you don't see a mirage either. So it has to be even different cause. That, to be honest, I don't know.
So
You sound
compare
like a
that
man
before you
trying to.
continue with your hold on before you continue with your point. Compare that to the boat I showed you in video two, because that boat from Mark Sargent's position was at least 8 miles away, at least, and it was going to intersect his laser, and he could see it, and he could see,
And he seen it.
and he could
it,
see
yeah.
the beach behind it.
Yeah, that's crazy.
No obstruction. Like there's no nothing but what you can see from point A to point B.
Like crazy, bro. It's reality.
But see, before people got to look at things like that, they were inundated with information that would have them think that they don't need to investigate. Because they're like, look, I got all my information right here. I know everything I need to know right here. I don't need to see any of that stuff because I know you guys are liars. No, we've been doing this for like fucking 6 years, bro. The video 5 years old. Anybody else? Or do you want to add anything else? Sir?
Well, the simple fact that you guys don't see how that proves nothing is the reason why you're flat earthers.
Okay. Well, I'm not going to engage with him. That was his opinion. Anyone else?
Oh my good God.
Scott, mate, we're not playing your bingo yet. Relax.
Yeah,
Gamma comes marching in.
Yeah, don't address what I said then. Yeah, go.
I mean, you should have opinion, not fact.
Well, fine. Here, look. Listen. UNR. Next page.
Well, Gray wants to continue with the circle jerk, so he doesn't want any
He
challenges to
wanted
his
to finish.
position.
He wanted to finish adding to what he was going to say. So you can go on in both.
Yeah, I just want to ask, what do you think these houses that they were showing in the second video, how high they approximately were above the water, above the beach?
My God.
No, gotta look back at the video.
To 10 meters, 20 meters, 30 meters, 40-meter houses. What?
Yeah, because you can see.
Probably like somewhere around there.
I would say that I'm not sure about the beach itself, but the houses were a very clear reference.
Mm-hmm.
But he's using the beach in his position as a reference.
Yeah, he's saying the same thing. So
You don't understand the entire topic.
No, that's not going on. They both saying the same thing. He's saying, "Wow, note those buildings," and what's his name? PMAC is saying, "Wow, note the beach." Yeah, you can see both things from 2 feet from 2 feet camera height.
Yeah, they're at the
10
beach.
miles away. 10 miles away.
If you're genuine,
remember the beginning. Remember the beginning from 10 miles away when he literally put the camera on the floor, and you could still see the light source. Remember that? That was the
Yeah,
first thing.
remember.
Yep. Yep. And mind you, the premise and the argumentation in video number 1 was very clear. So both video number 1 and number 2 pretty much are self-explanatory and debunk the claim in video 1. Right or wrong? Because it's very clear. They didn't say nothing about refraction. They didn't say nothing. They were like, look, this is where the obstruction is at. And even though it wasn't there, they still carried on and edited the video as if it was. Hello, wake up, America.
yeah,
Europe and wherever else.
it debunks the globe Earth.
Yeah, I admit it was a very good evidence.
Their argument was very clear in the video 1. I've showed the because that's just one edited version. I normally show the edited version from CFI on YouTube. That was a different edited version because I wanted you guys to see the the feeling that they try to bring about. Like, you know how propaganda gets you. You got the music going and she says, so what does this prove? And he says, it can only prove what? When she asked the cameraman. Yeah. So my question is, have the numbers for curiosity doubled today? And are there going to be more people asking people, hey, what's up with this shit right here? What? It seems pretty cut and dry. What's up with this? Because like, why aren't we all talking about this? Like, that's what we need. More people asking the right question, not people having 1,000 conversations about 1,000 things that don't go anywhere. That's all we need.
Yep. Physical, direct demonstrations.
Yes, I agree, definitely.
That prove absolutely nothing.
You can go round and round in circles about refraction all day long or whatever. But the best thing to do is, of course, to show something practical in the real world. And this video does that.
But it doesn't address refraction.
Clown.
If you can't understand that
What do you
says
mean?
something
You're
about
just
you,
saying a
Greg.
word and then you're just saying a word and then saying you don't understand. Walk us through the process. How did that not prove anything?
No, we're not.
What
No,
is
we're not
a
gonna.
refraction?
No, we're not gonna answer
Because
him because yes, we're not
refraction
gonna
would
answer
bend
him
because
because yes,
No more
would
than
bend the
Scott.
light around
No more than
the
Scott.
curve.
No
we're
more.
not gonna
No
listen. The
more.
reason
Because the refraction
this
would
is the
bend the
point
light
of
around the curve.
listen. This is the point of why I did what I did. Yesterday, Scott didn't. He says bends around in one particular direction, around the curve, right? But here's the thing: we spoke about bending towards and away from normal, as it has to do with Snell's law and refraction. He had no idea. He had no justification for why it would bend down when the light is traveling into a less dense medium, which means it would bend up. He didn't have an answer, so he doesn't even know what he claims, that he doesn't even know who Andrew Thomas Young is. So we don't need to be listening to him. He doesn't know anything. So wasting our time letting him speak after this deafening death blow is going to do a disservice to the rest of everyone in the room. He doesn't know about refraction. We shouldn't let him talk about it. He doesn't even know.
Didn't you say these videos are made?
And I'm being real with you. Like, you can't. Oh, there's refraction. And we had a conversation yesterday in depth about refraction. He had no idea. I don't want to do that again because then we lose the feeling of what everyone just saw. Why do the same thing we did yesterday, which is a distraction away from the 2 videos we just showed? Let's just talk about that. Refraction. Well, they didn't say anything about that. You know what Mark Sargent said? Mark Sargent said it was refraction, and she called him a science denier. So it's not refraction, or it is. What's up? What's up? Which one is it?
No refraction, we see too far. There's refraction. The horizon is not the peak of a water hill. Horns of a dilemma.
I think I actually have a point about the refraction. I don't remember if that it is from this exact video, but I think it is. I saw a video about Bob the Science Guy back in the day, where he took one of the laser observations from the marble, and when he showed the perspective from the person who shot the laser, and he put in paint a straight line through that image of the laser, and if you precisely watched it, you could see the beam of the laser over distance bending away from the straight line. So I would say if I managed to find that, that could be a direct indication of downward refraction without any assumption.
That's beautiful, but guess what? Guess what? If you have a laser, right, and then you have an obstruction in front of you between observer B, like Mark Sargent. If there's downward refraction from your position, then the laser is never going to go over the horizon because it's going to go into the water. Correct me, right or wrong?
Correct.
Right. So that's not a good answer. For the
I got one quick comment for whoever just banned me. Notice I'm back. You have any idea why that is?
Me too. I mean, fuck you, I'm back.
But I made a very clear and concise point right now. We don't care about what Scott has to say. So if it's bending down, then the light from the laser from the marble will never make it over the horizon, much less into the horizon. Like it'd bend down, right? So correct, right or wrong?
You're right, and there's very few mirrors in this world that refract.
When they claim, hey, look, we got to turn off the laser because it's going to intersect the boat. Guess what? That's 8 miles away, where there's no, because the obstruction should be like what the laser is 2 feet. So the obstruction for that laser between him and point B should be at 1.2 times the square root of the observer's 9 feet. That'll give them just under 2 miles. So since that's under 2 miles, and they're supposed to be bending, then it should never be able to intersect the boat at 8 miles, right? The boat should be able to intersect the light, right? So let's keep our thinking caps on.
I want somebody to go to the highest place on the planet and try and find like the okay, so we'll go to the top of the, what's that? The thing in the France, the fucking goddamn tower of whatever, that shit.
Eiffel Tower?
Eiffel Tower. And then go to the top of the Liberty fucking goddamn thing and see if they can see each other. I just want that.
But we already have this. We already have what we just showed. Like that. This is kind of the beginning and the end of like there's a premise. The premise is being debunked. There's really nothing else. Like why should we do something else?
He didn't see the videos. He's new.
Oh,
Swally.
Hey, dude, just wait. I'm gonna bring something to you because I'm trying to help the flat earthers here, and I've thought about this a lot. The concept that the Earth is flat is not because the Earth isn't round. It's because of what is observable and what we're basically being told is our geographical truths based on what they show us. The flat earthers are not wrong, but they stopped early first of knowing that there's more of a conspiracy than just they try to make everything flat. They try to make everything flat when they try to explain everything, because there's places outside of what we think is a globe, or that are places that are not written on the map.
What kind of argument is that?
Do you get what I mean? I'm saying something without...
That was a poor argument, I'm sorry. Can you present an example, maybe, of what you're talking about?
It's not an argument. It's a baseless assertion. Either you can say, okay, how do you know that? Or say, I can imagine what you're saying. There's no reason for us to be at each other's throat. Look, we're supposed to be
No,
going in
I
the
just
same
said, can you
direction.
provide an example? Yes, I asked him afterwards.
Something that is a concept that is beyond, because to believe in flat Earth is easy just to say that the Earth is flat, but without understanding what the concept of what they were trying to do and deceiving us about what the globe looks like actually was entailing. The flat earthers and the, took that just to listen, flat earthers and just thinking the earth is flat, that's the fucking fallacy, and that's where we're laughing at each other, you know. But there's a deeper thing that says, okay, but there is a round place and they tried to make it flat, and there's places upon places where none of us can go on this planet, even though it may
That
be
was
round.
incoherent.
Okay, so you're digressing from the point.
Hold on. Let me, because if you guys don't want to be nice and you guys don't have that feeling in your bones right now, let me
I'm
speak.
not you. Just swallow it. I have my.
Because obviously, if you have opposition to what he's saying, like it's look. So, just you were finished with what you were saying, sir.
I was saying that there is a level to, I believe flat earthers not because the earth is flat, but because of the conspiracy that there is something more to what they did when they made the earth flat in order to put it on paper and teach us everything. That is something that we don't know about, worlds and lands that are beyond the lands that we think is Columbus went the world go around and it's Africa. There's more to it. There's more to it than that. And I'm not even above saying that it might be hollow. I'm not even above saying that. That it's a globe, but it's a hollow globe. And I'm not even above saying not saying that. And that would still allow
He's
for
just
flat.
being incoherent. He's not trying to make a point.
You gotta no. I'm just
Okay, sorry.
So you gotta complete your point at some point. So just try to finish your point because people are waiting to respond to the 1,000 things you said. So just try to finish.
He doesn't have a point to be made. He contradicted himself 3 times.
Gregory. If you tell that to a child, they would cry. When I said be nice, be nice.
Okay, so
Those
flat
boys
Earth.
weren't nice.
Okay. What are you saying?
Can you finish your point, sir?
What I was saying is that the flat Earth theory may well hold water, but not on the way.
We heard all of that. Can you fast forward to the end of the last thing you said so you can finish your point in like 30 seconds or less?
That there's a hollow Earth and that the inside of a sphere can be perceived to be flat.
Is that all? Is that all?
Why are you saying it like that? Like my point
because
isn't
I
down.
want to respond after you've completed your thought.
Infidel is not a nice way to tell another gentleman. You just say, have you conceived your point, sir? That's all.
Yeah, because I don't want to talk over you. I'm just making sure you're done.
I'm sorry. I apologize. Proceed.
Yeah. So we just watched 2 videos over the last 25, 30 minutes. So your premise, like, because you kind of inserted why we would conclude that it's level, right? So your premise isn't why we've concluded it. The videos we've watched and the tests that we've done is why we've concluded it. So everything else you said is kind of, it flies in the face of what we literally just saw.
Okay, so you believe everything that you saw on TV is what you're telling me right now as an American. I believe
I did my own observation.
We watched it 20 minutes ago. We watched
Can I
it 20 minutes
respond?
and we didn't.
Can I
and I concluded
respond?
because I saw it on
Can
TV.
I respond? Yeah.
All right, cool.
So the observation that we all watched is one that I've done myself with the same methodology. So same methodology, but my own observation. At least over most of the people in this room have done the same thing. It wasn't about the videos for those who have not yet done it. So I've set the groundwork for people to go out there and do it themselves because they know what they're doing based on the claim from the opposition and Nat Geo.
Is your point that I haven't done it, or I'm just not agreeing that that is not the case? Because
All right, guys, I think it's time to mute him because he's trying his hardest not to listen or engage what I'm saying. Like, I don't think
That's what I said earlier. That's what I said earlier.
But you got to give him a chance, though. You got to give him a chance.
We gave him a chance. Eli.
One more chance. One more
I
chance,
saw long
Wally.
before now.
You get one more chance. Come on. You can do it.
Well, I gotta say something. I'm supposed to keep quiet until you guys go.
No, he's done. It's over. He's not really talking to us. So there's
I'm
no
asking.
point in us wasting our time talking to him. Is
What I was
anybody
saying
else
that
want
you're right about the laser when a boat goes over the horizon because it's a straight line. We live on a globe, but then where the concept of what
Yeah,
flat Earth.
you gotta mute him. Yeah.
Where is it a
It's a
globe?
straight line. We live on a globe. What the-
It's a straight line on the
He's
globe.
incoherent.
Why do you think I just said what I said? Enough of him.
No, but you want the listeners who participate by listening to feel like we gave him a chance, Gregory.
Yeah, we did. We did. When I said that we Ben did that. So
Did anybody bother to ask him if he can validate his claim at
No,
all?
we don't want to do that. No, we know I just made y'all sit through 30 minutes so we wouldn't have to ask people what they know, what we know they don't have. Let's stop asking them for things that we know they don't have. Right? Like, because then we'll just be talking about fantasy all day. Like,
to be honest, some people don't know that they don't have it, right?
Yeah, I know.
He wasn't trying to make a claim, Sezu. He was trying to irritate.
I just bounced in here, so I'm trying to figure out what's going on. So
Yeah, but we're just saying, like, I'm tired of asking people for what I know they don't understand and what they don't have. There's no point in me doing that because it wastes my time. I'm not saying y'all can't. I'm asking y'all if y'all feel the same way, seeing as that I put it that way.
no, I feel the same way that you do. Sometimes I think that once people realize that they don't have the thing that they think exists, it gives them a moment to pause, right? So, but
but you'll be fighting them the entire way versus just talking to people who are ready to listen. Just talk to people who are ready to go, okay, why are you here? What's this about? What have you got? Those are the only people I want to talk to. I don't want to chase people down. I don't want to have to convince people what's good for them because people do what's bad for them because we already know that.
I'm with you, bro. Like 100%. The problem that we kind of want to avoid in this particular room is dead air. So even we will talk to people that are persistent to create content.
You can't avoid that. You can't avoid that either. Either people
we can avoid it if people are willing to engage, even if it's dishonest.
Yeah, but my point is, if people aren't in your thoughts, then we can do what we did just now. Until someone comes in who has who can be serviced. Like, so what I'm saying is, we don't have to talk. We don't have to put a little microphone up to the rats who are walking around because no one's in the store. We don't have to do that for dead air.
We don't have to.
Well,
I understand that,
but you have a dead room if you don't.
Yeah, but see, that's what they're banking on because the tone of the room, it's in a different area right now, and it's primed for genuine people to come in here and ask the right questions.
Those people don't exist.
Starts talking, those people, he thinks they don't exist. Guess what? They never will. If he's talking and they're like, well, I don't understand what you guys are saying. You're not making a point. He's not making a point. You guys are yelling at each other. So people like my sister, my mom, my brother, my cousin, regular people, they'll just leave.
You ain't getting those
Those
people.
are the people that we want to engage, right? Right or wrong? We want to engage like genuine people who are not going to just ignore what we're saying, right? That's the point. So we gotta create an environment where those people actually have room to come in. So dead air is not bad. Dead air is dead air is bad when people don't know you're open for business and why you're open for business. Like, but you tell them, hey, this is why I'm here. Why don't you come on in?
Besides, the dead air doesn't last for like several minutes. It lasts for several seconds after a savage point is completed in refutation to someone.
So let's bring it back to the whole point. The whole observation beyond the limitation of the geometry of the globe that demonstrates that there is not such a thing. And Globus, who's arguing against that observation? What is the conclusion about it?
If there are any. Anyone? Just in case you forgot, the horns of the dilemma. There's no refraction, then we see too far. There's refraction, then the horizon is now the peak of a water hill wrapped around a ball. So just keep that in mind.
Or it's flat because of refraction as well. They say that.
Mm-hmm.
When there's dead end, right? When there's dead end, it's because nothing better can be said. Like that's it. I'm trying to unlock my phone.
Yeah, it shows that refraction actually will obstruct things, not Earth curve, and it shows that a refraction won't make you see too far. It just limits your visual acuity to the deck of what you're looking at.
But it's I'm just pointing out. It was we can chase nostalgia. It was clear to fill dead air 4 years ago. But behind the point that was made today, it's not cool anymore. It had we should be look. I propose that after something like that, we should have more people who are curious and waiting to ask the same questions that we're asking. So it shouldn't be dead air. It actually should promote more people asking the questions that are actually important. That's what I want to do. I don't want to do the same thing we've been doing for 4 years. I want to grow. It's not fun for me to tear down somebody like Stott for literally no reason when I know he's just going to come back tomorrow and we're going to play the set. That's not fun to fill dead air with that. I'd rather dead air. But I mean, I'm only saying that because now that I put my energy out there and what my focus is on, I'm just hoping that other people agree. Because if you don't, then it could be 20 years down. Do you want to still be doing this with Scott 20 years from now? Do you think that this conversation deserves more respect? Where we got somebody like I don't know, somebody reputable that decided to come in here and have a conversation because we're actually asking real questions.
Well, you actually had people trying to engage with you on the point, besides others that just wanted to disrupt. So next time, ignore the ones that are just not trying to engage cohesively with the argument and the point, and address the ones that want to engage, and that's it, right?
Yeah, I agree.
So consider this. If it is the case that our end is to be edifying to newcomers, to whoever is in the discourse, then we should behave in a manner that demonstrates the highest respect for the users and the subject, which excludes beating dead horses, going round and round in circles with invincibly ignorant bigots.
Except that we're not going to have that 100% of the time, even though obviously we try the best to have the best conversation, but we got to bring a point, bring it home, and then maybe move on to the next person or the next point.
So
I'll stay on the same one, obviously.
I'm only proposing because this would fix, in my mind, this would fix the problem. And I just Nathan is on this point now, but I was on this point before him. And that is, I don't want to ask you. You guys know that I've been on this point because before this place was here, we were in the other server. And I would say, why are we asking them anything other than why you're here? Because that'll tell you whether or not you have the information they want or you don't. So it's like, I'm only asking that because I need to know that you want to know what I have. So either I'm going to tell you about that or I'm going to tell you about nothing. And I've been trying to get people on that page for forever. So it's like saying, why don't you prove this? They can't. So what are they going to do? They're going to straw man our position. or they're going to explain something where we're going to be like, no, that's not correct. Here's a citation. But guess what that does for the audience? They're not learning anything other than the other person sounds stupid. But what are they learning to go and ask someone else? Nothing. So it's best to be like, why are you here? Okay, let me tell you what I can do for you. Maybe this information is something you've never come across before. That's the only thing I want to do. Am I crazy for saying that?
You're not crazy. You're trying to cut to the chase. So as of now, remember anyone who has any critiques, because we've already went through it, unless there's anyone in here who hasn't seen what Eli just presented several minutes ago, and then I suppose we could show them again, or we can just send them the links.
I think we just show the video like once a day, if that. If there's an audience for it, like if there's enough people where they're like, well, they didn't hear this, then they haven't engaged in this, but nobody wants to sit through that like 30 minutes every. They didn't remember when I used to do it the other way when it was only like 7 minutes, where I was like, okay, look at this 1.5 minute video on YouTube, the horizon. Okay, now look at Google. Google tells you, okay, here's the formula for what the guy in the first video said. Now here's CFI investigators. Here's 7 minutes, and they still was like, I don't get it. But that's what I used to do. Like, to me, this is a whole class of, look, this is what they said. Here's what we've done to test that claim. As you can see, their claim was false. This is all I got to say. If you don't want to deal with any of that, then like I'm not here to speculate with you all day. I got better shit to do.
So in this,
anyone in here who hasn't seen the videos yet, because if you haven't, then I could repost the links to the videos and you can watch them.
you can repost them because I didn't. I was doing something else. You can repost them, please, kindly, so I can click on them and look eventually. But we have Talon in here, and Talon is back after a few days cooldown. And I was asking Talon on his 3 horizon theory because it's in relation to what Elijah is talking. So Talon, can you explain this? I'm gonna post it.
You didn't read the message where I said I don't know where you got the 3 horizon theory.
So what do you call this one? The one that you made this?
That's something for
That's
when they're saying something, you put with it to give it an accent.
Elijah, you're hot micing. Elijah, you're hot micing. Elijah, you're hot micing, bro.
Right, can you include the 4th picture for me, Dweller? You're leaving out one of the pictures I sent you.
Yeah, post the refutation to your theory about the 1, 2, 3 horizons.
Well, it's not letting me post anything in the chat, so if you could please include like the because that's just the black swan, and I was just pointing out the refraction in that picture blurs the horizon into 3 different horizons, and so you're leaving out.
Oh, you want me to post the other one, the one that you sent me? You want me to post that one?
Yeah, you got to post all the pictures of the horizon, but include the clear view of the horizon and not the one that's well refracted. So like I don't know, because like there you go.
This one.
Right. Yeah. So there you go. So which of those, which one out of those 2 pictures, which horizon would you use to identify the true, most accurate horizon? Which one of those horizons?
Both the horizons.
Those are all horizons. You think those are all the horizons to you?
Yes, on different days with different atmospheric conditions. Yes, that's
So
the
how does
horizon. Go on, carry on, Talon.
How does I don't understand how there's the horizon can go from 3 horizons to 1 horizon. So which is it? Is the horizon 3 horizons or 1 horizon?
It's just one horizon. The horizon moves around depending on the atmospheric conditions of the day. You call that refraction, remember?
Sure. But what? So how are you? So you're saying? So you're also saying that's? So are you also saying that's refraction in the first picture?
It's always a refracted position because the horizon's optical. Depending on your altitude, the optic that you use, and the atmospheric conditions of the day, the horizon will move. That's what you're demonstrating for us, which we've been telling you for the last 9 years.
No, but that's wrong because
Sorry,
the
Gregory. That's
right
the
picture.
right there in the where he got the pictures from right there. Remember I told you that there are factions like that. That here they are. Remember we were talking about it yesterday? That's the website. That's one of them.
The right picture is not refracted. Like that's a clear view of the single horizon. It's not refraction. That's just a clear view.
See, so I'm sorry, Jed. I'm gonna give it right back to you.
No, you got it.
The video we watched undoes this entire, like everything he's doing right now is like, yo, did you see the video? Because you're arguing that the horizon may or may not be this. Take a look. You see how that kind of stops the conversation? Like, because here we are going to go through like it's not over. We're going to pretend it's not, and then go through the whole rigmarole. It's like, why can't people meet us where we are? Give them the information. Because they expect us to meet them where they're at. Oh, they're satellites. Like, right? It's all, they expect us to meet them where they're at. How about they meet us where we are?
So the next step is for Talon. Talon, this is what I wanted to go. I want Talon. The next step is for you to just look into this argument and see what you come up with, right? Like to see refute. You will be there to refute or try to refute what Elijah is doing. That's, I mean,
So the issue with begging for compromise is that you have nothing to compromise with. So I don't have to meet you in the middle when I can establish
Look in the open chat.
I can establish correct explanations without having to compromise with you.
So he's doing the thing the other guys do.
And then secondly,
the same thing.
Talon, you're not listening. You're trying to lecture us.
Yeah, you're not listening, Talon. You're not engaging. So never mind.
That was my first response.
Never mind.
Yeah, you're in thin ice, Talon.
I don't want to make it boring and stop the conversation. It's gonna be like this for a while. If this was Eli's world and we did it, like it'd be like that for a while. But as a marketer, like I know that there's a quiet before the storm. Like y'all don't see what it is. Y'all don't miss the old 24/7 like I do. That's why you're holding on to this fake shit. Now, I'm not saying this is fake. What I'm saying is back then, we had the Scott Mackeys, but at least we had like 10, 12, we had busloads of college kids, like, kids younger than that, older people coming in every day. I just want to speak to more. That's all. I just want to speak to more of them. Is there anybody out there that actually wants to deal with, the information? We can give this guy another chance. Look, I don't know if you're saying that the horizon, blocks things, it's geometric curve, but if that's their position, we just showed a video that proves that that's not the case. Period. Would you like them to go, away and take a look? Like, what would you like to do?
Yeah, Talon, I tagged you in the open chat.
It's like people have never checked out their weather app on their phone and understood what the visibility setting is. You can see 5, 10, 11, 12 miles today. Is that because there's a lot of distortion in the atmosphere because it's hazy out? No, it's because it's a nice clear day. You can see further on a nice clear day. Fucking hell, what a surprise. There's us thinking that the only reason that you couldn't see was because of physical Earth curve. No one seems to understand these very simple points.
What you said is entirely cogent. Yeah, he is one of those invincibly ignorant bigots. Hopefully he stops. Hopefully he stops ASAP. But he is, as of now, one of those. Anyone who's not an invincibly ignorant bigot can clearly concede to what you just said. There's nothing controversial about it. And so again, the dilemma, the points of the dilemma. No refraction, we see too far. There's refraction, the horizon is not the peak of a water hill wrapped around the ball. Someone ought to make that into a meme, ASAP. Because that's all it boils down to, refraction. Okay, so it looks flat, and you don't see the ball, but there's still a ball. Ad hoc retort. Anyone else? Anyone else new? in here?
Doesn't have to be new. Maybe someone wants to engage.
Well,
Yes,
you know how it is.
it's time to
You know how
turn.
we do,
It's time
Jimsy.
to.
You know, new folks priority.
It's time to turn a new leaf. Because I don't want to exclude anyone, not even Scott Mackey, out of the conversation. I just want you guys to know that, oh, okay, we were arguing about one specific thing. Here's a clear and concise conclusion. So now that this conclusion is had, I would like to carry on the conversation with you based on that and from that starting point, not before it, as if it didn't happen.
There's only two options. What you're seeing is not a distortion, or it is. Hence the dilemma that I've said, what, the fifth time today? Eli,
Yo,
you want to chat?
huh?
Do you want to chat in private?
Can't right now. I've been washing dishes for like an hour, and now I'm
Okay.
about to get on the train, so I'm like kind of in and out.
Okay. Well, any critiques, any objections to the arguments that we've said so far? Anyone?
Yeah, okay. Well, it is their critique. Everyone open. Everyone, both sides. Anyone. Is there any critique to the two videos argument? Did you see it? If you didn't see it, you have anything new? You want to talk about the eclipse? You want to what? We're here to talk. So let's do it. We don't want dead air. Like, I just hope that you guys aren't willing to speak unless you can make shit up. I hope that that's not the case, because
Yep, floor is open. Floor is open. Well, y'all willing, I'll return later. Peace to you all.
Anyway, as the hour is winding down, I appreciate you guys for participating and letting that happen. I guess that I will play the background and you guys do what you do.
Thanks, Eli.
Later, Eli. Tony.
I'm staying. I'm just gonna stop grandstanding. That's all.
What?
How you doing, Sonny?
Oh.
MC, bro.
I know.
Hey, bro, the other day there was, I don't know who was it, but there was some Glover saying, who was it? I think it was Scott, was it? I don't know, maybe it was him. That you don't know anybody that has navigated, and it would agree, right? That you use celestial navigation kind of like at the horizontal flat reference, right? That you wouldn't come to that conclusion. I've heard Sonny that have done this, and he agrees it's not a globe. So why he's saying no one thinks that?
Yeah, unbelievable. Well, because he's never done it himself, and he admits that much as well. He actually says himself that he's never done these things, and most everything he talks about on here, he's never done them himself. Anything. That's how you can cut them apart. Because once you go into the actual doing of something, then they will lose track because they have nowhere to go, because it won't fit with reality, and it'll be just very obvious.
Yeah, that's on his bingo card. Someone else did it.
Someone else did it.
Bingo!
Free bingo card. That's his free bingo card, he thinks.
Yeah.
Get out of jail free for previous fallacy. Ooh.
It's like this guy that goes to the burger store and he goes every day and he goes, "Your burger is so bad. I know because of the one I didn't have yesterday." He goes every day and didn't buy the burger. He doesn't buy it, but he's always saying your burger is so bad.
They'll give you a couple of fallacies on Tuesday for 3 hamburgers on Wednesday. Never mind.
It was who was it? Crypto said it pretty funny. Magic Mormon. I never tried your burger, but it's bad. And I know, you know why I know? Because the one I didn't have yesterday, the burger I didn't eat yesterday, so bad that today's has to be bad. Therefore, conclusions.
You're not going into global conclusions, are you?
I'm trying to think that way, but it doesn't make any sense. Go ahead.
Yeah, it's pretty.
You know why it's funny as hell? Because people like. Let me stop random saying names. The general. There are a lot of people, anti-flat earthers, let's say, that say, "I've never seen an argument that makes sense." Well, if that's the case, there you are. I just played 2 videos today. If you missed it, I can send them to you. And I can give you my argument and the things that I point out about the video. And here's the thing, like we always do, they say our arguments don't make sense. And then when we give them our arguments, they say, "No, that's not what I'm talking about. This is what I'm asking you." It's like, no, you were supposed to be dealing with my argument. Now you're asking me questions about your argument against the argument I didn't make. Okay, so if we're always wrong, deal with the argument that was put forth. But, you know what I mean? There's something on the table. Well, if we don't make any sense, okay, that's our argument. The horizon isn't geometric. You can see a laser from point A to point B. There's nothing in the way to obstruct it, except for the occasional boat that goes by. What's your response?
Elijah, have you seen what I've sent in the text chat when we ended watching your videos on the stream?
Yeah, because I'm
The
doing some
Science
house
Guys
cleaning.
video?
No, because I'm
Yeah,
doing some house cleaning. You want to like share or explain?
I'm sorry, but your microphone has very low quality.
You
So
gotta fix your mic, Elijah.
Yeah, I was just saying like I'm doing house cleaning. So if he wants to share a point, just share it with the class.
if you miss it, I can send it again or send the screenshot because the only thing that really matters is only one part of the video at the beginning.
With some
Right.
frantic typing in the background.
So
Meanwhile,
yeah, just share with everyone else what you're talking about, so I can listen in.
Okay, the screenshot is there. So this is basically a screenshot from Bob the Science Guy's video, which where he took a frame from the Marbles video that we were discussing previously, and he compressed that horizontally. And you can basically see that while the beam of the laser firstly appears to go straight, at the very end it starts to radically curve down.
Okay.
Yeah, so I would say this is a good indication, a direct observation without any inferences from some data, that the laser could theoretically, practically bend around the curve in that observation.
You know that what you're looking at is the same visual effect that you have with Lake Pontchartrain. It's not that the pylons are actually curving, it's a visual effect. Because obviously, when they go higher, you don't see any curve. It's a visual effect. But you know what you can't be fooled by when it comes to visual effects? If there was obstruction at 1.2 miles away and the laser was bending down, it would have never hopped the geometric horizon. Can't go up and then down, right? So either it's bending down into the horizon or it's just bending down, which has nothing to do with the geometric surface. One or the other.
What light is doing...
Okay, so you're seeing it then. What's that got to do with the horizon? It's not intersecting in the boat that it did or would have.
What direction the light is bending, it indeed doesn't have anything to do with the surface, but the effects it would have on the observations of the surface, it would indeed depend on the
That's what I'm
surface.
saying. Like if the laser was bending, then it would intersect the geometric horizon at 1.2 miles away.
No, it wouldn't.
Why
it would after some. It wouldn't. It would after some distance.
Hold on. Time out.
Okay.
There's a boat at least 8 miles away that the laser at some point intersects. There's a geometric horizon at 1.2 miles away. That's an obstruction, supposedly. Like the boat is an obstruction, most definitely. So what I'm saying is, if there is obstruction like the boat, then the laser should be intersecting it like the boat. But there is nothing between point A and point B for 10. There's nothing in between. Except for that boat that goes by.
Yeah, but I'm not talking about a laser or at the place, at the direction
Yeah,
of where
that's
that
what I'm
light.
saying. It's the laser is level. So for all intents and purposes, either you're going to say that the laser is going to be gaining in altitude because the Earth is curved.
No,
Or
if the laser is level, then it doesn't really help your case because the horizon is always below the level.
right. So if the laser is shooting into, why would it bend?
Because the horizon is always below the observer's level. The observer.
No, but I'm
eye
asking
height.
because I'm asking you why would it bend? Because other than what we see with Soundly, you got the pylons that look like they're bent. until he brings the camera up like 1 foot and you can see that they're not bent, that it was just a perspective issue. Wasn't that geometrically those pylons were actually bending over the curve of the earth? Because you can see them in the video look curved like that laser and then look straight. Can't be both.
When exactly it is happening, when they start to look straight? I would love to see the reference video.
Oh no, there's two things that they do. They raise the elevation of the camera, and two, they zoom in. So it looks like it's curved until they increase the field of view. That's what zooming in is. It's actually just
no, zooming in is actually decreasing.
If you zoom
the
into
field of view, not
something, if
increasing.
you're zooming into something, you're just increasing the angular size of what's already in your line of sight. Yes or no?
No, you're not increasing the angular size. You're decreasing your field of view, so your field of view covers smaller angle.
Oh my God! When you zoom into something that you cannot resolve, when you zoom in, you can now resolve it. It's not that the field of view decreased. You focus on the part of the pixels that you zoomed into so that it could be a bigger angular size so that you can see what's going on.
You absolutely decrease your field of view because your field of view is simply the angle.
Okay, both things are true. I just said both things are true. Do we agree?
I wouldn't agree that it increases the angular size, but it's really irrelevant to the issue. It's really a matter of
Well, it does increase the angular. Listen, if there's someone on my Call of Duty screen that takes up 10 pixels, and then I zoom in and it takes up more pixels than that, I've increased the amount of space or angle. I've increased the angle of which I like. What? Somebody else help me.
Yes,
like
but
so
in
we
that
could
case,
get past. So we could get past
the
this
unit.
very, 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 very stupid point. Please.
Okay, I agree that point is
No,
stupid.
stop
That's why
talking. I
to
want
move
someone
on.
else who can kind of point, because this is not something that we should argue 5 minutes. This is ridiculous at this point. Like, so it's no point, right? Let me just get a third party person.
Who wants to go in
come
with camera? So yeah, it widens the angle of view. It widens because it has a larger aperture than your eye. So then you have more field of view, just like Eli said. Exactly like Eli said.
Do you disagree?
No.
As far as I know, that's my story, and I'm sticking to it.
Do you disagree?
No. Okay, so the
when you zoom in, are you zooming over a curve? I'm looking at a window. If I zoom into the window, I'm just going to zoom into the window. If I zoom into a building, I'm going to zoom into a building. If I'm going to zoom into an obstruction called Earth curve at 1.2 times the square root of the observer's height in feet, then I would just be zooming into the horizon. Same as the buildings, same as anything else. Now, if you're saying that, well, actually, the horizon is below you so that it will never intersect, guess what? It should never intersect where the observer's looking at. There's nothing in between. It's not going up and then coming down. Now you've given an image that would appear to be like that's the case. Like, oh look, it dramatically bends at the end, but you're missing the fact that there's no bending in the beginning. Like there's just, if he would have zoomed in, then what appeared to be bent would have looked straight because we saw that effect before. It's not that it's actually curved. You zoom in and it will straighten out. That's not an actual bend.
I would love to see that in practice. That's what I asked at the beginning of the conversation.
All right, whenever I can, I'll find it. Or somebody else has that gift of soundly and the pylons. You guys give it to them, and then we'll be done with this point.
Yeah, from what I experienced, it's really kind of the opposite because the curve, it starts to get more detectable the further something is, because of course with the distance the angular size of the objects decrease, So the same.
You're looking at
Can I? Can you
you're
let me
not looking
finish?
at a curve though. That's the problem. Like, according to the math, the curve begins at the horizon.
What? The curve is just a property of
Actually,
the
that's
entire surface.
I don't know if I agree with that, but the curve, like the portion which the angle is like in a direction that your eye can't see because it's beyond the hill, so to speak.
That's
Like,
called a tangent. In geometry, that's
Mhm.
called a tangent. There's a word for it.
Yeah, but you don't have a tangent. That's the problem because the tangent would be at 1.2 miles. There's 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 no tangent. There's no curvature. There's just 10 miles and a boat in between at some point. There's just a straight line of sight.
Yes, in that case, yes, because as I already said, there is a photo of the laser bending down, so it is expected that you would see further away than that, because the laser would be able to bend around the curve. The question is how far away you would be able to see that,
So
how much
remember, though,
that bending
he
would
was
increase your
remember,
range of view.
he put the camera on the floor and saw the source of the laser in the beginning on the floor. So let's say 8 inches. How far away is the obstruction? Right? Because with the camera on the ground, he could see the laser source 10 miles away.
If for the sea level, the horizon is something like 3 kilometers, from what I remember.
Excuse me?
Geometry. If you're perfectly at the sea level, so you have no altitude, then
Yeah, you wouldn't see
geometrically
anything
the
because
horizon
the
would be
horizon is zero.
at 3
You'd
kilometers.
just be looking into space, supposedly. But you could see the whole. You could see the laser source from the camera being on the ground. We saw that in the video. I mean, so if the laser is pointing down, then it would point down into the ground. Wouldn't be following the path of the curve of the Earth. Just go into the floor or the water. There's no geometric
Yes,
horizon. There's no proof
I
that the
agree.
horizon.
I agree
There's
with
no
that.
proof that the laser is curving around,
The
like
instance.
at 8 inches off the ground or less.
Okay,
There's nothing
when
you can tell me where I would think that there's just a little collimated laser shooting a source just gently around the 8 inches per mile squared, where it could. No, like that's first of all, I don't even know what like refraction is when you put your hand in the water and it appears to be in a different position than it is.
yeah, that's
There's
one of
no
the effects
such
of refraction.
there's no such thing as you seeing something from over a hill because it's bending around a curve. The video shows that.
I mean, it's replicable though. There's the entire thing with the sugar gradient
No,
in a
no,
fish tank.
it's repeatable as in you can go to their location and do the same thing. That's what's repeatable. We don't look through sugar water.
What I mean, what is repeatable is that refraction can cause an
I
effect
know
like
the
that.
you're talking about actual refraction because there's a laser that's shooting into a tank with sugar water. That would be refraction. What we're talking about is a laser being shot straight through the air. That's not refraction.
Why do you think air wouldn't cause a refraction?
Well, I mean, because of Snell's law.
Yeah, what about Snell's law?
Snell's law. There's There's a boundary. There's 2 isotropic media. That's why.
Yeah, or alternatively, refraction could occur in one anisotropic medium. But in
I
that
didn't
case, it
understand what
wouldn't
you just said.
Anisotropic medium is a medium throughout which the sum of the properties change. So in that case, it would be refractive index. So
Well,
it
let me.
doesn't have any
Yeah,
uniform reflective index throughout.
but listen. You need light to cross a boundary from one medium to another. If you're saying that's not the case, just give me a citation. I'll look it over.
Okay, so I think what you're
Just
describing
pause. Give
phase.
me a citation for what you're saying, because I didn't
Okay.
not hear what you said. I just want you to give me a citation for what you've already said. I don't need you to explain. I want the citation to mirror what you said, and that's all.
Okay.
Is that a problem? Tell me
No,
now,
it's
so
not.
I could just go on
It's
mute
absolutely
and
not a
go on
problem.
about my day.
Here's a citation. I'm going to post it.
I'm still looking. Okay.
It's in the chat right now. Yeah, it's a differential form of Snell's law. So you basically transform
Okay, look,
Snell's
check
law
this out.
for
Check
the
this
use.
out. Stop.
Okay.
Snell's law in the form of n sine theta equals constant is useful in calculating how a light ray is bent in traveling from one medium to another, where there's a discrete change of refractive index. That's exactly what I said, and the opposite of what you said.
Okay. Can you now read the rest of the sentence, not only the
Okay,
cherry-picked part?
cite it, as in tell me what paragraph to go to.
I mean, it's literally the next sentence after the one you read.
If there is a medium which the refractive index is changing continuously, a different form of Snell's law may be useful. Okay, and what medium might that be? A continuous change.
Air, for example?
Okay, now describe to me how air has a continuous change. Are they talking about vertically or horizontally?
Vertically.
Right. So we're looking over the surface horizontally. So that leaves the fact that the Earth is curved and that you're looking through curving atmosphere, yes or no? Because the only way for the light to intersect another layer is if what's horizontal is actually curved in front of you.
No, another
Right?
way. Even if you assume that
I just need you to. I'm trying to clarify,
you
and I
please
just need you
stop
to accept or
interrupting me?
not. Listen.
No, I don't accept that.
Okay, so explain it then. So
I
explain.
was trying to do so. Yeah, so even assuming that the layering of the atmosphere is horizontal, if you look
No.
Why not?
No, I don't
Wouldn't
agree.
that be the case?
Because I just
Wouldn't that
asked
be...
you if it was horizontal
I
or
didn't even make
vertical.
the point. What are you trying to agree or not agree with?
I just told
I
you
didn't say
because
anything.
I asked you already if it was horizontal or vertical, and you said the change was vertical. And I said, okay, then if we're shooting a laser horizontally, then all that's left, logically, is to think the only way that the laser will go from one density to another is if the air is curving.
I too love Israel. Yes, Palestine's flat.
So you said you disagree. So then I need you to explain how the light that's being shot horizontally would intersect another layer. If we're talking about a vertical change, I need you to explain that if what I said is incorrect.
Yeah, I would ask you, how do you make sure that the laser
Don't
is
ask
perfectly
me.
horizontal?
I'm asking you, because if the change is vertical and I'm shooting horizontally, then you need to tell me how what you're saying makes sense.
It wouldn't make sense assuming that the laser goes perfectly horizontal, but I don't think in this observation there's any way to determine that. Because if the laser was angled even at a very small angle relative to the horizontal, it would already pass through different mediums, and from what I saw, the marble was holding laser manually instead of on some kind of leveled tripod. So I think this objection is perfectly reasonable. Also, from what I understand, we're trying to falsify the globe Earth, not the flat Earth, in this experiment. So, assuming the globe Earth, to falsify something, you have to assume that model, and then by that assumptions, you have to make some observation that contradicts these assumptions and reduce
I
that
am, but you told me I was wrong.
Yes, but so to assume
No,
to
not. Why would you
falsify
say
the
yes,
globe.
but? Why won't you ask me for clarity? Why don't you ask me for
Because
clarity? No, because now that I'm
if you
hearing
want,
what you're saying, I was trying to actually speak to that, and you told me no, I was wrong.
I
So
didn't know
why
you're
don't
trying
you
to
ask
speak
me for clarity now, at this point, right now?
because I was still speaking.
You
I wanted to
told me
finish
I
my
was
sentence.
wrong when I wasn't wrong. You're speaking, saying the same shit that I said. That's why I'm trying to stop you. Because you told me no.
How am I supposed to know when you're
So
trying
we're
to
supposed to
speak?
be debunking the globe, yes, right?
Yes, yes,
So when you shoot a laser horizontally, at some point it's going to intersect the vertical boundary of the atmosphere, right?
yes. At every single
Okay,
point.
you told me no
That's
to
not
that. You told me no to that.
I thought
And then we
you.
didn't continue. So we were stuck there because you told me no. And we never
Okay,
moved
because
on.
okay, sorry. I thought that you're trying
So
to
you should let
make
me
an.
finish then, because when you stopped me, you told me I was wrong.
Okay, sorry. Go on and just explain what you're trying to say.
So if I'm shooting the laser from point A to point B, and I know the ground is curving, the laser is entering less dense air, which means that the laser light is going to bend away from normal. Well, I
Yes.
gotta go. I'm being called by my girl.
Okay. In the case if someone doesn't understand, I had a bit of confusion and misunderstanding with what he was trying to say, because I thought he's trying to say that I have to additionally prove that the Earth is also curving, because he's trying to postulate that the Earth is horizontal. The layering of the Earth is horizontal because the Earth is flat.
Why would you
I,
put words in my mouth?
I don't. That's why I
Well,
explain what I think
are.
you were trying to
Why do
say.
you think that I
But
don't understand something
I
based
was
on
trying
what
to
you said?
explain. I was trying to explain what I thought you were trying to say, but I was wrong about that. Never mind. That doesn't really mean anything really.
So
I
you're saying
already
I'm
went
right?
over that. No,
You're
I'm
saying
saying I was wrong.
you're saying my point is valid?
I don't
Are you
think
saying
it's
my point
valid,
is valid?
but I don't think it's valid. But I think I
Right.
created a
So
straw man
then
of that
why are
point.
you putting words in my mouth? Because you just started talking about someone not understanding the refractive index. Why are you telling people that I don't understand? Why are you telling people that?
I'm
Man,
not.
don't let him fluster you.
I
I'm
just
not.
want everybody to understand why you're telling me I don't understand something.
I'm not.
You just did before I opened the mic.
No, I was trying to describe my misconception about what you said, not what you
You
actually said.
just said you don't agree with me. It's not an opinion, dog.
Okay. Even if I don't.
Based on
Okay.
what you believe, what I said is accurate. Because you
Even
got that the refraction is happening and moving with the curve of the earth because it's going through a more dense medium. But it's the opposite of that. So it would bend the opposite way. Is all I'm saying. You're not really articulating why I'm wrong about that. You're just telling people that someone doesn't understand the refractive index. Why would you do that?
I'm not.
You're a liar, bro.
What do you guys have to like wait until the room is quiet and to the person who made an argument that was clear to go away so you just start whining about it? Is it? The two videos I showed clearly debunk. Like 'cause you're talking about refraction. Meanwhile, in the first video, um, when Mark Sargent says it's refraction, they call him retarded. Like, what am I missing? The bottom of things disappear because of what's happening in the air. He's retarded. Oh, we can see more of the earth because of the things in the air. Perfectly reasonable. Double standard much? Now, see, when I talk, I don't have to lie about it. I don't have to lie about anything or what anyone is saying. Well, in fact, I'd rather just, press play and let people hear what you guys say. So I'd rather do. That's what I do with my friends. I'm like, I know I haven't heard you. I know you haven't heard me talk about flat Earth in a while. Check out what this nigga said. It's image. That's his. Yeah, that's what I use it for. So what's happening at 1.2 miles in the first video? It's refracting down into the water.
No, the light that would normally pass above the observer, it bends down so the observer can see what's happening. Not the light that would normally be below him, which refracts even harder down, but rather the one that is above him.
Did anybody understand that? Yeah. I'm asking you again. In the first video, when the stripes are disappeared, but you can see the horizon beyond, what kind of refraction is going on that the horizon is 1.2 miles away, but you can't see it, and you don't see the stripes? What's happening? Is the light bending down or is it bending up? Which one is it? Both? Which one is it?
At the moment,
Light's bending down, therefore bottom of boat is missing. Light is bending up, therefore you can see the horizon behind the boat. Which one is it?
the light, it's in standard conditions in the atmosphere is bending down. But you can have non-standard conditions at a small scale, usually very near the surface, where such extreme conditions can happen, and then you can have that situation reversed.
So you're saying both in a short, the short version of it is, are you saying both is happening at the same time simultaneously?
In what particular case?
I just clearly asked you about the boat and the stripes and the horizon just now.
To be honest, I absolutely don't know what is happening there. This is the first video.
So why didn't you respond with that then? Why didn't you respond with that?
Because I didn't know what you were talking
Because
about.
that was the honest truth. Because I asked about that and you started talking not about that. Why didn't you just respond with, honestly, I don't know what's going on there? Because clearly, you not knowing what's going on has nothing to do with the conclusion. They claimed that the horizon was obstructing the stripes. That wasn't the case, but they put the video in. The end.
Okay, when you were asking which direction would light be bending, I tried to construct some kind of schematic model. I posted it again in the chat. If you want, you can take a look at it. It's very simplified, but it's basically you have the Earth, you have some laser that is shot horizontally from that point where the observer is standing, and you have, in that case, two layers of the atmosphere. In the reality, there's an infinite number of them, but this is just an approximation. So, because the light is passing through from more dense medium to less dense medium, it's going to bend away from the normal. That's why the angle alpha is smaller than the angle beta, which is measured from the normal. And the light, as you can see, is bending down from the perspective of the observer. Now take that, but make infinite number
Looks
of
like 90
such
degrees to
layers.
me on this. Looks like 90
Where is the
degrees
90
towards.
degrees?
Well, it would be 90 degrees with the center of that blue circle then. That line from going from A.
Yes, the normal in that case would be 90 degrees relative to the Earth.
This
I mean,
that's
no,
exactly what I told. That's exactly what I told Scott yesterday. He told me no. So yeah. So what angle? Oh, okay. I see. You don't have a second angle. So B is so B is bending away from the normal, correct?
yes.
Right.
Normal is like that vertical line.
Right. So you understand what I said then.
No.
So now what do you mean? No, it's
I
right
think
here in your diagram.
from what I remember, what you said was the exact opposite of what I've drawn, because you said that because of Snell's law, light should actually bend upwards, and from my diagram, it seems like it should bend downwards. So the effect is exactly opposite than what you claimed.
No, B is definitely bending away. So the perspective of that ray of light is up because the blue line, which represents the Earth, is down. So that ray of light is going up and away, not curving down.
Yeah, but remember that up and down on a globe are relative directions, so this entire...
I know. That's why
Okay.
the observer at point A has a 60 foot drop from his level to the other person at B. But that level is what represents the light that's going to bend away from the observer, from his perspective.
This entire phenomenon on the picture...
Just like in this diagram.
Yeah,
Just
on
like
the
in this
diagram...
diagram. So I don't get where we're getting confused. Just like in your diagram, it would bend away from the observer from that perspective. This is where I don't understand what you don't understand about that.
Yeah, the direction of up and down in this diagram, I'm describing them relative to the observer standing at the origin point of this laser, or whatever you want to call that pink beam.
Right, so that's what I'm saying. So the rays of light is going to bend away. Away. And from that perspective on this diagram, away is up from the curving blue line. From the perspective of this orthographic view, this is exactly what I was thinking. Not
Yes,
following,
from the perspective...
not following the blue line, not following it, deviating.
if you defined up and down from the point of the boundary between these two mediums,
I'm going
then
for
the light would
stuff
indeed
right
be
here.
bending up. But we're defining that from the origin point of that laser, so it still would be down relative to that observer.
Okay, but it's never going to intersect the line of sight of the observer at B. The video I just showed you has both directions. You have A looking at B, you have B looking at A. B can see A can see B. Your diagram is not representing what I just said.
Yeah, because it wasn't trying to show
because
that.
A shouldn't. I know, but you're saying one of the things that's interesting is if we take this into account, then it works. No, it doesn't. Now you're saying it has nothing to do with what I was saying.
The purpose of this diagram was just to show the direction of bending of light, not its actual application of how it would impact the view. But I can also do that on a separate diagram.
Why? Why? Because yesterday when I had a conversation, today when I reiterated the conversation, I didn't say light doesn't bend. I said you guys have the directionality of the light wrong. It's not bending down with the curve of the earth, it's bending away from it. That's what I said. So you showing me that light bends, that's not special. The problem is, should not be reaching the observer.
I would say that it bends towards the Earth in my diagram.
Oh my God!
Not away from
No, it doesn't. No, it doesn't.
Yeah, you want me to draw? You want me to draw the line assuming that it doesn't bend?
I'm looking at it right now. I'm looking at B right now.
Okay. Wait a moment.
I'm
I'm going
looking
to do
at
that.
B right now. These are. See what I'm saying? These guys don't. These guys don't.
Okay.
Can somebody because look, I'm expecting somebody else to unmute and go. Like, 'cause when you do it by yourself,
Elijah, look at that. I added second line to my diagram.
This is a waste of time. When you do it by yourself and other people aren't going, yeah, Eli's kind of right, you're kind of wrong. These people will keep going. Like, this is the whole purpose of me. Like, we all see the same thing. Somebody needs to come off my mute and go, don't you understand that you're proving Eli's point right now?
So what you're basically trying to say is that by pure arguments you can't really win with me, so you want me to get muted so you can spread some not very smart claims about me being able to address them.
Did I say that? You see what I'm saying? Like, why are y'all letting this happen?
Weren't you just talking about muting me?
No,
or did I hear that wrong?
I not once said somebody mute him. I said this is the point at which someone else comes off of mute and tells him, hey, actually, you're proving Eli's point. He just fucking turned around and gaslit the fuck out of me.
No. I want to discuss the actual image.
You know what? Maybe it's 4:34 and no one really gives a fuck because they rather send their kids to school with a person like this. And it'll be all right if that happens for another 1,000 years, because it's like, unless I'm playing the game, I'm not really a part of your conversation. I'm not really here. I don't really hear what you said. I don't really know that what you said makes sense.
Then why are you even discussing?
No, all I have is you, and I listened to you, and you presented a diagram, and it proves my point, but you're saying it doesn't. And I don't know where to go from there. Like, not only did you say what you said, it's recorded, you have a diagram, the diagram proves my point, but you're saying it's the opposite. That don't make sense.
I don't think you're really listening to me, considering that I can't even say like 4 words in a straight row without being interrupted.
Well, that's what I'm saying. You can lie and say that, and that's why I'm saying, well, why can't anyone else unmute and go, well, actually, that's not happening? Because you said X, then he responded with this, and it was a fair response. And Like, that's what you would expect. But because no one's here, you can just tell me, the person that you've been talking to, that what I'm saying isn't accurate, and what you're saying is accurate. You can just say I'm missing the point. You can just say all these things, but everybody, if this was a crowd of people, it was like, no, he did just address what you said. As a matter of fact, your diagram illustrates exactly what he's been saying for an hour.
I'm absolutely not trying to say that you're missing the point, but rather that I would love to you to allow me to even make that point in the first place without interrupting me, and then address that regardless of if you miss it or not. That would be very fair. So I basically added to the diagram, I sent it second time, a yellow line, which is just the line of that pink ray, assuming that this entire boundary of the Earth wouldn't exist. So this is how the trajectory would look like, assuming that this refraction wouldn't happen at all. And I want to ask you, do you think this yellow ray happens to follow the curve of the Earth more than this refracted pink ray, which is curving? Because this is, I think, what you were trying to say, that this refracted ray, it bends away from the Earth instead of towards it, following it. And I think this image shows otherwise. And remember that this is only a model that is supposed to explain how this happens in every single layer, but to get the actual effect, you have to assume that there's an infinite number of layers like that, or in other words, a gradient. So instead of just a sharp curve like that, you would have a continuous curve bending all the way in every single point of it. So it would be like a fragment of a parabola. And then you add all these layers up, which is basically the form of Snell's law that is described in my citation. This Snell's law, but transformed for media where you don't have a sharp boundary, but rather a gradient of refractive index that changes at every point.
Hello?
Hi?
So, I just heard like a couple minutes. So your argument is that the light is going down, and his argument is that it's going up, or what am I missing?
Yeah, I don't think how his argument, how you would be able to reference it in the terms up and down, because he wasn't using it. He was rather saying away or towards the Earth, and he was saying that it bends away from the Earth, whatever that's supposed to mean.
So in your diagram, you have a yellow line. Is the yellow line the light, or is it the purple line?
The purple and yellow line are both the light, but the pink line is the original model that I've drawn to show how it would bend, assuming that you have a boundary between two refractive indexes at this point where it starts to bend. The yellow line, I added it the second time when I posted the picture, because he started to argue that my model is wrong, and that actually this model shows the light bending out away from the Earth, not towards it. So I added a yellow line, which would be how the light would look, assuming that this bending doesn't exist, and it was just continually would just travel forward. And I asked him, does this straight line, this elongated by this yellow fragment, does it look to him like it's following the curve of the Earth more than the bent one? And he obviously didn't respond.
So he's saying that I'd have to rewatch the live stream, honestly. I'd have to rewatch it because I don't know if he's still here, but yeah.
Yeah, I think it's probably the best idea in that case, if you missed the beginning of the conversation, to get the entire context right.
Yeah. But the other problem I have with refraction is in order for refraction to even happen, you need the atmosphere, right? You need the gas. So you need gas pressure, right?
Yeah.
Right. So in order to have refraction, the gas pressure and the air in the atmosphere it has to stick to the ball, right? It can't go away, right?
Yes, you could describe it like that.
So it has to stick to the ball. Okay. Right. So you need it to stick to the ball, and if it goes away, what happens to refraction if there is no atmosphere? What happens if the gas pressure goes away?
It ceases to exist. You have
Right.
light traveling in straight lines.
Right, it ceases to exist. Exactly. So the bigger problem is actually, so you have this open vacuum. So the open vacuum of outer space is right next to the gas pressure, right?
Yes.
Okay. Are you able to well, first of all, are you able to demonstrate, because in order to claim an open vacuum exists, do you agree that if someone states an open vacuum exists, that is a claim? Do you agree with that?
Can you repeat that again?
Okay. If someone says an open vacuum exists, do you agree that that's a claim?
Yes, that's
You have
definitely.
to
Okay,
you
second,
have to define what an open vacuum is first, though.
Okay, fair enough.
Yes.
Let me be more specific. If someone says there is an area that has 10 to the negative 17 torr with no barrier, that's a claim, right? Do you agree that if there's an area next to the atmosphere that's 10 to the negative 17 torr, do you agree that that is a claim?
Yes, I agree with that.
Okay, how are you going to validate
it? I would validate it by measuring the relationship of the air pressure as a function of the altitude, and then based on that, when you measure that relationship, you can calculate at which distance you would predict for that air to drop to that particular value. And by
So
that
can you
would
demonstrate? Okay, so in that case, can you demonstrate 10 to the negative 17 torr with no container? Go ahead.
Well, hold on. Who's claiming no container?
The globe, the globers. They don't
The
believe in
globers don't contain. Yeah, hold on. They don't claim there's no container.
Yes, they do. Gravity is not
No,
a
they
physical
don't.
container. No, yes,
Hold
they
on.
do.
Not
Gravity
even
is not a
invoking
physical
gravity.
container.
Not even invoking gravity.
Alive to argue about things that you would just have to conclude logically versus an actual demonstration. Look at the zombies
You can
come to
demonstrate
life. But I'm gonna let you do your
demonstrate the
thing, bro, because I'm tired.
Thank you. So can I continue my thing with the other guy?
Yeah, globers
Thank you.
don't believe in a
So-
container. You're a liar.
Hold on. Many people do. So many globers and many models, we believe the edge of the universe is our container, whereas some flat earthers think the firmament is our
on the
container.
globe.
Both people believe
On
in
the
a
globe,
container.
there is no container. On the globe. Holy fuck, bro. There's no globe. There's no container between the atmosphere and outer space. You're a fucking liar.
So you can continue your conversation with Embo.
You could technically say that gravity has a function of a container, but it isn't a container in a physical meaning. That is a physical barrier.
What was the point of the yellow line, though? That's what I don't get. What's the point of the yellow line, sir?
Yeah, what I'm trying to say is that you can measure that relationship of air pressure as a function of the altitude, and if you establish that relationship,
You know what's fucked up about this? The line
What?
what's fucked up is that you have to actually have 90 degrees between the level, not the curved surface, and the the equator. Like, so refraction happens because you have a horizontal line, and then the normal line is perpendicular to that, and then the light ray enters the horizontal boundary at some point, and then it either bends toward or away from the normal.
Yes.
So here
But
you don't have a perpendicular, but ignoring that, what is the yellow line about?
the yellow line is an assumption that if this refraction at that point wouldn't happen, so if you imagine that this entire drawing, that part of the drawing,
Why are we
just
talking about
takes us-
that? Why are we talking about that?
because I wanted to ask you a question.
We were talking about light following the blue curved line to reach the observer on the other side of the blue curved line. None of these things help, because you have everything on the blue, everything in angle B, just moving away from the observer. And then you have the only one with angle A that would happen if it was moving into a thicker atmosphere. And that would hit the person in a 90-degree angle from the point if they're standing underneath that. So but I mean, I thought you had more. Jesus Christ. My bad. Sorry for jumping back in and going back. My bad. You guys can continue on whatever you guys were talking about, but none of this whole diet. No, go ahead. Go on.
Okay, no problem. I mean, at this hour, it isn't really unexpected that some of the people are starting to just kind of lose their words. I also have that tendency, so when I'm discussing, like, for example, at 3 a.m., I just warn people who I debate with that I'm going to probably say some dumb things and to not listen to me in these cases.
All right. So anyways, back to what we were saying earlier. All right. So how do you demonstrate 10 to the negative 17? Go ahead.
I would say that you can't do that directly. What you can do is to measure the continuous relationship of how much the air pressure drops with the altitude, and based on that function.
Sorry. Go ahead. Sorry.
Yeah, and based on that function, you could plug in that number 10 to the negative 17 torr and check on how much altitude you'd expect that air to have that value of pressure.
Have you ever witnessed 10 to the negative 17? Or have you ever saw someone measure 10 to the negative 17?
No, it's probably so high that not even the sounding rockets that measure air pressure with altitude they don't even bother to send these rockets there.
Then it's a belief.
I mean, it's a belief, but I would say it's a belief backed by evidence, because it's just an application of a relationship that you can directly witness. The fact
How did you validate 10 to the negative 17 torr?
I already explained that.
No, you didn't. You just said words. I'm asking, how did you physically, in real life, you just told me words. Have you measured it? You admitted you never saw it measured. You admitted to me that you never saw anyone measure 10 to the negative 17. That's a belief. So you believe in it. You don't know it exists.
Yeah, I believe in it, but I would say that knowledge is simply a belief that is backed by evidence. So I would say that this relationship is an evidence that at this given altitude, we would predict that air to have that value of the air pressure. And I would say that when we already established that, the fact that if you want to deny that... Okay, can you let me finish?
Go ahead. Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah. I would say that if we already established that repeatable, measurable relationship between altitude and pressure, if you want to deny that this relationship ceases to exist at given altitude, by denying that you would predict to have that 10 to the negative 17 torr at that given altitude, the burden of proof would be actually on you, because you're denying the thing that was actually already established.
Incorrect. I asked you, can you measure 10 to the negative 17? You said, no, I've never seen anyone do that. I've never seen anyone witness that. I'm not talking about a relationship. I'm talking about, have you validated 10 to the negative 17? You said no. Therefore, it is a belief. You don't know it exists. You just assume it. Predictions are not proof. If I say I predict magic to happen, that doesn't mean it's true. Just like how if I say, oh, I predict this happening at this altitude, great. You never measured it. You just assume it.
Yeah, but as I already said, I assume
Yeah,
it
how do
based
you know
on evidence.
what's the lowest pressure ever measured in the sky?
I have no idea, to be honest, but this
So how do you
difference...
know it goes? So how do you know it goes to 10 to the negative 17 torr?
Because the
Because
calculations
you're saying
that we
what you're
expect that
saying is they told me that it goes to 10 to the negative 17 torr. So at the rate that it reduces as I climb up in the sky, it must end up at 10 to the 17 negative torr. Yeah, but no one's ever measured that. What's the What's the lowest pressure anyone has ever measured in the sky?
I have no idea, but it's probably something
So
like
you have
10
no
to the
idea. So you can't
minus 5
can't
or
say
6.
you can't say that it goes to 10 to the negative 17, 10 to the negative 17 torr. You can't say that at all.
Yeah, I would say that indeed I can't say that in the meaning that we can be sure about that, but I can say that we can be
No,
pretty
you can't
pretty
even
convinced about
you
it.
can't even come to a conclusion that it could go to that.
I can, because I already said we have
No, you
some kind
can't.
of physical law, some universal relationship, and in that case, this value would be simple, just one of the practical specific applications of that
Why is
universal
it
law.
not?
So,
Why is it not 10 to the negative 27 torr? Why doesn't it stop there? Why doesn't it stop at 10 to the negative 6 torr? Why doesn't it stop there?
because the calculations, they show otherwise.
Calculations based on what?
On how much the air pressure changes with altitude.
Yeah, but how do you know where the line is, where it stops? How do you know where it starts and where it stops? How do you know what pressure it gets to for you to make a calculation in the first place?
You probably calculate it based on...
But you have no variables. You have nothing to go off. You don't have a concrete reading of anything. You're just making up numbers.
Yeah, but as I already said, I have evidence in that function.
You don't even know what the lowest pressure is they've recorded. So you don't have fuck all evidence that it goes anywhere near 10 to the negative 17 torr. You've got fuck all. Nothing. Fuck nothing.
Yeah, Timbo, I see what you're saying. I see what you're saying, and I agree with you. Like sometimes it takes another person to say, you know what, I agree with you, and here's why. Because the whole contention is, if the air pressure of Earth, all of it, from the highest pressure to the lowest pressure, is next to 10 to the negative 17 torr. Okay? So his question is, well, how do you know where it ends to make the calculation? Because from what I'm understanding, from what you're saying, is the conclusion is necessitated by the assumption. So because there's an assumption that there's a vacuum and we have this gradient of pressure, I'm going to calculate where it ends based on my assumption that it will end.
Yeah,
that's not
exactly. No. Because at the moment, all you'd have is the lowest reading that they've ever taken. So that would have to be your baseline of where it ends at the moment. you know, because you've got nothing else.
Okay, so even assuming that I don't have any reason to believe that this is this particular number, what would be the practical meaning of that, considering the fact that all of these values tend to the negative, let's say 4, 5, 7, 11. The difference between these values is already thousands, if not millions, of times smaller than the difference between any of these values and the pressure here on the surface.
What's your
These
point?
are absolutely
So,
negligible numbers.
so
So, this is what I'm trying to find out. What is the practical difference between these two things? Like, what would be the difference between space being a vacuum of 10 to the negative 6 torr or 10 to the negative 70?
no, well, I get what you're saying, but initially we were talking about air pressure being next to no air pressure. That would be 10 to the negative 17. If you're saying 10 to the negative 7 or whatever, like, I don't like, what is the maximum, or not maximum? What is the low? He already asked you, what's the lowest reading? And you're saying, well, I just want to know the difference between reading 1 near the surface and reading 2 near. Okay, that would be beautiful. No, nobody's arguing against that. So it's kind of like the conversation we had before about me not arguing about bending, quote unquote. So right here, we don't have a problem with the gradient. We don't care about you explaining the difference between the floor and 10 miles up. Like, we don't really care. But if you are making the claim that there's a vacuum, like 10 to the negative 17 torr, or that the air we breathe ends somewhere, the person who's making that claim, we want the proof of that. It doesn't sound like you're refuting that claim, so I guess we can let you off the hook. You're not talking about that, like you just said, right?
I think what this entire discussion comes to really is just the standard of evidence, because if you don't accept indirect evidence like this derivation that I just explained, then indeed I can admit that I don't have a direct proof that this particular pressure exists. So it's really just a matter of what kind of validation you would accept.
Right. Well, I mean, only a validation for the claims that you make. So if you're not claiming that there's 10 to the negative 17 torr, or if you're not making a claim, then we're not arguing. Right? Basically what you said is something that we can play with numbers and math. Like, I'm not arguing against what you said.
Yeah,
So,
what
so
I'm
I
trying
guess
to
so I guess it would have to come down to the claim the person is making. Because if a person is making a definitive claim, then I'm going to ask if it's falsifiable or unfalsifiable. Meaning, either I can validate their claim independently or I cannot. So if
Yes.
they're going to say, well, you could do some calculations, I'm going to say, well, what are the calculations based off of? Well, we live on the Earth. The Earth is a sphere, and it's at this pressure at this level. So we're going to calculate based on the differences in pressure from point A and point B and point C. If it continues that way, then based on our assumption about a sphere, it should end somewhere around here. Oh, okay. So if we beg the question, assume that it was a sphere, and assume that it would end somewhere, then I guess I would accept that standard of evidence based on speculation, based on the begging the question assumption that the Earth is a sphere. But if you're saying that something absolutely is the truth, and that the calculations are based on that truth, then we're going to have to get down to the truth, and it can't be an assumption. See what I'm saying?
Yeah. I fully agree that yes, my claim, the validation for my claim was just based on an extension of some kind of universal relationship that we measure. So, in order to establish that this particular value exists 100% chance, then we would have to directly measure it, and we don't have that. But I wouldn't agree that this derivation is based on an assumption of a globe Earth, because you can directly measure that drop just with a device called barometer. That would be completely independent of the shape of the surface.
What does the shape of the surface have to do with? I mean,
Nothing. That was my point. It doesn't require an assumption of a ball to
right, but
measure how much the air drops with
right,
altitude.
right. But if you claim that you have a surface where there's air that's not contained, then you're making an assumption that the higher you go, the less pressure there is, until there's a point that there is no pressure. That is the claim.
No,
So if you're going to
no,
beg the question, that it ends somewhere, because look, it's this pressure here, it's less pressure high up. So if we're just going to calculate based on these readings, at some point we can consider it to be zero.
no,
So
that wasn't. I don't think that was my real claim. I would say that it was a strawman, because I've never claimed that at some point you would have no pressure at all, but you would have just simply a very, very low pressure that is aligned
yeah,
with
10,
that
10 to the
function of how
negative
much it
17
drops.
torr, 10 to the negative 17 torr, whatever that is.
Yes, but that's still pressure,
But
right? Describes how much pressure you have over the area.
so you're telling me that okay, does the entire universe have the same 10 to the negative 17?
Probably not.
I mean, because listen, either there is a space for the air to fill, or there isn't. So if there's some point at which the gas pressure is stabilized, then that point is going to have a volume. Like, it's never going to go on forever. So what people do understand is, well, they claim that the universe, everything that's observable is expanding. So we have a volume that's expanding. So the only thing that gives anything in this belief system pressure is supposedly the force of gravity. So if you're not making any of those claims, and all you have is a calculation of a differential, then that's fine, because there's nothing for me to argue against. If you're not talking about your worldview, or if you're not tying it to anything, I don't have to argue with someone who made some math that says, hey, look, if I were
So once
hypothetically
again,
in
the flat
this,
Earth model makes no prediction about the natural universe.
no, we're actually talking about the globe and the non validation for any of the predictions. So you kind of missed the conversation, because we were talking about the atmosphere.
Right. What sort of predictions can you make about the atmosphere using the flat Earth model?
Why are you asking me?
Because you're a
What are
flat
you here?
earther.
What are you here for?
I think my question is self-evident. Right?
I can't give you that answer, because I don't make claims about it.
So what utility does your flat Earth belief have then, if you
I
can't
don't
make
have a model.
predictions?
I don't have a model. I don't have a belief. So if you don't like
You don't
that,
have a
you can
belief?
bounce.
You don't believe that the Earth is flat?
No, so you can bounce. Because
Oh, it's what you
I'm
experience.
sorry.
It's not a
I'm saying,
belief.
okay. Let me come back and hit it from Gregory's perspective. We all have beliefs, but my belief about the Earth is substantiated by evidence. So if you don't want to hear about that, then you can go. Because asking
Well,
me
I want
about
to
a
hear
model,
what
I told
prediction
you
you can make.
I don't have a model. So there's that. But if you want to know why I'm here, I can tell you. So it's up to you,
Yeah, I
really.
know. It's because you're a
So
Christian
so it's up.
fundamentalist. But
Yes,
I want to talk
right.
about physics.
So, right. So then you can bounce then, right? 'Cause I don't have anything that you want, right, sir?
So you admit that you're not doing science in here.
I don't have anything that you want. I'm telling you right now, I admit everything. Yep. So you want to bounce or what?
I just wanted to point out to the chat that you make no prediction with your flat
Okay.
Earth
I
worldview.
mean, we've been here all day. They know who I am. So the truthfulness of your statement, that's up for them to decide based
You
on
don't
how
deny
they've
it, like you just
experienced it.
conceded.
Well, no, I'm not talking to you. I'm not. There's nothing to engage in because you're asking me for something I don't have, and I said, well, I don't have it, and you're saying, well, that's the end, and I'm like, okay.
So go back to your discussion on the physics of the atmosphere.
Okay.
Go ahead.
Okay.
Even though you have no opinion.
Okay.
And you have no science.
Okay.
I would say that this logic about how much the atmosphere drops could really be applied to any law of physics, analogically, because laws of physics seeks to describe kind of relationships that are universal for every single object with that property that you want to describe. So, for example, let's say for every system, entropy will increase over time. You can't be sure about this being the case because you're physically unable to test every single system in existence. The thing you can do is to test some finite number of systems and check if the predictions of that law, of that hypothesis, are true. And by that, you can support that hypothesis to be true, but you can't never be sure that it is true. So, for example, let's say you have Coulomb's law.
Yo, hold on. Your
describes-
example is wrapped into another example. I'm waiting for you to stop.
Okay, sorry.
So you said, for example, and then kept talking, and then said, for example. So now we're 2 steps deep.
Yeah.
What was the example?
So in order, well, right or wrong, he just and now he's saying, for example, we could have just stopped at the beginning about entropy.
Okay.
Entropy is the example?
Yeah. Entropy is an example.
So entropy happens, and we experience it on Earth as high pressure going to low pressure, hot going to, those are 2 examples of what we actually.
You're roboting a little bit.
Yeah.
Are you saying that we don't know that that's true?
Yes, that's what I'm saying.
Oh, okay. Yeah. I mean, there's nothing to refute it. Like, just in my experience, is not all that there is. And I don't want to speculate about things I don't know. I only want to talk about my experience. I don't want to talk about how there could potentially be some other view of the world on somewhere else where the laws work differently. Like, I can only go off of how physical the world works right here. But that's the only thing that I got. You want to speculate?
Yes, so I fully agree that there hypothetically could be some state where this particular law wouldn't hold anymore. But I wouldn't say that because purely there is a possibility like that hypothetically. It means that this relationship that we already measured for all of the examples that we know yet couldn't be evidence that for the next experiment that you're going to make, the same relationship would follow. This would be evidence, not proof, so not 100% chance confirmation. But I would argue for that it is definitely evidence, and I think it's analogous to the gas pressure situation. You have some kind of universal relationship where you haven't personally measured directly the behavior for that particular altitude, but based on the inference of all of the examples that we already know, you can hypothetically calculate what pressure you would expect there. And I would say this is evidence for how much pressure you would have there. Not proof, but evidence at least. So a better example would be with some law that isn't just descriptive like that, but has actual numbers. So let's say, for example, Coulomb's law that describes the magnitude of the electrostatic force. So we have that formula where you have the electrostatic constant times the charge of the first body times the charge of the second body divided by the distance between them squared. So you
But you don't
hypothesize that
have any.
case. You make a first test where you have some given values of that charge, you have some given distance, you test it and you see that it
Don't have an
holds. You do the same thing with another set of bodies and it also holds, with the third, with the fourth, and then some of you can ask, but how do you make sure that for a body with a charge of 15 coulombs and another body with a charge of 1564 coulombs and with the distance between them of 10,345 kilometers, how do you 100% make sure that this relationship would still follow? And I would answer, I can't be sure 100%, but what we already described with all of the cases we know is good evidence that the same thing would follow. It isn't proof, but it is evidence.
Falsifiable. So the premise is unfalsifiable in the first place.
No, that's exactly his point, that it is falsifiable, right? Like if you make an observation that doesn't match
Wait, time out.
the math.
Time out. He said first of all, he has an assumption in the beginning. Okay? And then he said there are parameters in which we can't work without. So if there's a result that is outside of what our capability is, we don't know how to validate that. Because the beginning of his argument was, what if there are natural laws that don't work the way that we think they work? Because we don't know what's going on.
Right, in some hypothetical pocket of the universe that we're
How do
unable
you
to
guys
reach.
say right and then say wrong?
Because
How?
you're
How do you
misunderstanding his
guys?
point.
No, I didn't misunderstand
He's saying,
it. If you're saying right,
yes,
then I understood his point. But you just said right, and I understood it. You can't say right and
you
then
don't
tell me I don't
understand it.
understand. But
You
you
said
just
that
said right.
your words were, so your worldview was unfalsifiable. That's right.
No,
That's what you
that's not
believe
what
in.
I said. That's not what I said.
That is what you said.
No, that's not what I said.
Play it back, whoever's recording.
Yeah, play it back. That's not what I said. I'll give you $20. Play it back, nigga.
So what did you say?
Play it back, nigga. That's not what I said.
Damn, you mad?
It's
I mean, we all
annoying.
heard you, but you can go ahead and clarify.
Nah, get this $20.
So what didn't you say? Because I'll actually go and get the footage right now.
What I did was say what he said, and the guy told me I didn't understand. That's what happened.
He was explaining science, and then you asked him, so that your worldview is unfalsifiable.
That's not what I said.
That's exactly what you said.
That's not what I said.
I'm about to go back right now and check. Let's see.
Okay.
Post
I
it.
didn't even use the word worldview.
But you
That's not what I
definitely
said.
said the word unfalsifiable.
Yeah, I did. But what you said is not what I said.
Okay, so in what context did you use the word unfalsifiable?
You want to put the money where your mouth is?
Sure. I mean,
Because you caused a disturbance based off of what you thought I said that I didn't say. Your fault. You got to take ownership of this digression.
play the tape back.
When we play the tape back, all we're going to hear is him saying the same shit I said.
What did you say? He was explaining science to you, and then
When
what's
you
your
said
issue
right,
with?
you heard what I said. When you said right, but you're wrong, the only thing here is you can't validate how wrong I am. Because you already said right. He said
Forget
what
the
I said.
meta. What are we actually arguing about?
Well, you already interrupted the conclusion. There is no argument. I said I don't question natural law. It is what it is. I don't wonder if there's a different instance in which natural law would be different, I only go off of what I experienced. He said, well, and he gave his example of how natural law may work in its. He said what he said, and I'm like, yeah, but like that's a.
He said
I
that
mean, if
the universe
something
is a
is
big place.
unfalsifiable, if something is unfalsifiable, that's not exactly the claim. So he's saying, well, if I imagine natural laws work like this, and there's a parameter that I can't test, then it could be that that's the case, but I just don't know. And I'm like, yeah, sure, but that's unfalsifiable.
That the parameter exists.
The only response to that is, okay.
I don't know. I think if we were to speculate that there is some parameter that changes the way that changes the way things work, and we could observe that.
Then it would be accepted.
Well, okay, so that parameter would be like a natural thing that exists, right? So
well, here's the thing. Here's the thing. Like natural laws are just what they are. To say that there might be some instance in which it doesn't work that way. First of all, natural laws on every scale, as far as we know, occur always. Now, to say that maybe that's not the case, I can go, yeah, but there's no way you're going to be able to prove that because you're talking about this happening outside the realm of your testability. There's really nothing. I'm not arguing against you. There's nothing that. Yeah, I agree with you.
I don't.
If it's outside of testability, well then, okay, it could work that way, but you don't know that. Like, that's it.
I don't remember outside of testability being the discussion topic. Like I think the other guy's point was that, like, you know, let's say that we're constrained to like the half of the earth that is like inhabited, right? And on the other half of the earth, you know, it's impractical to get there, so we're not going to be doing experiments over there.
No, we can't. No, that's not. No, because natural.
That's exactly
laws
what I was getting at.
No, natural laws on the earth, they're consistent. He's talking about areas in which they wouldn't be consistent. So what you're talking about?
No, he's suggesting that.
Well, why don't you
he's suggesting that there'd be different.
Why don't you let him speak for himself?
I was. You kind of get the point. I wasn't speaking about that the only variable that could kind of make that barrier where the laws become different would be a physical location. So, for example, on Earth it works in one way. On Mars it would work another way. It could be really any variable that you could imagine. For example, in that, can you?
So I'm correct.
Yeah.
So stop.
Yeah.
So hold on. No. We don't have an argument. You and I don't have an argument. So back to the other guy. When you said what you said is totally irrelevant to what he's trying to say. He's saying on Mars shit could be different, and I'm like, oh, okay. There's no argument.
I mean, it could be the case, but wouldn't be only possibility because, for example, let's say that in Coulomb's law, from a barrier.
You understand that I'm not arguing with you, right?
Yeah.
Whatever.
I'm trying to explain to other people.
Whatever. Okay, go ahead.
So let's say, for example, that from a distance between two objects of 10,000 kilometers, the value, the relationship suddenly becomes different, and instead of the distance squared, you get distance cubed, for example, let's say. That would be an instance of after some variable, which would, in this case, would be the distance, the law would suddenly become different, and you wouldn't be able to know that unless you make an experiment where that distance would be that or higher. You could make all of these experiments on the smaller scale and be sure and think that you're 100% sure that this is the law that is universal for the entire universe and all of the circumstances. But that's why science doesn't make absolute claims. absolute claims can be only supported but not proven.
Does that sound unfalsifiable?
No, it doesn't to me. Because
That's what I was saying.
falsifiability doesn't mean that you have to necessarily prove that something is definitely false or true. To be falsifiable, it means it can also mean
Okay,
that
my
it can
bad,
be
my bad. Then
demonstrated
let me
to.
define what I meant by
Okay.
falsifiable. If you have a premise, I can either validate or invalidate. Thank you. That premise is true without making an assumption. You're talking about making an assumption and me accepting it. So we're not talking about the same thing. Like in that case, if I accept your assumption, then the falsifiability would be within the argument and within the assumptions itself. But I'm not talking about that kind. I'm talking about you have a premise and I can falsify or verify that.
Yeah, when I define falsifiability, what I mean is that the hypothesis makes predictions about the physical world, where you can then test if these predictions are indeed true, and based on that, you can support the hypothesis to be true or falsify it, and then show that it is false. If something is not falsifiable, it means that it doesn't make any prediction, so we can't really test
Call
it.
it out the
So
window
it's
till somebody
absolutely
changes.
meaningless because you don't really have any reason to believe in it. It's true.
I was like, yeah, I was like, I'm about to call you, but then somebody walked in.
I.e., the flat Earth
I
model.
know.
Leave in here and dying of starvation.
So I would say that all of the physical laws that are described using a mathematical formula where you have some set of variables and they have some kind of mathematical relationship between each other, they are from definition falsifiable because it's just a pure method where you just take one variable, you measure it, then you plug in another variable and you check if in physical reality you indeed get a number of that third variable based on these two.
Exactly.
That's really that relationship.
And how many flat earthers bring equations to this chat?
I just did. I did before you got here earlier. But basically, yeah, there's nothing to rebuttal there. Like there's nothing there's no claim to rebut. Like so it's not like I'm saying he's wrong. There's nothing to say he's wrong too.
So here's my question. Why would you believe in the flat earth if it's unfalsifiable?
No, that's not what I said. Because when I say unfalsifiable, it's either in a scientific way, meaning the falsifiability, like you have a testable hypothesis that someone else can go falsify or validate. But we're not talking about science. We're not talking about that. We're not talking about that method. So you never asked me for my methodology, so I never gave it.
But just humor me, right? Like
you never asked, so I never gave it.
Is there any experiment that you could imagine that could falsify the flat Earth or the globe
There's
Earth?
no such thing. There's no such thing as falsifying in way of experimentation. As far as a scientific experiment would be, you have a hypothesis, which is a supposition as to what's causing a natural phenomenon that you observe, and then you test that hypothesis, and you only have two outcomes: either you have the validation of the hypothesis, or you have the validation of the null hypothesis, which is the contrapositive. What you're asking me falls outside of the realm of that. That's a different category. What
I disagree.
What I have is formulas and measurements. That's what I have.
Like one thing you'll notice about a sphere is that it's symmetrical, right? Does that make that's like obvious, right?
Yeah, go ahead. Continue.
So when you do an integration over a symmetrical sphere, right? You'll notice that the gravitational force on opposite ends of the sphere, they cancel out inside, right? Point is that the sphere, when you aggregate all the forces, it acts as if it's at the center. So the shape does have a a consequence that it does make a prediction, a mathematical prediction that you can test.
Wasn't your question earlier about how do you falsify a flat Earth via experiment? It's the answer is direct measurement.
Both.
You need a direct measurement of Earth curvature. That's all you need to present. If your question is how do you prove that the Earth is a globe or falsify flat Earth, just present one direct measurement of Earth curvature. That's it.
Yeah, I mean, I've posted my GIF of the airplane flights before, right? So in my opinion, the flat Earth hypothesis is falsified, right? It's directly observed to be not the case. But I present these questions for the audience, right? To
on an airplane you saw. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
You want me to post it? I'll post the GIF for you.
And you said this was
so no, he did not provide direct evidence of measured.
I would say that airplane pilots do the measurement all the time, right?
So you're measuring the Earth using an airplane. Okay. All right. Post.
Yeah, I mean that makes sense, doesn't it? Like when you get in your car, you got to put in enough gas to get where you're going, right?
Would you consider measuring the Earth using an airplane a direct measurement? Like, would you use those terms?
I would, but you guys can be very philosophical about like the definition of direct, right?
Okay. So you're not okay. Just did you already posted it, or did you post it already?
Yeah, it's in the side chat.
Okay. So New York to Cape Town is 12,552 kilometers. Okay, and then it goes curved. Oh, I see. The differences would be the distance. Okay, I see what you're saying. I would say that argument requires a comparison between the globe map. Like, in other words, it requires you have to know the globe map, right? And then you compare that to what a flat Earth. See, the problem is there is no flat Earth model.
Of course. That's why I say it's unfalsifiable, right? Like.
Oh, I see what you mean. Okay. So you're saying because those distances are not known on a flat Earth, therefore you can't falsify it because there is no flat Earth model.
Exactly. They make no claim about those distances, right? Conversely, all they have to do is prove one of those distances wrong, and they will falsify the globe Earth. But they can't do that. I wonder why.
For the distances.
So repeat your question. You wrote about it one more time.
What are the distances? I need to know the flight data. I need to know the actual distance traveled. I need to know the route. I need to know all the flight data. Can you get that for me, please?
Partsival, you there? That's your question.
I mean, the distances are right there in the GIF, dude. I don't know.
No, I need the flight data, the actual distance traveled, the route, all that stuff. The heading, weather, tailwinds, headwinds. Because you're going off of fuel and distances, that's it? You're going to affirm the consequent?
I mean, we have ways of measuring the wind, right?
I need all of the data. Get it.
Is it Suez Canal distances, correct? Also, is it Suez Canal distance correct?
We would need proof that your globe that you're showing there is actually accurate.
Yeah, if you feel
which way the plane went.
If you feel that those distances are inaccurate, by all means, tell me what you think.
No, it's your claim. I need you to support. I need you to give me all the data I just asked for. Then we'll go from there. That's just one thing I need. So go ahead and get it.
I mean, you act like pull these numbers.
I mean, why aren't you getting me what I asked for?
Because it's not my job to.
You made a claim, and it's not your job to support your claim. I'm sorry.
Yeah, because your job is to falsify the globe Earth.
The claim that you've made unfalsifiable without getting me off my data. Where's the model of the flight? Where's the model of the flight? Can you give me the model of the flight? Remember how we need models all of a sudden? Give me the model of the flight. Remember how we need models? Models. All you need to do is give me the model of the flight. Give me the model of the flight, please. Give me the model of the flight.
So what distance do you disagree with?
Well, I need to know the actual distance traveled.
You claim to know the actual distance.
Is that
So tell me what
presentation
that
of
actual
reality?
distance is.
Percival, is that presentation of reality?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay, so how do we... No. Verify that. Give me the actual distance traveled.
It's right there in the gift, dude. Which number?
No.
Yeah, that is written.
You don't understand. Actual distance traveled.
Yeah, those are actual distances.
No, that is on computer.
How do we verify that?
An airplane.
Well, you just believe.
Theodolite. With your legs.
A theodolite? A theodolite is going to tell us? Are you serious,
However you want to do it.
No, this is your claim. Your claim.
Yes. My claim is that
Yes.
numbers. So
you're just gonna throw out a claim. You're gonna throw out a claim, and you're not gonna give us the data. By what? All of science. Remember how we were talking about cause and effect relationships earlier? What's the cause and effect in this scenario? All of science.
The cause is that the Earth is a globe.
Can I help?
Oh, the Earth is the globe is the cause.
Yeah,
Can
geometry, right?
Can I help you out there before we move on to?
So, if you want to falsify the flat Earth, all you have to do, or the globe Earth, excuse me, is tell
Elijah, your mic's not great, bro.
Tell me which one of those distances you disagree with.
No, the globe Earth is a cause of things. So, what are we going to vary and manipulate about the globe? This is a scientific claim. What's our observed phenomena? Naturally observed phenomena, please. Gravity is the naturally observed phenomena.
Gravity, air pressure,
Really?
appreciation.
Dude, are you scattergunning me now?
Yeah.
Okay, why are you doing that?
Because there's plenty of evidence, right? We talk about the evidence all the time.
No. You were talking about science. We need the naturally observed phenomena.
Why'd you move on from your initial argument, Setsu? Like it took me like 10, 15 seconds to try to turn off my headphones so that I came back in to try to help support what you're trying to get him to understand. And we've already moved on that fast. Why? Because we're talking about the reason that you're telling him what's the distance of that flight. He's unaware that the measurable distance on the ground, like say if you're traveling by car versus by plane, you can't use the same methodology for determining the distance you travel in air like the way you would on land. So when he asks you for the actual distance, how do you validate that? It's because planes come and go, and the time it takes to go from point A to point B is variable because there isn't a definitive different distance other than if you assume a model. But even assuming the model and saying, okay, here's the distance, so this is how long it will take, guess what? It won't take that long because there are other variables that you can't. So I don't know if you understood that, if you wanted to move on from that, but I just wanted to put that up.
I understand that, right? My point is that it's a silly point to make because airplanes are well understood, right? They're reliable.
Airplanes are well understood. What do you mean airplanes are well understood? You want to expand on that comment?
In the sense that they're not magic and they don't like spontaneously take 1/5 of the time.
And who made that claim? Who made that claim?
I make the claim that airplanes are not magic.
Yeah,
Ray,
they don't
who made?
You want to disagree with that? What are we doing here?
they don't, the airplane also don't have highway in the air, you know. That means they never ever pass the same way ever. Do you understand that? One airplane cannot pass the same way the two times. It's impossible in the air. It's not highway.
Well, they
Do you
have flight
understand?
reports.
Do you understand that? In the air, you cannot follow the same path two
How
times.
much of like circling the airport and like maneuvering
Oh,
for
now
the air
airport.
traffic
Now
do you think?
we get small distances now.
Yeah, do the small distances, are they going to matter?
Now
Compared to
small
like the
distance.
big distances?
But
Nobody made that claim.
Let's go.
You're
Let's
answering
go
questions that nobody's making claims about. No one said that airplanes are magic. You said everybody knows that airplanes aren't magic. Do you want to stick to
You want to say
like
that
the
they're very
topic?
complicated, and that
No, you
airplanes.
said that
Nobody
we are-
said that either. No, don't straw man me with that. Nobody said that either. You're not even understanding the argument that Elijah put forth, are you?
I think I do. Let me.
Okay, and what would that be? Why don't you steel man it for us? Steel man Elijah's
Yeah, I'm gonna
argument.
steel
Tell
man
us about what he just said.
Okay. Because airplanes are, because of the different conditions in air travel, right? You're not going to be able to very precisely measure the distance, and so, you take issue with like this gift that has a precise to the five places of precision. Are we actually getting those five digits of precision from airplane flights? Right. Is that basically it?
No, it's way worse than that. So you don't understand what Elijah said.
Well, let Elijah speak for himself.
If he's there.
Yeah.
Right. I think it
Well,
was into.
all I'm okay.
That's who was sort of jumping down my throat about like airplanes and wind and whatnot.
All right. So, we can't measure the curve of the Earth using a plane because we can't get distances. So, whatever you can do, you can't do that.
Sure. I mean, I would say that we can measure fuel consumption, and then we could.
Whatever. That's why I said whatever you can do, you can't do that. So the one thing you can't do is use it as a unit of measure because there are variables that you can't control. That's all I'm saying.
But we can take an average, couldn't we? We can make a very
sure. We could take an average, but that's not going to give you a definitive distance. Like, I don't have an average of how far my house is from the gym that I go to. I just know exactly how far it is. But you understand because you already agreed that.
Well, wait, hang on.
When it comes to
how far away is your gym then?
You already understood that there are variables that wouldn't allow you to measure or calculate the distance on the ground as the way you would in the sky. You already agreed, right or wrong?
No, I disagree. I would say that.
Oh, okay. Okay. Well, then I won't help you then because you did agree. Now you're saying you didn't.
Yeah, I was stealing. I understand your guys' point, and I would.
No. My point has nothing to. No. At this point, you are saying you disagree to something that you did agree to. You said you understood that because of all the other factors, you understand it's going to be different. You just said that. Now you're saying no, you didn't say that.
I'm saying it's okay that there are going to be some slight differences.
No. Saying that it's okay, I'm not contending with you saying it's okay. What you said is you didn't say something you did say. Now you're saying something that I'm not contending with. So if you're just saying what you just said, then I have no reason to open my mic because I don't have a problem with what you're saying. But when you say you didn't say something that you did say, that's a problem.
I think you're just trying to get me back for like what I did to you, but I think that
No, I don't care
we came
about
to an
getting you.
understanding.
No, I don't care about getting you back.
I
I
added more clarity to the point.
opened my microphone because I thought that there's a point that was made to you that would benefit you if you understand what he was saying. Because I didn't think he felt like explaining it to you because you guys just moved on. So I said, hold on, give him a chance. Let me open my mic to explain why he was saying what he was saying. And now you're telling me that you disagree when I just tried to help you get to a point where both of you guys understood what each other was saying. So you don't need me. I could just go back on mute, and then that's it.
Okay, does anybody else want to say schizo shit about like how airplanes are not reliable?
What? Can we measure the distance on the ground?
Reliable.
Parsival.
Yeah.
Can we measure distance on the ground?
Yeah.
And if we measure distance on the ground, we will say this is the correct distance.
Sure.
And if there is no drop, if there is no drop over distance, how we will call that surface?
Flat.
And if we have that in reality, what we will do then?
Why you guys always got to say reality in cartoons? I understand that you believe that you have a measurement that demonstrates that the Earth is flat.
Okay, because you said now, if you take a flight and that is 11,000 kilometers, but if you take a car on the flat surface and measure like a 20 miles of flat surface, why you need airplane?
You don't. You can measure however you want to measure that distance. Go ahead and do that.
I cannot measure the 11,000 kilometers for sure, but I can measure 20 miles. But if I measure 20 miles and if it's not curving and if it's flat, why I cannot say that it's flat?
Okay, so
why you people cannot say something it's flat when it's flat?
I'm giving you the opportunity to falsify the globe model by just proving one of these wrong.
Okay. And I look into
trying to show you guys.
And you said reality. What is that? Reality is Suez Canal. Reality is Bolivian Salt Lake. Reality it's all Florida. Flat like a cake. The reality it's Holland. That it's under the sea level. That's reality. But not speaking about Holland. Going there and seeing. Going to Suez Canal and seeing if really Suez Canal curving. If it's curving, we are going home. And that is distance. The Suez Canal has distance, The Salt Lake, Bolivia has the distances. Let's find out the distances. And if it's curving, everybody go home. Why we need to take airplane?
Then that would falsify the flat Earth, right?
No, we will falsify the globe Earth. You will find in every...
No, I mean...
Do you understand me? You will find a drop over distance and then you will say, there it is, there it is, there it is. And nobody will claim it anymore flatness because you can prove the drop over distance everywhere.
Yeah. So if you find a curve, it falsifies a flat Earth. If you find flatness, then it falsifies the globe Earth. That's logic,
no, opposite. No, man. If you find a curve,
you falsify flat Earth.
Oh,
if you find a level, you falsify.
Sorry, my English.
Okay.
I don't verify. Yeah, okay.
So that I want to get more of you guys to that point where you can say, okay.
But look at this logic, for example.
Hold on. I already did earlier before you got here. I gave a presentation where I did exactly what you said we should do.
Was it the Black Swan?
No.
Okay. Well, whenever you guys talk about like the Black Swan,
it involved the methodology behind it. Same method, different observations.
Arsenal, what is for you Black Swan?
The Black Swan is the oil rigs.
And that is not Black Swan. That is like the example of Black Swan,
I thought the name of the oil rig itself was Black Swan.
Yeah.
Like
They call.
Wrong. No, don't say yeah. Don't say yeah. No, like he just tried to explain. That's incorrect. The black
Okay.
swan has to do with something happening that's supposed to never happen. Like if you've only seen white swans your whole life and you made an argument, hey, only white swans exist, then you see a black swan that
Yeah, I'm familiar with that.
invalidates your okay. So
When you
in
guys talk
this
about those
case,
oil rigs, though,
in
I
this
always heard
case,
that.
what there in the argument doesn't exist that supposedly exists 100% of the time. 100% of the time. So that means if I take a picture and the
I want
oil
to say,
rig right there,
I want to make a joke here,
going to
Chuck.
be in the. It's still going to be in the image whether the oil rigs are there or not. So I'm just trying to. What's the black swan about?
The black swan is a metaphor that
For the curvature.
Okay, so how
about
does it relate? So how does it relate to?
about
So how does
understanding
it? So how does
of
it?
knowledge,
I
right?
already explained it. So what is the black swan and
Yeah.
the black swan that we get?
I mean, I don't know whether the oil
Listen,
rigs.
if Karl Popper, if his example,
Yeah, you could call it a black swan, but
listen,
I feel
listen. If the focus of Karl Popper's argument was the swan being there being a black swan in spite of people saying that they didn't exist, what would that be for the argument we get?
Oh, that's the good best question.
I got
Yeah.
you. If we found like a disc world out in outer space, like that would be a black swan.
No.
So I don't know why he. I'm sorry.
I mean,
in the
it's the
argument,
same
he's
exact thing.
asking you Parsival.
Do you need me to ask you again?
Because it doesn't really apply. You have a piece of evidence.
No, I'm
right?
asking you, what is the subject of importance
in the argument?
Because for Karl
Lines
Popper,
of sight of like
Karl
physical
Popper,
landmarks.
Karl Popper, it was the swan. So with our argument, it's the what?
The line of sight between the oil rig and the beach, right?
No, incorrect.
Because you guys say that you guys say that we say that it should not be visible, and so you say the fact that it is
Also
visible.
Incorrect.
Well, I mean, I haven't listened too closely to like the
No,
oil
but
rig
when you
argument.
say that we say something and I'm saying no, we don't you think you should say maybe I was
What
mistaken?
are you saying? Yeah.
I just said that. I just said that I haven't listened very carefully to the oil
Then
rig
ask
argument.
him, Parsival, what is that?
Okay, if you want to talk about the oil rig, you can.
No, Elijah said you are wrong. It's not that, and you are not
Hold
asking
on,
what is that.
So do you understand why there's a problem right now, or no? Because if the answer is no, then I have to tell you.
I mean, go ahead.
If the answer is no, because it's only yes or no, because I need to help you understand. Because if you were telling me no,
tell me.
Okay. I just told you it's not about the oil rigs.
Oh, you're saying that I'm so brainwashed by the NASA conspiracy.
No, I'm not. No, I'm not. No, I'm not.
My eyes and
No,
ears are
no,
closed to the evidence.
No, I'm
How
not.
have you, sorry, how have you not got this yet? These guys have been trying to explain it to you for 10 minutes and you still don't even know what the black swan argument about is. If you keep saying oil
I
rigs,
do understand what the black swan argument.
What's it about?
There is a lesbian that likes to that doesn't like carpentry.
This is getting
No, the lesbian that doesn't like carpentry is the black swan because all lesbians.
Man, you don't know the position of these people, and you want to debate.
But there could be a lesbian that doesn't like carpentry out there somewhere in the world, right? And that would disprove this idea that like all lesbians like carpentry.
So I accept your understanding of it. What is what is the lesbian in our example of the black swan? What is it?
And I said it's the
No,
observation,
no,
the line of
one
sight.
word. Listen, stop.
The oil rig.
Stop.
No.
No. So look.
It's
Let me
No.
compare. Let me compare.
Let me compare. So, black swan, what is the point of importance? Swan. Your example, lesbian. Our example, not oil rigs, try again. One word.
Flat Earth.
If you don't know, just say you don't know.
I don't know.
If you don't know, just say you don't know. So we
I
can
don't know.
help
What
you.
are you guys trying to
Shall I
say?
give him a hint? Shall I give him a hint? Along with the black swan argument comes a lot of math. 1.225 times the square root of the observer's height in feet. What's that referencing?
Cloud.
The did you say cloud?
Cloud.
No,
No, I'm
focus.
joking.
Guys, please let him focus. Been here for ages now. I need him to get it, otherwise I'm going to get shitty.
There's a rule of thumb that estimates the curvature of the Earth, and you guys say it's per mile square, right?
No, I've already given within the black swan argument as a load of math. 1.225 times the square root of the observer's height in feet. What does that reference?
Oh, there's a geometry. There's two
Which
triangles
is
being drawn.
called, which is the.
Say it.
Starts with an H.
The thing
Horizon?
beyond the oil rigs.
There we go. We got to it.
Yeah.
Say it again.
Horizon. Okay.
So the black swan.
The black swan is
the black swan. The subject is what?
it is past the horizon. What do you guys say?
It's the horizon,
No,
like lesbian.
Just the. Oh my God, just.
It is the horizon.
He's doing the best.
Yes,
to-
that's
to-
the answer.
Yeah, it's one word. Horizon. One word, bro. One word.
The black swan is the horizon.
So that being the case, talk about the argument now that you know what the subject is.
The steel man, you guys, you say that being able
Let's
to
talk
see
about
this
horizon,
oil rig,
man. Come on, man.
the reason you can't see it is because it is past the
No,
horizon.
let's see what all books saying where horizon should to be.
Sasha, stop. He's right.
Okay.
That's another way of putting it, right?
But no, Jedi is right. Like, this is gonna piss me. He's not responding. We told him 10 times not the oil rigs. He keeps talking about how we say that you wouldn't see the oil. Like, no. If you're not gonna listen to us explain, and if you're gonna just come up with what you think we said, regardless of how much we speak,
Elijah,
then-
you're specifically asking me to tell you
then
what
we
you think I
can't
think it
give
is.
you an argument that you will understand because you're
But I'm perfectly
not.
happy to listen.
Yeah,
You
so
see
the
what I'm saying?
issue is
So what should happen is we should move on to someone else who
no, hold on.
actually
No,
can
Elijah.
put 1 and 1 and 2 together.
Yeah, no, Elijah. I mean, the issue was, dude, that it was that when they asked you about the black
No, I'm not
swan.
saying ignore him.
No, I know.
I'm not saying
Give me a
ignore
second.
him.
Give me a second. Give me a second.
I'm not saying ignore him.
Yeah.
I'm saying when I say move on, I'm not going to keep trying to tell him what I'm telling him when all he's going to do is say, "So you're saying," and then change what I said.
Right. So give me a second. So the problem is that when they ask you about it, you said you heard it before, and then you meant when they ask you what is the argument, you said that's the you said the incorrect argument, and then that's what we're trying to
I
point you
mean,
out,
maybe.
and you're still going back to
Okay,
the
well,
incorrect argument.
don't ask me what the argument is.
Then next time,
Right.
don't say yeah, you know what it is.
I have a general idea of what it is. Is that
You
okay?
don't because you're still pointing to the oil rigs, bro.
Correct me if I'm wrong, but there are actual oil rigs in that oil rig conversation that you guys talk about, or no?
There is oil rigs, but there's our demarcation of distance. That's it.
So let me say this as clear as
I'm rolling my eyes over here. I don't know what to tell you.
Clear as I possibly can. Because guess what? In my argument, there are no oil rigs. In my Black Swan argument, there are no oil rigs. Okay? But in the particular Black Swan argument where there are oil rigs, in every argument about the Black Swan, it's not about the oil rigs. It's not about anything other than the distance to the horizon. It's the only thing. That's it. In
Okay,
every
but
instance, it's about the distance to the horizon.
but
In every instance.
you qualify that by the observation of oil rigs, right?
Why are the oil rigs in the image?
Well, the oil rigs
I
are
need,
part
sorry, I
of
need him to answer, Eli. Eli,
I know.
Eli. I know.
I just told you point blank that if you were to if you were to say the argument, you wouldn't use the word oil rigs because it's not a part of the argument. I don't care that it's in the observation.
That's why I've
We're talking
asked
about whether he
why that
understands
in
the
there.
argument.
That's why I've asked him why that in there. Because we need to know certain things about what about the horizon? It's distance. So no matter if you've got oil rigs or wind farms or anything in the observation that's physical, why is that there? Why are the oil rigs in this image? I need an answer.
I why don't you guys tell me it? But hang on, let me get some water.
So if you've looked at the image, you'll notice they've got distance markers on them. We know how far away from the observer they are, so we can make an estimation to the distance to the horizon, whether it's in front of these distances, between these distances, or beyond these distances. So it doesn't matter what is in the image, it's in the image to denote distance. That's all.
Did you understand that? Did
Is
you understand
Parsifal
that?
pretending to be? Is he pretending to be only slightly more retarded than he actually is again?
Right. Parsifal,
Right.
we're wasting our time with you, mate.
This is the pendulum guy, right?
Wait.
Is Parsifal dead? Mish.
Well, he said he was gonna get water. I think. Are you there, Parsifal? You there?
No, let's get water halfway through a conversation. That's fine.
Yeah. Well, the water you're getting is flat on the surface. I'm just kidding.
Yeah, Parsifal's not here to learn. I mean, he's been doing this for 6 months or whatever.
He's been here for 6 months. Nice.
This is the
Yeah,
frustrating thing. Been here for so long, must have
NPC
heard
then.
this conversation so many times, yet doesn't understand what the crux of the issue is or how the arguments are formulated, even though it's right there on the observation.
Oh, he's basically an NPC then, resetting every time he enters this VC.
Yeah, he's been doing that for months. More brick than a stone house.
All right. Well, before we keep talking to the guy who's been here for 6 months, does anyone new have questions about flat Earth or globe Earth in general before we go back to talking to the same guy? Okay. All right. Never mind. Let's continue.
Marshall, are you there?
Well, the continuation is, what's the argument now that we've explained it?
Yeah. Are you there, Parsifal?
Mm-hmm.
You're still getting the flat water that you're still going, trying to get that water.
He's trying to figure out the tap Zodiac. Give him a minute.
Okay.
Since it's Speculation Sunday, what do we think is Flat Earthers about giants?
Oh yeah. Are we gonna talk about the Nephilim? Since it's
I know,
Speculation
maybe.
Sunday.
Yeah.
Alleged
I suspect they were pretty tall.
Let's be Australians.
Yeah, let's speculate on Australia.
Guys,
Because
I have a question.
Because there is a Monday.
Uh-oh.
Go ahead. Yeah, go ahead. Tell us.
Matt Nuclear preparing for a meltdown. Take it away.
Preparing for a meltdown. I just have a question, man.
Yeah, what is it? Yeah, what is it?
Do you guys deny ICBMs?
Deny.
What?
Yeah.
I deny that
Deny
it's on topic within this chat room.
Not. I
It
don't
has something to do with
really.
space.
Do you deny?
Oh, you
I
mean
asked
the
that like
missile
the other
goes
day,
into
didn't I?
outer space?
Yeah.
Do you believe, Matt?
United they exist.
Why can't they just go in the sky though? Like it
Well,
doesn't
make
have
it
to
on
be-
topic real quick.
Yeah.
'Cause I don't want a
There's no such thing as
conversation.
space,
I can neither confirm nor deny.
because the entire celestial sphere is filled with air. Didn't you guys know that?
No, I wasn't asking you to clarify your point because it wasn't your point. So try again, Mr. Nuclear.
Oh, he's back. The other guy.
Parsival guy.
Oh, who, me?
Yeah,
Back
how's
Parsival?
Yeah, I was wondering if you denied.
No, I gotta get some more water.
How
The
is it related
celestial
to
sky
flat Earth?
is filled with air. That's what he said.
Because they supposedly go to space and then they re-enter back on Earth. That's kind of how
Oh.
they work.
Supposedly, so you don't believe it
Are they full
anymore,
of
Matt?
shit as well? Are they full of shit as well, or what?
They don't have to be in a vacuum, do they? Do they have to be in a vacuum?
I'm saying they do. That's just a claim that they go
Come
to
on,
space.
Matt, get over it. You're acting like no one's ever lied to you before.
So they're lying about that too. They're bullshitting about. Okay.
Well, I mean, couldn't they just go into the sky, not in a vacuum, weightless, whatever? Like they can just, they could just go in the sky, but I don't think they have to be in a vacuum, right?
No, it's more convenient if they go to space. I'm pretty sure, just within Earth's
Yeah,
atmosphere.
for that reason, you had to validate your claims, bro.
Well,
What do you mean
It's
validate
more
my claims?
convenient that they go to the place in Matt's imagination.
How would
Yeah.
you follow it? Yeah, how would
Why would they want to go higher? Why would they want to go lower?
Amazing stuff. Insightful questions as always.
They
Is
are
this
claimed
an
to
attempt to
go
prove
higher.
that the Earth's a spinning ball? Is this how you guys are proving it
Yeah,
nowadays?
because it proves that the Earth, it proves space exists, right? Or they
What
claim
proves
space
that
exists.
space exists?
Either you accept ICBM technology, or you just say it's bullshit, and they're lying about that as well.
What are you saying proves the Earth, the space exists?
Some technology.
ICBMs, because they go to space.
Oh wow!
Or they don't.
A story that you've heard, a story that you've heard about a technology you've heard about is proof that space exists. This is high level
Okay, so they're
stuff,
lying
Matt. Even
about that as
for
well. They're
you.
making that shit up as well.
You've been in the dojo.
So all these other countries that have ICBMs are just bullshitting each other. North Korea is bullshitting.
What
So
about all these
this was
countries?
another way for you to dress up what is basically you're telling me they're
That's
all
fucking
lying and
hilarious.
incredulity fallacy again.
Yeah,
Matt.
North Korea is lying to you.
So it always
Well,
boils down to, oh, these people are lying, really. So it's just about lying people again. That's your proof again. A different
No, it's
version
about
of why
you
would they
saying they're
lie?
lying people.
Why would they lie?
Yeah, you guys haven't answered
Why
that
would
question
anyone
ever, by
lie
the
to
way.
me, Matt Nuclear? No one would lie to me.
I have an answer for that question.
You just think everyone's full of shit. You think everyone's lying to you.
If they are
Matt, you're
not
full of
lying,
shit. We know that.
if they are not lying, that means that water is curving for sure.
Why do you
Well,
lie, Matt?
the claim is because
What have I lied about?
the claim
About
the claim,
water.
the claim is because I'm gonna still man your argument. The claim is
I'm talking to Cyclone. If I can talk to Cyclone, that'd be good.
Yeah, Elijah,
Matt,
your
no
mic's
one wants
pretty
to
bad.
talk to you.
Cyclone, don't run away,
Let
man.
Elijah just let Elijah say what he go ahead.
Nah, dude, Elijah talks too slow for my liking, personally.
What's also Elijah's mic is pretty bad right now.
Okay, speak louder. Speak louder.
okay.
Nah, I want to
That
talk to
excuse is
Cyclone.
out the window. So now I'd like to say what I had to say.
Oh.
Okay, so still manning your argument. It's that because the Earth is a sphere, ICBMs have the capability of orbital flight. So prove the Earth is a sphere.
Does that steel man my argument? I never said the Earth is a sphere within my argument. So how the fuck does that steel man my argument?
Okay. So then ICBMs, why would we deny them then?
Yeah, because they supposedly go to space. Space
That's what
doesn't
I'm
exist
saying.
in your
Well,
model.
That's what I'm saying. So
someone's lying here.
That's what I'm saying. If they're supposedly going to space, then Earth is supposedly a sphere. So just prove that.
That's not what I'm saying. You're just adding things onto my argument.
No.
Weren't there.
In order for something to have an orbital flight, specifically, they'd be using the Earth's radius, 3,959 miles, to make that claim. So, if they have orbital flight, the Earth has to be a sphere in order for that to be true. So, where's the evidence that the Earth is a sphere?
Just talking about space.
Yeah, he's not. He's meltdown. I guess you guys.
Are you scared of space?
Are you scared of Earth? Are you scared of Earth?
Are you scared of space or something?
Are you scared of Earth? I don't know what is.
Oh man, come on! There must be a glober in here who isn't a total pussy and a weirdo. Come on.
Then come back to the Earth. Why are you in the space?
You're calling people a pussy and a weirdo, but you're a flat earther, so that doesn't make any sense.
I'm not flat earther, but Earth is not the globe.
This is you're demonstrating
how can you be a
that you're
flat earther and not be considered
because
weird?
Elijah's just pointing out exactly the case, which is if you're talking about things going into space, then you're talking about a globe in space. But because you're so retarded and scared of your own belief, you'll be like, I'm not saying it's a
retarded,
globe.
but you believe the Earth is flat?
Yes, you are. Matt, you experienced the
What if you identify yourself?
In a university, say I believe the Earth is flat. You're gonna get pointed and laughed at.
What if you identify yourself with something else, not with the shape? For example, you identify yourself like a nation, and then you look in geometry, and then you say what is spherical, what is not. For example, you ask, "Are you flat earther?" And I'm answering, "It doesn't matter. I'm not flat earther. I'm, for example, Nigerian, but there is no measurable curvature in reality." You ask me again, "Are you flat earther?" I'm saying, "No, I'm from Switzerland." But there is no measurable curvature in reality. What do you have to say about that?
Still be a flat.
I'm not flat earther. There is no measurable curvature in reality.
And Matt, you're a proud, knowledgeable globehead.
Yeah, I'm not flat earther, but there is no measurable curvature in reality. What shall we do?
Okay, so then you're a agnostic earther then.
No, there is no measurable curvature in reality.
So an agnostic earther then.
No, what shall we do about that? How we will make that curvature that exists?
It's a disjunct.
Curvature?
Yeah, because every sphere has curvature, I think.
Yeah.
Yeah, where is this one, the big one?
You gotta just look outside, man.
Yeah, I look it outside and there is no. I check it for myself.
He's trolling. He's trolling.
I check it, I check it in UK and I check it in Croatia.
He is, but
look at some satellite images.
The
Look
answer,
at some satellite.
Yeah, you are getting the space. I ask you, why are you scared of the Earth?
We're flat earthers, right? When we do say we're flat earthers, we're talking about orientation. When it could be any shape with sides. Got the shape without sides is a sphere. That's the only shape that you can't utilize as a level reference. So whatever
exactly
it is,
what you mean by flat earther. You don't have to clarify that with me.
You mean that everything?
No, I'm just saying, like, if the ground is used as a level reference, so whatever shape it is, where we're using it, it's level everywhere that we use it. We're going to establish the level of the Earth first, because we're using the Earth as a level tool, as a flat tool, as a horizontal tool, as an orientation, where all of those words are synonymous. The one thing that doesn't have sides is a sphere. You cannot use it as a reference for orientation.
You can't?
But what about all the Hollywood space cartoons that made Matt think he's on a globe?
Can you tell us who is using that?
Who's using what?
Who is using that curve in real life? Military?
What do you mean using curve?
Accounting on curvature and rotation. Military, maybe?
Oh, it's account on curvature. They do.
Who? Military?
Google it. Google it.
Is it?
They do.
How I did? Oh,
Snipers
snipers
do
doing.
too. And you think they're bullshitting you as well. They're
Okay,
doing it for no
great.
reason.
I will ask you a question. Snipers doing. I was doing anti-aircraft, in military. I was anti-aircrafter. Why I didn't account? I never read about that. Nobody told me anything about that. And why sniper is doing that? And I never even heard for that I need to account for anything.
Look it up. They do.
I was in military. I'm telling you now. I was an aircrafter.
Congratulations.
Yeah, congratulations. I'm asking you how I fucking shoot the airplanes I didn't account on curvature and rotation.
That's good for you. You're not a sniper though.
Oh, but I shoot also the targets on the ground. They are far away, more far away than what sniper do.
Congratulations, you're not a sniper.
Congratulations. Maybe you need to go to military to learn how to count on the rotation.
Oh, so you're talking about counting for rotation now?
Yeah, maybe you need to go to military to find out that maybe you will need to go to military to find out that you will never ever learn about anything.
Oh, that's crazy. You might want to watch a military sniper video then.
Well, that's crazy because I was in military, man, and I was using weapon bigger than sniper.
Yeah, but Sasha, you need to go on YouTube like Matt here. To figure things out.
Exactly. You gotta go on YouTube or Google. Search it.
Okay.
And they do.
Okay.
They account for the rotation of the Earth. If you don't believe it.
Yeah, but I was in military, man. Man, I was in military.
Congratulations.
Yeah, that means I was doing great. I had luck, I was accounting only of the speed of the target and the angular size of the target in the distance. Did you know that?
That's good for you. Are you denying that they don't?
No, that's good for you. That's good now for you. You can learn something about just me. You can ask any military guy, who was in military, if he accounted on rotation or curvature. And I can bet on my life.
You don't account for the rotation of the Earth, is what you're saying, which is just not going to be true.
Let me ask this question. Let me make sure I ask it.
Because they do.
Let me ask this question. So, are you saying?
Why do we keep switching from one person to the other?
Are you saying that there will be field manuals in which we will see that they've calculated for curvature and the spin and all this? In field manuals.
Do account. What do you mean?
Yeah, in field manuals they do. That you're saying yes? In field manuals they do.
Field manuals? I'm not sure if they're in field manuals, but it's
something because that's what you're using in the field, right? In real life.
Yeah, go get a field manual and check out.
Right. Oh, I thought. Sounds a little less sure. I don't. What you say? I don't know what.
It's there.
Go get a field manual and check it out.
Which one? Yeah. The Army has many. Which one?
Let's go to check it. Can you give us a proper one?
FM
I don't
what?
have one on me. I'm not.
Oh.
FM what? I need the reference.
I don't have it for you. You're gonna have to.
Do you remember what the reference was? He's not asking if you've got it. He's asking if you can remember it.
No, I don't remember what the reference is. Okay. No, I don't.
Well, then please find it, because if this was a board and you were standing in front of sergeant majors and first sergeants, they would want the reference.
Yeah, that's why I'm not in the military. So I wouldn't be dealing with sergeant majors.
Yeah, that's why you need to look that on YouTube.
You can do your research. They account for the rotation of the Earth.
I was in military. What are you talking about? I don't need to look at it. Are you crazy?
Congratulations.
Congratulations. Go in military and learn. What are you talking about? You're spitting shit, speaking about something what you don't know and saying, look at there, where to look. Can you tell me a book where I can look?
Oh, what's it called? Manufact Totem posted something in the chat. You might want to check it out.
Oh.
What is it?
And
is it a field manual?
Maybe he can clear this up for us. I don't know if
Is
you
it a
want to
field?
your mic.
Is it a field Is it a field manual? Well, how about Manufact Totem?
Field artillery manual. Yeah, you're gonna look at the chat, or you're gonna just keep saying shit. Look at the chat. Look what it says. Field artillery manual cannon. Having a
Dear, oh
smoke every
dear.
5 minutes. Was it you?
That's bullshit.
Or were you
You don't.
trusting him? He was in the middle.
Well, I was in artillery. It doesn't matter, you know. I didn't.
Yeah, but
account-
Sasha, this
I didn't.
guy's been on YouTube and doesn't remember what the reference is, so we should trust him.
No. It will be for me familiar if I need have it
Unfortunately,
something
I'm not a
like that.
sniper.
It would be something like,
Thank
okay,
God.
I know what is this, scale. I know I account. Yeah,
Thank
that's
God you're not
correct.
a
No,
sniper.
man. Yeah.
Wait, you've seen this before, but you were
Because-
telling us
because-
that the artillery manuals don't account for the rotation of the Earth or the curvature. Rotation implies curvature, does it not, or no?
There is no curvature, there is no rotation. Jesus Christ, you guys have been here for 6 months.
There is, though. I don't know why you're lying to us in the 21st century. Like we're gonna believe that bullshit that you're
Yeah,
saying.
Okay,
you know what?
okay.
We want to
Who
distinguish-
measured?
we want
Who
to-
measured that? Who measured that, Matt?
24th century.
Measured what?
Well, the curvature of the motion. Let's go with the motion because we always do the curvature. How
Curvature
fast
of
do you
the
think
motion?
you're moving right now?
What the fuck?
Well, the
There you guys
motion.
go. Just moving that goalpost. No, I
Come
want
on,
to
no.
talk about
This is your goalpost. This is your stance. Your
Check out
belief
the
that
manual.
the ground is
GF6
moving.
manufactured totem
rotation
posted it for you.
azimuth. Corrections to azimuth in mills to compensate for the rotation of the Earth.
Okay, so you're claiming that the Earth is rotating. How fast is it?
That's
How
He got
fast
you
do you
what you
guys
wanted.
think
Are
it's
you gonna accept it
rotating?
now?
How fast do you guys think it's rotating?
I mean, you guys say that artillery specialists don't account for the rotation of the Earth, and then like, why does this thing exist?
Well, you're not an artillery specialist, so maybe you shouldn't be talking on that.
I mean, do I have
You're just
to
a
be an artillery
guy.
specialist?
Yeah,
to
yeah.
read?
If you want to try and tell us how artillery
I can
specialists
read.
do things, you
Is
should have
this
some
thing
experience
not?
in that.
Is this not from an artillery field manual? Is this fake? Like, come on.
I don't know. I don't know what's been posted. I'm not reading the chat. I'm asking you how fast you think you're spinning right now.
Come on, guys. If we're gonna ask each other for sources, and
God, so you
evidence, like,
guys
we
are so
actually have
scared of
to
your own
engage.
claims. You guys are so scared of your own claims.
You asked. The other guy did. One guy asked for evidence that the artillery.
Thank you.
account for the-
Now,
for the rotation.
now I can.
One guy posted. And
now
now
I
you
can
guys
go
are
This
again.
room is
man.
filled with a bunch of fucking retards. You're wasting your time, homie.
Of course.
Oh wow, another upset guy who doesn't know how fast he thinks he's spinning.
Indeed. This room is filled with bots. You're talking to bots.
Yeah, I know
And I
they're
get more views
Globers,
on my
but come on,
Twitch
we need to give them some
channel
charity
than you
here.
do on a YouTube channel.
Listen, don't
Who's
speak to
on
the
which
Globies.
side?
Don't speak about the
Y'all done
Globies
got
like
so
that.
meta. Like, what the hell? You know?
All right, who's the maddest Globie in here? You speak.
No, like, let's call out that fucking artillery guy. Like, is this stolen valor? Like, come on, artillery.
No. Let's
I'm
call out the guys who tell us the ground is moving, but they don't know how fast they think it's moving. Let's call them out.
Let's
'Cause
call out
ground
the
doesn't seem
guys
to be
in the
moving.
chat that only believe things that they can observe rather than trying to understand the more
The things that they don't
abstract
observe or
realities that we
experience.
exist within.
Like sea
Yes.
level.
So we've settled that artillery
Let's
specialists account for the
understand sea
rotation of the
level. Let's try to understand sea level. How to understand that?
Guru, what do you think of the post in the side chat?
I think that I don't know how they measured the mountains in Austria because Austria has no sea, but they are saying there is 3,000 meters above the sea level. That for
They
me,
take the closest sea to them, like Mediterranean.
Yeah, you guys are looking at this
PM.
firing table 155. Look right down the center, 16 to 48.
It's
Zero.
pretty easy, right? So you take a reference point. Let's say hypothetically you go to the bottom of a mountain. You measure it from the bottom of the mountain to the top of the mountain. You get your rough estimate there, right? Because it's not actually.
where is the bottom of the mountain?
It's
And
all,
now
yeah, hold on, that's a red herring. Just look at this firing table. Firing table 155. What's your correction from 1600 to 4800
I need homeboy's source for that field manual too,
Zero,
because I'm looking
right?
for it
But
and it's not
wouldn't the
free.
entire thing have to be zeros? Wouldn't this graph not exist?
You
No
guys
correction.
understand? Like, so he gave a citation within the
Compensate for
manual.
the
I'm trying to
rotation
figure
of
out
the
how he
Earth.
got it, because I'm looking for it so I can find it. And I
Yeah,
can't.
the whole it's just a pamphlet of manuals. It's all a
It's a screenshot,
pamphlet
it seems
of
like.
tables that come.
It's one page. Yeah. It's GF6 Mectorium. He posted at 3:13, and you can see the.
Yeah, I mean, I'm looking.
Yeah, the FM for field artillery that's not what this is from.
That's what I'm saying. I can't find it.
Where does it say FM?
No, it
Look,
says AM.
I copy pasted exactly what he said underneath the
AM3?
screenshot
Okay.
into
Army.
Google.
Yeah, okay, Elijah, listen, okay? It's from Army Manual 3, Field or Firing Table 155.
Uh-huh.
It says right there.
I've already got a copy. I'm finding the figure.
Oh, you're saying it is in there.
Yeah, Army Manual number
You
3.
haven't found it yet. I'm saying
Firing
I'm
Table 155. It's 155 millimeter howitzer.
Artillery,
So
man,
you're
is
looking
saying
at
only
anything
never.
that they fire up to really any range is zeros.
Never practically use it. Never.
Yeah, this sort of
ever.
right
I don't
add,
know.
left subtract. We call it rails. Right add, left subtract. If you're looking at a 0.1 mil, that's not even right. That's not even accounted for. You dial in full mil. That's why they break into mils and not degrees. There's 3,200 mils in a or not 30 in the half. So 64 total. So when you're laid on 0, you're going to left add, right subtract, and look at how far you have to go down before you're even accounting for anything. This whole table is zeros if you know how to read it right.
The whole table is zeros?
Yeah.
I'm gonna take off your jacket.
I mean,
Well, how do you read it?
I mean, I
So-
see numbers on the grid, right?
Yeah, so if you're going to fire 17 mils right adjusted, what's your deflection correction for 1.5 millimeter howitzer with a point detonating 793 fuse using a charge 4?
I don't even know what
Time
a
on
mil
target.
is.
You have to get the round down the range. How long? Why are you
there's
taking?
1, 2, 3,
Why
4.
are you taking so long to correct for this?
1700 is the fourth one from the right.
Okay, you just killed your own troops.
I mean, maybe.
Not hard. I mean, field artillery is a very easy school to get into. It's right at Fort Sill. They basically take anybody. If you've got a pulse, just go to it. Just go to the field artillery school, do the stuff, and do it up. Instead of just spamming
Okay.
some sort of like field manual that you can't even read, or a firing table that you can't even read. But why was it just a 155? Wouldn't you be able to produce like 102 and 198? You know, why is it only 155? Is the only table you got? The same table you guys post over and over and over again? Because it goes circular citation right back to anti-flat earth sites.
How is it a circular citation? Okay. So because we pulled this from an anti-flat Earth site, therefore you don't think it's credible?
No, how about you just go try to do it? Like,
Why would it need to come from an
Do your
anti-flat
own
Earth
firing
site
mission.
to begin with?
Yeah, like what's that got to do with it, right? Like,
Yeah, like why would you need to pull it if it's just a military thing? Why would it need to come from an
Answer:
anti-flat Earth
it's
site?
because when you're, going with the mainstream narrative, you're so used to the narrative being
Forget the metal.
constructed for you that you just go
Forget
to
the
the same
metal.
places
Let's
like
talk
Russian
about
Wiki,
shooting artillery shells,
Metabunk.
right?
Sorry, can I be heard?
Yeah, you can be heard,
I
Hank.
don't
For
wanna
some
hear
reason,
about the metal.
Parsifal's just mentally spewing through you in a spiral formation.
Yeah, I haven't really spoke a whole lot today. I just wanted to say, when you're used to, pushing like the mainstream narrative, you're so used to everything just being constructed for you, and all you have to do is parrot it that you want to go to the flat earth sites because you don't want to actually have to do any real like research or anything. And think through the information that you get. You just want to spew back what you've been told because that's how the government trains you in the government schools.
Yeah, see, Hank, this is
Thank you
why I
for
was
that
trying to get them to tell us how fast they think they're moving, to make them think about it, but they can't seem to do it.
So is somebody going to explain to me what this table is?
Yeah, it's saying at 0 degrees latitude, so right on the equator, your correction is 0.
What about 1800, 6500?
Yeah, what direction would the tube be
1800.
facing at that point?
I don't know.
Okay, well look into it.
Well, it sounds like you know it's a
Elijah, you're
globe
hot
proof
mikey.
particle.
Some of them
Sorry,
have
don't
zeros
be
and
me.
some of them don't, right?
Well,
Like, you would
Particle, it
be more
doesn't sound like you
persuasive.
really understand this, so
I don't understand it. I'm asking you guys to
yeah, so
explain it. What
it's
is
probably
it?
not a good thing for you to be trying to talk about.
What you
I'm
could
not
do
I'm
too is
trying to
compare
listen.
this result with what Tyson had said about the field goal kick being like this Cincinnati versus somebody or whatever. The field goal kick off by a quarter an inch. How much is this off? If you got an artillery round that's got a 50-meter kill radius, 150-meter casualty producing radius,
Yeah, a few inches won't
what?
matter. I get
Yeah, you're good. You got it. So if they're telling you they're adjusting for 0.1 mil, left adjust.
I mean, I've always been skeptical of the idea that like artillery shells would
You
need this
always been
correction.
skeptical. Oh, okay. So now
But
so now there's a conclusion to be had here. The conclusion is someone asked about the manuals, and Manufactotum was gracious enough to give us a citation in which we found out that even in the field manuals, what you would be correcting for is butt kiss, 0. So what do you have to say to that?
So to steelman your argument, you guys are saying that this piece of evidence is actually evidence that there is no correction.
Okay, how many mils per degree?
I don't know what a fucking mil is, dude.
Okay, that's
Okay, the answer is correct. The answer is yes. Yes to your question. Yes.
I wouldn't even say it qualifies as evidence. You've given us an abstract table which people who actually operate the stuff in real life say they don't account for. So I wouldn't even say it's evidence. It's a claim with no justification or substantiation behind it.
Okay,
so
we got two
why
different
was it asked for?
Well, I didn't ask for it.
Well, maybe Guru wants to answer why it was asked for.
No, old dude, mil is another way of like a compass heading. Like there's 360 degrees per compass. There's 6,400 mils in the 360.
And wouldn't that
So a
change
mil is
depending on where you are on the Earth and what direction you're facing, north, east, southwest? Wouldn't all of that change?
Yeah, that's why this is
with all
hard
those
to read.
considerations?
Because when you lay a gun, after you survey it on the flat stationary plane, and you survey it to the aiming circle, and you survey it to your collimator, and you survey it to your aiming post, once you've got all the survey done, you've laid the gun on the horizontal plane, you set the number to 0, to 3,200. Then you adjust from that, either left or right.
Yeah, if they were actually having to account for all the different factors that would play into a rotating curved sphere when they're firing projectiles, it wouldn't be a negligible calculation. You would be like, fuck, what direction am I facing? How far away are they? What position of the Earth are we? How far away are we from the equator? All this kind of stuff. You have to do a shit ton of calculating.
Look at two. This is at 0 degrees latitude, and then if you shoot north-south at 0 degree at the equator, you're shooting either directly north or directly south. The maximum possible correction is 5 mils, which is
What's the chances that you're going to be in that position, in that direction, firing?
or
anytime?
anywhere else in the world, right? So the worst case scenario is 5 mils over. See, this is odd too. Why would a shorter distance have a larger number? Because look, if you read up, the 1800s 2 mils, and the 1200s 5. So you're looking at this. This is your maximum correction, and there's 17 mils per degree. So not even a third of a degree you're calculating for. You're adjusting for. Worst case scenario. And then they'll use this and say all artillery everywhere on Earth uses the same type of correction. Wow.
Yeah, it's just another bullshit attempt at a globe proof once it's even slightly analyzed. Turns into nothing. What a surprise.
You keep asking for it.
How
Not
many
you
times do you
specifically.
have to go through this process before you start thinking, damn, all our evidence is shit?
Oh, no,
We
no.
didn't ask. We didn't ask for it.
It,
We didn't
it
ask
was,
for
didn't
it.
ask
So
that's
for it.
the reason I went looking for it, was it
We
because
didn't ask for
specifically
it.
it was
No,
asked.
you need to stop.
Yeah, he
No,
asked
Who
for
we
it.
didn't
cares?
ask for it. So
Guru
you need to
asked
stop.
for it
I think
specifically.
Guru
Listen,
has
no,
falsified his
somebody
claim.
made the claim because I was trying to talk about something else. Then we were all talking, and someone said that they have to account for it as snipers. And then that's how the conversation evolved. Because someone made the claim that there's an accounting for it. So I said in the field manuals, and then Manufactotum gave the citation, in which
Nope,
we're now talking about there not being
it wasn't
any
you who
account.
said it. It was Guru who said, find me a field manual that says that.
Well, I also said it, bro. So I
That
mean, we're
could be.
splitting hairs. We're splitting
Okay,
hairs.
so Elijah, if you were operating under the impression that artillery shell people don't need to account for that,
This is what we're yeah, but the manual is showing how they're not accounting for it.
Okay.
But most you could say it's negligible.
Which is not accounting for it.
That's not the same thing.
Yeah, look at
But
it
if
right
it did
here.
account for it,
You asked for
it
Crit
would
to
falsify
explain,
it.
and I'm glad he did. I hope somebody clips that out, because that should be something that's shared for people to under. I damn sure could have never explained that to anybody. I still don't understand what I do. As soon as he said compass, I'm like, okay, 360 degrees. So there must be some kind of. I get it. Like I got it at that point, but I could never make that argument to someone. Man, it's a slam dunk right there, and I don't think a lot of people understand what he just said. So there's no misunderstanding. Someone made a claim that there would be a correction based on what was given to us. It's so negligible, there would be no way you would be correcting for it. The end.
You see it right there, 1,800 meters. So 18 kilometers. Your max adjustment's 0.9 mils. What do you think that figures out to degrees? Like, how much is that going to throw your shot? That's not even calculable. In the sight, the scope, you use the sight back in on your collimator. You can't even dial in a 0.9.
Is 1,800 kilometers a usual range or a?
No, that's a ridiculous range.
That sounds crazy.
Yeah, that's like rocket assisted range.
Yeah. So they wouldn't even be using artillery at that range. Like, the table just has too many flaws in it. It just doesn't make sense.
No, dude, Gamma, look at 18,000 meters. Dude, look at this guy's completely bricked. Gamma, do you not know what? Wow, man. Wow. That's a screenshot gold right there. That's a golden globey comment if I've ever seen one.
What did he say? I'm not reading the chat.
He said 1,800. He said the table says 1,800. Or, yeah. 1,800 meters is not, yeah. So he'll read the table there.
Do you think that you could launch a shell from one side of Manhattan to the other?
Oh, Jesus.
How's that relevant?
We're talking about the range of artillery, right?
One of the best
just have
things
to
you
say
could
anything.
No, we're
No,
not.
we're not.
What we're talking about is the premise that you have to account for rotation. That's what we're talking about.
Yeah, we're talking about artillery.
You didn't hear what I said. So if we're talking about accounting for the rotation, yeah. The context is artillery, but we're not talking about. We're focused on the fact that there's no accounting for anything. That's what we're focused on. That's the focus of the conversation.
So Crit mentioned a blast radius of like 50 meters, say. What's like the smallest blast radius of like a long range artillery?
How's this relevant?
I'm wondering, because in his example, it's true that, adjusting for such a minute amount wouldn't really matter if the blast radius covers that amount. But if something is very localized, like something that might maybe just get people in one particular house, and you don't want it to land in the next house, or even affect the next
Yeah, I'm
house, that
sure they're
might be
very
more.
considerate like that.
No, they do
Yeah.
danger close if if there's troops, your own troops in the area, or you're firing over your own troops' head. But then what you do is there's a secondary bubble that you make sure is level for your tube elevation. So you double check. There'll be a special instruction. Danger close. Make sure
Right.
that your elevation's correct.
So in those situations, like how much would a small difference matter?
Yeah, that's for the elevation of the tube, not for the left and right deflection.
Well, if either one throws your measurements off, either of those would be important, right?
No, the tube elevation is going to have the arc of the projectile.
Yeah, but that would just affect how close or far it would go, not whether
Yeah, that's why if you got
deviates left or
danger
right.
close, you're going to make sure that bubble is level. You give it a second. You stop. You load the gun. You put the tube up. You wait. Is okay. The bubble's level. Okay, good. Double check. Fire
Yeah, but that's only if they're firing from behind you, right? Over your head.
from behind you. Yeah.
Yeah, but what if they're firing from off to the side and they still have to hit something in front of you?
Yeah. Then something in front of you. That's what I'm saying. Your elevation angle.
Well, no, to the people firing, that would be a left or right deviation.
All right, I'll do that. Distance wise.
For you, it would be distance, but for them, it would be left or right.
No.
If it's coming from your left, say.
Elijah, you're hot micing.
All right, my bad.
I found a random Wikipedia on some random artillery that can shoot 2,300 meters. So it seems that 18,000 meters, excuse me. That 23,000 meters compared to 18,000 meters, it seems reasonable.
23,000 meters. I'm trying to imagine how far that is. What is that?
You said 2,300 meters the first time. Are you fucking this up?
The quote from the Wikipedia article for the 240 millimeter howitzer M1 says that it has a range of 23,000 meters. And then the artillery field manual that Manufactorum posted, Crit mentioned the specific range in there.
Like 32 kilometers
18,000.
32 kilometers with rocket assisted.
That's
But
15
once it's
miles.
rocket assisted,
other
that's no
numbers.
longer using the rotation of the Earth, is it? Or the curve of the Earth.
That's 14.2 miles.
This is a World War II artillery, right? It says began in 1941, right?
So they didn't even know the radius of. Never mind.
So they were doing this course correction in World War II. Okay.
All right, but it has, okay. So do the numbers on whatever he's showing for it.
And I believe Crit, you asked like what it was. You're asking about the distance, right? And the reason I mentioned Manhattan is because it came to mind, and so I googled the distance from the top to the bottom of Manhattan is it's around 20 kilometers.
This is what I think is best for here. Why did these computers that all account for it? How about this story right here? U.S. supplied howitzers to Ukraine lack accuracy in aiding systems. Why do you think they would do that? Why would they leave the targeting computers out? Here's a bunch of guns, but no targeting computers.
Because of the supply chain problems caused by COVID.
No, they
have to be my guess.
No, you gotta keep that, dude. Seriously.
Like, I don't know. What's the article saying?
Yeah, look at it. So why would you want to remove the targeting computers from these artillery systems.
I don't know if I don't see remove. I say not fitted with advanced computer.
No, they're
systems. So
they're fitted.
Maybe
They
they're
come-
just bitching that they're not getting like the latest version, right?
It's because if they had the chance to look at it and break these systems down, they'd see there is no account for curve rotation.
Okay,
that's a bit of a stretch.
Because when you got to hand jam it, because when you hand jam it, you don't take time to account for that. You use very quickly unit location, target location, square rate, prop temperature, and meteorology. That's it. That's your only factors you use with each artillery. You don't take into like account like, oh, where's my curve and rotation? Where's where's all this other crap? It's as soon as they fire, they send a 9 line to fire. They want that round going down the tube right away. They want people just playing around with tables and slide rules, and we'll get that round to you maybe sometime in 2 to 3 weeks.
Because what good is a fast calculation if it is a wrong calculation?
Somehow we're missing the point.
They don't account for curve and rotation. That's the point.
Thank
So here
you.
you go. Because now here's them boasting about how accurate Ukraine has been. Ukraine's forward observers and artillery rounds have been so accurate despite these computer systems that were purposely left out.
I mean, you hear yourself, Crit.
Yeah. So that if you don't use any computer system that supposedly has the curve and rotation of Earth baked into it, you take those computer systems out and you run it by hand.
So
it's not necessary. It's completely irrelevant.
All the armies in the world could like save money by just not having those computer systems.
So real quick, I suspect it is an issue of money, but it says in the article, howitzers without computer system can still be fired accurately using traditional methods to calculate the angle needed to hit a target. Modern computer systems, however, rule out the possibility of human error. So they can still be accurate. I don't think that's a problem. I also don't see remove. I suspect it's just like a financial thing. They wanted to give them more, so they had to do it cheaper or something. And that'd be my guess.
With or without the computer system doing the math, there is no accounting for any rotation. Yes or no?
No.
No.
Okay.
No, that's wrong. I mean, no. You can't give. That's no. I meant no. That's incorrect.
Say the question again.
Were you saying no? That's incorrect, Crit, to me too.
No, I was saying you're right. They do not account for curve and rotation. You just go to artillery school yourself. Maybe get the online correspondence course. Phone a friend, do something, and just calculate. So you learn how to calculate artillery fire, and then see when would you add in curve and rotation.
But Crit, I suspect that they would be using Newton's laws to make those calculations.
Yeah, they use gravity. Start randomly throwing gravity and bending in space. They're like, hold on a second here. How close is Venus to Earth? That's going to warp the fabric of space time. Okay, that's going to drop. I'm going to add another 0.08 of a mil.
Basic junior high question. What shape do projectiles make when they shoot?
It depends on the angle of the tube. They have a parabolic arc or
not.
It's high angle, low angle shot. There's a high angle, low angle shots. A high angle shot is going to be a parabol, like a quadrant. Not always a parabol, no.
Wouldn't a low angle shot also be a parabola?
No.
Why not?
It pretty much goes straight.
We're moving away from the reason we're talking.
No. Let Chris answer the question.
There's no accounting for anything that has to do with the Earth. There just isn't. There's no movement to account for it. Somebody brought this up. The conversation should be like concluded, not stopping the conversation and we're not talking. There should be a conclusion of there should be a conclusion of, oh, I said
Can I mute him?
that they actually have to account.
No, just listen.
I think it's always a parabola.
I have to account for the rotation, but I found out by Crit that may not be true. That's it.
Yeah.
It's wrong. We have evidence. We have Newton's laws.
Why should be why he be allowed?
And I'm curious how
say,
Crit can
why
say
should-
that sometimes it's a parabola,
should he be
depending on the
allowed-
angle.
Yeah, depending on the angle. Because if you've got a
But I
very
would say-
heavy square
But
weight,
why should he be allowed to say Crit is wrong if he's not going to justify that? Like, why should he be allowed to say to people that we're broadcasting to a people in this room that Crit is wrong
explain it to me if
after
you like.
everything that he said to add to the conversation in the last 40 minutes?
So what is a parabola? A parabola is a
And he's just going to
quadratic
move. No,
equation.
how is he wrong?
I'm explaining it.
Okay,
I'm explaining it.
No, how is he wrong
It is
about the
always a parabola
detection
because
of the
it's always a
rotation?
quadratic equation, and it's always a quadratic equation because the force
Okay,
of
but about
gravity
the
at
about
Earth's
the
surface
movement
is
and the
constant.
rotation and the accounting for that.
Yeah,
How is
I
he
can
wrong
address
about that?
that.
Shut up, Eli. Shut up.
I can
Manufactorum,
address that directly.
you
So-
agree with my characterization, right?
I do, but to address what Elijah said quickly, and I'll let you go on. I think so. Here's where I come down on this. There are people in this VC who have been in the military, and they say that they don't account for it, and that's fine. There are other sources, reliable sources, that say that they do. So I don't know that this is really going to be resolved here now, not on the Coriolis
Incorrect.
specifically, or whether it's
Incorrect. And the reason that that's incorrect is because somebody took the time, right, to go get a field manual in which, upon crunching the numbers, Crit has discerned, based on that field manual, he said book 3 or whatever, and this is like a kind of standard for everybody.
yeah, and I
right?
posted 2 other charts with different numbers that we didn't go over.
yeah.
Okay,
I
so
don't
let's
think
go
Crit
over
is
them.
that much
So
of
let's
an
go-
expert. Like he
So let's go over
he
it.
didn't
then.
Yeah, that's
know
the main thing. Is I don't
that
know.
20,000 meters is like a regular
so let's go.
artillery
So let's
distance.
go
Most of us
over
in
it.
here have not been in the military, so we're really just trusting him on his word, right? It's not really
Go
going to be.
over the numbers then. Like, if you said, well, I posted something else, then let's look at it. Because the first field manual thing that was given to us, it was proven that based on what they thought was evidence of them accounting for the rotation is not actually proof that they account for anything, because
I
it's
don't accept that
negligible.
that's been
So
proven.
you posted 2 more things that we can discuss right here and now. Okay, let's do that. If Chris
I
still
don't
available.
accept that the first one has been proven, though. Like, I have not been in the military. I'm really just trusting Crit on what he says is the
No,
interpretation
don't
of those
trust
numbers.
me. Get a correspondence. This stuff isn't public
Right?
record.
Yeah, exactly. That's my point. Is it's
No, but
not
what,
going to
is,
be
what
solved
does you
right here and
saying
now.
that matter? Because you presented the information, Crit's going to do what he does.
Yeah, sure. That's
We don't
fine.
care if you trust him or not.
Well, okay
You
then.
presented information. Either you're going to understand it or you're not. But we're going to look at the information. We don't care about how you feel.
Okay, that's fine then.
Just do
If
both.
All right,
Like
thank
no,
you.
that's perfectly fine.
you don't
Okay,
need
so
me
thank
to
you.
look it
So let's
up.
do that.
You can go. This stuff is declassified. You can look into how to calculate a 9-line for a field artillery fire, and what factors, what variables are used, and what variables are not used.
Yeah, I get that. My only point is that it's not going to be something I'm going to take the time right now in the middle of this conversation to do. Like, I'm happy to look into that, but
Yeah, it'd be interesting
yeah.
that you could calculate it.
Yeah, we don't. Here's what I'm basically trying to say. You've done your service to the room. There's one guy who provided one bit of information that supposedly proves something that it did not. You have now provided data that we can look into. Your part in this conversation can be done because you're saying that you don't really have anything else to add. And that's okay. Can we talk about the information now that you
Yeah, that's
provided?
fine.
That you
All
don't
I'm
have anything
saying
else to say about?
all I'm saying in response is that if you want a
Well, I
concession
heard you.
here
Don't
now, I
repeat
can't
yourself
give
a
you
third
that.
time. You said you're not going to be looking into it right now. You don't really know as much as Crit does. I heard you the first time.
Okay, just so we're clear.
So look at the table there where it says corrections and range to meters to compensate for rotation of the Earth.
Why would it say to compensate for the rotation of the Earth if it wasn't compensating for the rotation of the Earth, Crit?
This table's not used. That's why. It's like a meth field symposium. They could put down here,
this table
to
is not used.
Yeah, it's not. It says right
Is
here
it fake?
to compensate for onward Christian soldier, to compensate for the machine spirit, to compensate for whatever you want to put in there.
Yeah, I mean, there could be fakes out there, but I heard that this was like an actual field manual, right? Like you even recognize the nomenclature, right? That's
yeah, but it's not one that
AM-2.
you use.
I mean, why would the Army publish things that their servicemen don't use, right? Like, I think
'cause
a
they
real
don't use
interesting
this
thing
one.
would be to go to like an Army base and like find this exact manual and like confirm whether this is in fact, a real page from a real Army manual, right?
Yeah, it's not from. Okay, what you're looking for is like, with the current one looks like 650. Yeah, these are the ones that you use, like that when you go to like the gun, and the actual gun will have literature that goes with it, how to maintain the vehicle and whatnot, what the different what the oil pressure should be, what the hydraulic temperature should be at. So right here, 650 is the one you want to look at. So look up in that one and see if you find anything that talks about curve and rotation. If I recall, the first paragraph has some meth field symposium from like some sergeant major. It's like field artillery. Most people think it's just grunt work, but field artillery requires very difficult math. You have to account for the square rate, the propellant temperature. You have to really know where you are on the battlefield. You have to be able to navigate and be really quick and know a good crew drill, and everyone works together. And you even have to calculate for the curve and rotation of the Earth, like a last throwaway comment that isn't even really needed. Like to make it seem kind of like, oh, that's all brainy and space agey and stuff. They've been fighting artillery since like the beginning, almost right from the very beginning. The Civil War developed rifled artillery. Do you think they accounted for curve and rotation? They're hitting Fort Pulaski from, they supposedly
How
said.
old do you think mathematics is, Crit?
Yeah, I'm not sure if that's to do with anything.
I mean, I'm insulted that you think that like Civil War veterans like couldn't do the same calculated, complex math that we do today, right?
Yeah, that's not what I said though.
They would have to learn it.
I think you said that that Army dude was like making it to be more complicated, to sound more complicated than it actually is, to sort of inflate people's egos.
Yeah,
That's kind of.
Yeah, to make it seem like artillery is this really fancy, really hard to do, brain draining, career field. Like, don't join Space Force. Become a cannon crew member. That's where you really know how you use like the curve and rotation of the Earth. You shoot your artillery off satellite imagery.
I mean, I think they will concede that the Space Force is going to be even more complicated, right? But it's very interesting, your psychology there, that like you think that like that people inflate their intelligence just to like make you feel small, right?
No, that's not what I said either. Make it seem like the job is more important and more difficult than it actually is.
Yeah, why would anybody do that, right? Isn't the job like exactly what it is?
So
Maybe that's just maybe that's like your just subjective feeling
accounting for
about
the
it.
rotation.
Maybe
So
when people talk about
we're
science and
never
technology,
going to get to
you
the
feel.
conclusion that
Why are
nobody's
you white
accounting
knighting,
for
Elijah?
rotation.
Come on. Can I just
Nobody's
have a minute
accounting for
here?
rotate. We're never
I'm
going to
gonna
come
mute
to the
you, Elijah.
conclusion that nobody's accounting for rotation. The other guy said, "Hey,
You're
I
wrong.
provided two
Artillery specialists
sources."
account for rotation.
The other guy
We
said,
failed
"Hey, I
that.
provided two other sources." However, he said he didn't know anything about anything. So you're providing sources. It's not. You don't really know that what you provided is going to refute the
Yeah,
argument.
and then I went and
Like
did some
so,
more
so
research,
so
right?
that's you're not even the same person.
I
But the
found this
bottom line
Wikipedia
is, the bottom
entry
line
about
is,
this artillery weapon,
he
right?
thinks that he has
And it
fuel
says
to keep talking, but
20,000
he's not
meters
proving. He's not
is
making
an
a point.
artillery range that was
He's just
achieved in
trying to have a
1941.
conversation with
And
you.
Crit didn't know that. Crit thought, oh my god,
It's a
Percival, why are you
conversation.
muting Elijah?
that's so
Because when you're
much.
talking over him, you're just muting him. So you're going to be muted if you don't shut up.
Why can't he be muted if he's not going to shut up, right?
No one's
So
asking you anything. That's
He
the
was
thing.
responding
You're
to
the
the
one.
puke coming out of your mouth, which is utter nonsense.
You're the one who should be listening, not talking.
I was
So look up
asking
six.
you,
I just
Crit,
did. I got
if you feel
650.
that
me just deal with the suspense with this. It's going to take about a minute and a half. Okay, so real simple. So when you fire an artillery round, there's a circle of uncertainty, right, where the round may or may not land, right? And if you go off the manual, you're going to go, hey, the manual says account for Coriolis, blah 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 blah. You fire the fucking round, and then you have a forward observer that sees the round land, and then they'll say, oh, it's short, oh, it's long, and you bracket the target, and then you walk the rounds into the target. That's how it works in practice.
Yeah, I haven't really got there yet. These
You
guys
don't
have been
go, the
Spurgeon.
fucking manual's wrong, call the colonel.
Did I hear you say that it accounts for the Coriolis effect?
No. This is what happens.
Whether
okay?
it does or whether it doesn't, it's irrelevant because the Coriolis correction is smaller than the circle of uncertainty that the round's ever going to land in. Whether you account for it or not makes no difference because it doesn't have the precision required for it to even matter. You understand? That's why they make rounds called Excalibur rounds, and the Russians got something called Krasnopol artillery rounds. Theirs are laser guided, right? And the Excalibur ones are GPS guided. Why do they need that if all they need is a Coriolis correction?
That's what I thought Crit was saying 40 minutes ago. So Crit made that
probably
point 40 minutes ago.
Yeah,
he
walking
said
it in.
He said if they were calculating for it or not, it's negligible. So if it's negligible, whether they calculate for it or not, practically, you're not doing anything different. It could be not doing anything. It could not be rotating. It could be rotating. The bottom line is when you post these manuals, and the bottom line is someone asked. Well, we were having a conversation about the total debunks that we went over, and they said, well, the military accounts for the rotation of whatever they said. And I said, in the field manual? And they said, yeah. They posted this. Crit said, well, look, it claims that they account for it, but what you would account for is negligible. You wouldn't be doing anything different, whether it was there or not, which is what Indio just said. So what the fuck? Why aren't we
negligible?
Why aren't we concluding that you were wrong and moving on to the next conversation, next person, next argument? Why
Elijah,
isn't that happening?
You say that it's negligible. Can you quantify that?
I can. So they call them Mark 7 rounds. They're acquired from the USS Iowa, USS Missouri. They're battleship rounds. The firing chart is out to 30,000 meters, so 30 kilometers. The correction is 90 feet. Okay, so check this out. They test fired these guns off in 1984 off the island of Crete to see what the circle of uncertainty was. The circle of uncertainty, where the rounds would land, is 250 yards. The correction is 90 feet. So the the uncertainty is 3 times fucking the correction.
How do you know that the correction is 90 feet?
Because that's what it says in the firing chart. They have a firing table. They have a firing table for every distance, right?
You look at the table H that manufacturer.
So I would say 90 is about it's about 1/3, 1/2 of the 250, right? So depending on
any individual round can land anywhere within that 250, right? 250 yards, 750 feet. Can land anywhere.
Yeah. Okay, let's say that it's equally likely, right? But
for practical purposes, it doesn't matter because they'll use a forward observer to walk the artillery into the target. That's how it works. I know people that were in the artillery. I have a friend. I know someone that used artillery in Vietnam. Okay, so he says the same thing. You walk it in. He was a radio person, and he would relay radio transmission from the forward observer to the gunners or to the artillery battery.
What did you call that?
That's the conclusion. Look, every time you say something,
there's a circle of uncertainty.
He finds a way to ask you something that allows him to talk to you longer. When the conclusion is,
Elijah, if you're
No, they
not up
won't.
to this conversation, like you can just leave, dude.
No,
Like,
no, no,
come
no.
on.
We've been telling you the same thing for 40 minutes.
You haven't been telling me anything. Listen, how do you know that the circle of uncertainty that
No,
isn't
the
determined
conclusion is
by the procedure
had.
of counting
The conclusion is had. He just keeps asking more questions that are
You
inconsequential.
don't understand
Because
how
his
math
point,
works, do you?
I do understand how math works.
So how does probability work? So if the uncertainty is fucking 3 times larger than the precision,
Yeah, I'm asking you, how did you calculate that uncertainty?
by
You're
test
assuming that
firing the fucking gun, it's not a calculated, it's measured, right?
yes,
So they
but
test fired the gun.
that test can be the test, the
No,
parameters
they
of the
look at
test.
they look at the pattern of where the rounds land, right? They land in a pattern, a shot pattern, and they go, "Hey, we keep aiming at the exact same place, and this is the pattern that the rounds land in."
Okay, I understand. Okay, so bear with me this thought experiment. Okay, let's say they do one of these experiments. They fire the shell, and then they measure different positions where it lands, and they build a circle of unpredictability from that, right? Then let's say they would do another experiment somewhere else. Might that circle of unpredictability be different?
Yeah, because the weather conditions could be different,
Okay, and
right?
unknown
So
variables.
yeah, want to hear some crazy unknown variables? So here's some variables I'm going to tell you about. Professional snipers, like people that like do sniping in the Olympics and do professional sniping, they make their own bullets, and they carefully weigh the rounds, and they use all the same gunpowder formulation, right? All out of the same bottle, and they carefully weigh the gunpowder, and they pack all the bullets to be identical. Okay, why do they do
That's good
this?
science. They're controlling for the
Yes, exactly. They're trying to eliminate any uncertainty. Do you think artillery rounds? This is being done to artillery rounds?
Yes, of course. I would imagine the
Jesus
army
fucking
has.
Christ! You're out of your tits, dude. Then why not just buy the bullets off the shelf? Do
I
you think
would
they're
say
doing it at
that
the gun manufacturer when they're making rounds, right? Do you think they're weighing it and having the bullets like the same weight within some tolerance?
Anytime anybody sells something to somebody else, like they quantify their product, right?
Yeah, exactly. But it's not precise enough, right? Because there's
Okay.
different batches of gunpowder. They're not all the exact same formulation. There's different compositions of metal. They weren't all freaking forged at the exact same place, right? So they don't have all the identical composition. There's tolerances as far as weight, size, all this shit, right? And when you're doing something precise, where you need to account for Coriolis because you need to be so precise, which is nothing is so ridiculous as that. They have to standardize, right, to a high precision what they're going to do. Like not professional snipers. I'm not even talking about snipers in the military. I'm talking about target snipers, people that shoot in competition, right? We're not talking about people in the fucking army or the military. We're talking about people that are competitive snipers that shoot in competitions. They carefully weigh all the rounds. They make their own bullets so that all the bullets, because when you get them out of a package, they don't all have the same performance. Artillery rounds are the same thing. They're made off an assembly line. They're made within a tolerance. It's just good enough because in practice, these things don't matter because they're going to do exactly what I said they do. You have a forward observer. He watches where the round lands. He says you're too far, too close, to the left, to the right. He calls back. You adjust your fire, and they just walk the rounds into the target. Pretty
Your story
simple, dude.
conveniently ignores like the first shot.
It doesn't matter where the first shot lands because the probability that the first shot hitting the target is nearly zero.
I think my point is that before they fire their first shot, they're making a prediction about where it's going to land, right?
Yeah, exactly.
Okay, so why do you dismiss the idea that in the process of that prediction, the Coriolis effect is not one of the factors?
But it can be one of the factors, but it's not necessary.
Okay, explain how.
Holy fucking shit. Have you been listening for the last 10 minutes?
Yes, I want you to quantify.
Okay, tell me what bracketing is. Tell me what bracketing is.
from what I'm understanding, we're talking about the zeroing in, right? The tolerance for error, right?
No.
And in the
See,
in
you
the hitting the
bracket a target, right? So you say you want to hit some trench. You do your calculation, Coriolis or not. You fire around, you see where it lands. Oh, it landed too far. Okay, dial it down. Oh, you landed too close. A little up, somewhere in between where you those past two shots, right? Oh, it went a little far again, but it's closer than the first one. Oh, it went a little short
this is
again, but it's
bracketing.
closer than the second one, right? And they keep walking it into the target, dude. This is how it works
And
in practice.
And that process is called bracketing.
They don't redo calculations. They do their initial calculation, and after that, it's all done.
You wanted to tell me what bracketing means? Are you?
Yes, they bracket the target, right? They have a round go too far and too close. That inside that thing is a bracket, right? So they bracket the target.
But you said it like
no
a
matter
second
what
ago
you
that
tell
like
him, he's gonna find a
regardless
way
of whether
to
the
ask you
Coriolis
another
effect.
question rather than go,
Elijah,
okay,
buddy,
thank you for your time.
if you don't
I
want to have
thought
this
that it was
conversation,
one
you can
thing,
just quietly dip
but
out.
it's actually not.
I'm gonna
We're not
mute
having
you.
a conversation. I'm talking to a brick fucking wall
We're
or
all
someone
good.
that can't understand. One of the two.
You literally said, regardless of whether the Coriolis effect comes into the calculation.
Yes. Yeah, what does it matter? It doesn't matter whether they use it or not. In the initial firing, it doesn't matter because the uncertainty of it.
Indio, that is
You got the
the question we're
uncertainty.
trying. That is the question we're trying to resolve here. You're saying that it
It's
doesn't
already
matter.
resolved. No, it's already resolved. You don't like the resolution.
What is that resolution?
That it is irrelevant whether you use it or not.
Oh my God! Why is it irrelevant?
What have I just been talking to you for?
You said
The
that there's
uncertainty of
a
where it's going to land.
uncertainty.
You can't, there's no.
I'll answer the question. I'll answer the
No,
question because I was.
Yeah, go ahead, Elijah.
I understand that there is a
and you tell me if I'm correct or
there's
incorrect.
a circle of uncertainty, right?
So the
What I'm
reason
asking you
that
to
you're
do is to
saying it
I actually
doesn't
quantify.
posted a
matter.
link in the chat. Why don't you go read?
Hey, am I?
And I also
Can y'all
want you
hear
to
me?
quantify the
Can y'all
Coriolis
hear?
effect,
Can y'all hear
and
me?
then we can
Yeah,
compare the
Percival,
two,
because you turn.
and then
Yeah,
we can
Percival, you guys have
decide
turned
whether it
Elijah
is
back up.
insignificant or not.
I
Why?
can
What
hear
am
you
I
fine,
talking about?
Elijah.
Yeah, Percival, you need to turn Elijah back up, or you're done talking.
So what Indio said was, if you do use the calculation, it doesn't matter because you're going to miss the target. And so the forward man is going to tell you by how much, and then you adjust. But you don't adjust for Coriolis again. So the second, third, fourth, however many times, when you do hit the target, it will have had nothing to do with the spin of the earth. You fucking idiot. Am I right or wrong, India?
Elijah, you're the fucking idiot, by the way.
Was that was
Amen.
India? Was that right? Or did I understand you correctly or no?
Yes, exactly. Yes, you understood it. I'm gonna repost what I already posted, dude. Like, post again.
Did you guys understand my point about quantifying the effects?
So I
You
didn't.
can't quantify it to the precision necessary for it to matter, bro. What don't you get? Say you have a one. Say you try to. You have a 1 foot ruler, right? But there's no marks on it. How accurately can you measure an inch? Now you have to eyeball it. You can't do anything else. You have to eyeball it. How accurately can you measure an inch?
It's not a ruler.
Pardon me?
A ruler with no marks is not a ruler.
It's not a ruler. Exactly. It's not a ruler, right? Your uncertainty of measuring an inch is 12 inches. So anywhere in that 12 inches, that inch can lie, but you don't know where because you have no markings.
Okay.
Like I said, you don't understand basic math, dude. Well, I would say it's basic math, but it's basic statistics.
So he asked why, right? And you said, "Oh my God, dude, have you been listening for the past 10 minutes?" Now, I've never really paid attention to this line of argument at all. Like, I just didn't care. But I was able to tell you what Indio said. Because you said, why would the rotation of the Earth not matter? He told you, you basically didn't hear him, but I did. So I said, this is what he said. This is what I understand as to why it's irrelevant. Why does he still need to talk if he's not going to move on? This is the if he's not going to move on and say, you know what? Okay, I concede. Like, why the fuck is he still talking?
I'm gonna mute you again.
Yeah, why has Eli not been muted yet? Like, just makes no sense. He just monologues forever.
Okay, the problem I have, and I'll take a page out of your guys' book because you guys accuse us of doing this. Like, you're making an assumption.
I'm not making assumptions based upon testing. It's not an assumption. Go look in the
Assumption
chat.
that the Coriolis effect, that the
It's
effect
not
of
an
the Coriolis
assumption.
effect.
It's math, dude.
Let me
No,
finish.
he's
Just let me
done.
finish.
He's done. He's
Let me
done.
finish. You're
He's
making the
done.
assumption that the effect of the
He is
Coriolis, the
done.
magnitude of that,
He is
is
done.
much,
He
much
is done.
smaller than the other variables involved. And I saying, how can you make that claim without
No, that's a
quantifying?
straw man. That's what's said.
Based on what you said, he's done. I just told him based on what you said, he's done.
I mean,
We need to edify someone else
I'm gonna mute
with
you.
something else.
No, we're gonna mute you, dude. So first of all, I suggest you look in the chat, right? In the chat, it has a shot pattern, right? Now say this is the 250-yard uncertainty. 90 feet in there, so 250 yards is 750 feet. That 90 feet correction could be anywhere in here, whether you do it or not. Fucking idiot proof for you, because obviously you're an idiot.
I mean, I've heard even globalists try to explain this to other globalists. Be like, yeah,
I know.
flat earthers
This
are
one
right
was
on
hopeless.
this. Yeah, it's like it's completely hopeless. The dude would say, yes, I believe the Earth is a globe, and I'm telling you, I've done artillery. The flat earthers are right. This range isn't long enough. These distances aren't long enough. The speed is, all the variables. You're not going to adjust for 17
I bounced my
centimeters.
ass on the earth, bro. That's why it's flat. Oh,
You're
God.
not going to adjust for 17 centimeters in a plus or minus 50 meter, zone. That's zero. That's effectively zero. It's adjusting nothing.
I'm gonna post a graphic in the chat. Okay, so this is the 250-yard circle, the big one. In the center circle is the 90-yard circle. According to you, Percival, the center of this circle is the bullseye. I failed to account for Coriolis is the small circle ring. But each round can land anywhere within this 250-yard circle, even if Coriolis was true. Okay? Stop being fucking dense.
It's like a weird anti-flat Earth talking point that you're just stuck on. Think this through. Like, think it through all the way. And if you don't want to, then just don't. Well, I mean, you wonder why Elijah's still talking. Why are you still talking? If this is all you need to prove the globe to you, okay, enjoy your life. Move on to bigger
Should I
and
give him
better
another
things.
chance to answer? Should I give him another shot?
I think if he turns Elijah
You've been
back
talking
up.
about this for how long? How long have you been talking about this?
Shit, I don't know, an hour, 15 minutes or something. Yeah.
Holy fucking shit. No way. I'm not.
Indio.
You're a waste of time.
Indio.
What?
This digressed from the presentation that I gave today, where I played two videos. Video one is where CFI investigators went out over that lake, put a boat on that lake to see it disappear bottom up, not due to the horizon, but because of, well, according to Mark Sargent, refraction, to which, let me put it on speaker. According to Mark Sargent, was refraction, which the baller said was retarded. Nonetheless, you had a boat that was 3 miles out. The bottom of it appeared to be missing. And
Eli.
What?
No, ignore him. He's one of your fans in text chat.
Wow.
Just keep going.
Okay, so ultimately in the first video, you already know the Nat Geo thing, but I found a different edit to where you can kind of hear them slimily talking down to the flat earthers like, oh, so you just want to throw away like 400 years of stuff to the science. Whatever she said, it was based on the result that didn't confirm her premise, that the horizon was going to be, disappearing the boat from the bottom up. Everybody knows that the horizon was behind the boat. So I showed that. Then I showed a 5-year-old video of D. Marble and Mark Sargent's laser test. There was 2 of them, I believe. And in this video, number one, it showed that 10 miles across, D. Marble could see his position on the beach from Mark Sargent's footage. And he could see some of the things that he marked. There was like a house on the left, on the right, like 2 houses on the left. And within that video somewhere, there was also a boat that was no more than 2 miles away from D Marble, which would make that at least 8 miles from Mark Sargent. So Mark Sargent tells D Marble, cut off the laser, or he says, I have to cut off. Whoever was using the laser, he says, I got to cut the laser because a boat is about to pass by. So we're looking at a boat 8 miles away from a laser that's only 2 feet off the ground, intersect a boat. There's zero horizon. There's just the camera being able to zoom in and see the fucking beach on the other side. No horizon, no geometric horizon to obstruct the laser. Just a boat that could potentially obstruct the laser at 8 miles. No curvature anywhere. So I showed these 2 videos. I was like, there's nothing else to be said. There's no geometric horizon. There's no obstruction of the laser between 2 observers that are 10 miles apart. This is basically all we're saying. So that was it. And then somehow we digressed into this conversation about accounting for rotation, which is not true.
Well said. How about you guys want to hear from Mackie? I'm sure he's got something to say on the topic.
Yes. I would love to.
All right, he's unmuted.
Oh, there's one more conversation that did happen. One more thing. I know I'm lower again, but I just want to make sure I'm not talking over anybody else. Because I can't hear you guys as I'm outside. But let me just post again. This guy posted this diagram. EMBO. Posted this diagram because Scott Mackey didn't understand what normal was in refraction. First, he kept telling me, no, you don't know what you're talking about. Then I post a citation. Then he says, away toward, like, I don't get that. Like, what do you mean away towards? Like, what do you mean curving down, curving up? And I'm like, well, didn't you just say that the laser is going to follow the curvature of the Earth because of refraction? Yeah. And I said, well, it'd only do that if it was entering into a continuous, I didn't even say these words, continuously. I said it was entering a denser portion of the air. But it's actually supposedly entering a less dense. So when it hits the normal, it's going to go away, which would be away from the Earth, not towards the Earth where the observer on the other side is. So anyway, this guy posts this diagram, EMDBO or whatever his name is, EMBO, and the diagram is showing how, first of all, the normal is perpendicular with a level plane, but like water, right? Like, okay, but in this diagram, you don't have a perpendicular with normal from the surface because the surface is curving. That's number one. But let's just go ahead and imagine that that line that he drew there at the intersection of that area that I guess we're just going to assume is a less dense portion of the air. As you can see, he drew two angles for A. And neither of them are pointed towards the blue curve, which represents the Earth. But he didn't want to accept that, even though this was his diagram. He said, no, it's bending down. And I said, no, it's not. It's bending away. And he's like, well, that has to do with perspective. I'm like, yeah. And this is the perspective. You have a person A, you have person B, and then you have this deflection away from the person in your diagram. He wouldn't accept it. So, yeah. I mean, these guys are taking L's all day.
Eli, do you understand how lasers work yet, or is that still something I have to explain to you again?
Yeah, lasers bend either away or towards the normal if it's going to intersect the boundary of another medium. Yeah, I understand that. Did I misunderstand anything with what I said just now?
Well, you didn't get everything. They also diverge as well and are not perfectly coherent. So it all comes.
That's beautiful. That's why we
It
know
is
what
beautiful,
the culmination of it. That's why we know what the culminator is doing with the laser. It tells you how much of the divergence there will be, but we're not focused on that because at 1 mile or 10 miles, it's not that crazy. But
Wait, what?
At 1 mile,
at 10 miles,
it actually wouldn't be that crazy. At 1 mile.
No,
at
that's
1
not
mile.
true.
At
10
mile.
At
1
1
mile.
At 1
1
mile. I agree.
All right, so we're talking about 1 mile. I know I said 10 miles, but I pointed out that if you're talking about the Pythagorean theorem and you're talking about being 2 feet off the ground, if you're talking about being 2 feet off the ground, then the distance to the obstruction of the laser is going to be somewhere under 2 miles.
Yeah. But refraction affects the laser, right?
Okay, so if the fraction affects the laser, then how much is it going to bend so that it actually misses 1.2 miles obstruction and goes below it, so that it never goes above it and beyond it to the other observer?
Do you want me to do the math for you, Eli? Or do you want to do it with me together?
Well,
we can both do it.
No, we just want you to give an answer.
All right. I need to get on my computer then. Hold on.
Yeah.
So if you're describing how much a laser should bend in 1 mile, okay, obviously the parameter is the top of the hill to anywhere below that. So if there's refraction, it's going to be anywhere below the top of the hill. It would never reach the observer. So what exactly are you telling me?
Look, he's just another one of these guys that no observation that you can ever possibly do can falsify the globe, because they'll just say there was some magical weather condition that existed at the time the test was done.
I mean, that
No,
is
it
true.
doesn't. But the weather condition is irrelevant. First of all, the conditions are included in D Marble's video.
I know it's relevant.
So not only that, so there's 2 different observational days, okay? But at the same, do you know there's a time where he put his camera on the ground, damn near in the water, and saw the source of Mark's laser from 10 miles away?
Yeah, that's fine. There's nothing
Right. There's nothing crazy about that. All right. Don't
Yeah,
interrupt me
so
though.
gamma, no heck. So listen, you realize that what you're actually saying is the lower you go, the farther you can see.
No, that's not at all what I said. I'm just saying.
Yeah. So if he lowers the camera, how come he can see the same distance? Shouldn't he see less of a distance?
Well, you can still see the laser. Like a laser isn't a like. How do I explain? Because the laser isn't like a silhouette of an object or something. Like.
All right. Okay. Great. In the video, he also shows the beach 10 miles across on the other side.
From 1 foot, or
you have, yeah, from 2 feet. From 2 feet.
Oh,
yeah.
2 feet. That's not absurd either.
What do you mean? From 2 feet, the horizon is supposed to be under 2 miles. But
I mean,
there's
horizon.
no, but listen.
Yeah, listening.
No
he doesn't know he doesn't know any globe math. That's why he's just saying it's no problem. The 10 miles away, so she's 66 feet under the horizon, bro.
Is that accounting for refraction?
Yeah, listen, but the refraction that you're accounting for is going the opposite way because of the nature of your argument in this diagram. So if we're going to assume that the Earth is a sphere, then we're going to assume that the reason that we're talking about hitting a different density of air is because something you wouldn't hit horizontally, the vertical difference, the vertical gradient, you are going to hit because it's curved in front of you. So the laser is going through less dense air from your location. Listen, 66 feet of difference to be exact. So
he measured.
If the laser, so listen, so if the laser is going to point in any direction, it's going to point away from the surface, like a Kamehameha wave. Because you guys are arguing, you guys' argument is that it would go the other way because it's actually going through more dense air. No, according to the diagram that I posted,
He measured a positive refraction coefficient, right? He measured a positive refraction.
But he's not listening either. Like, and it's like I want people to understand that that's the end of the argument because the quality of the quality is the direction. If the direction is dependent on whether the light is traveling through for
what was the angle? What was the angle?
Just for imagination's sake.
What was the angle of the laser?
We know that refraction has nothing to do. Did you
Eli, please be quiet for like 3 seconds.
No, because the conversation is
talking.
Like I can't
even say anything.
India, do you understand? And I know you do. That the direction
I don't understand because it's a buzzword.
The direction of the refraction of the laser beam is going to depend on whether it's going through more density or less density.
He measured a positive refraction.
So the direction he's not understanding. Saying positive refraction.
No, it's not whether you understand. Elijah, he could understand. He's just not listening to you.
What do you mean? I'm trying to understand him. He's just blabbering on and on like monologue.
I'm not saying there's no.
Then steal me in his position. Hey, no, hold on, Elijah. Hold on, Elijah. Then steal me in his position. Tell us what he just said. Steal me in his position.
I would have to
that's what I thought because you didn't pay any attention the whole fucking time and you know it.
Yeah, because he just keeps on going on and on. It's just nonsense.
Yeah,
because
why
do I have to pay attention to this guy?
He does this every time. He just says whatever he hears is nonsense. That's all he does.
Attention spans of gnats.
So Gamma no hack. I want to ask Gamma no hack real quick to explain his buzzword to us.
See, look, he's even over talking you.
I'm gonna make it very clear.
Like,
I'm gonna make it very clear. Hey, I'm just gonna say, you know what? I agree with you. There is refraction, and it's curving upwards away from the Earth, according to this diagram.
How do you measure a negative refraction coefficient?
What do you mean?
Hold on a second. What is a refraction coefficient? Explain it to us in detail.
The refraction coefficient is the difference in. So if you have a negative refraction coefficient, you're going to have
No, just tell us what refraction coefficient is. No, no. Tell us what it is. What is the refraction coefficient? You know what you have to say. So say it. Go ahead.
Yeah, I do, and I was going to say it, but you just interrupt me. Like,
Okay,
this is
go
ridiculous.
ahead. Say it. Just say it. Go ahead.
Yeah, let's talk.
All right, if you have a negative refraction coefficient, like Eli is saying, you're going to observe the light going up.
Explain what it is. Define what it is.
Lord.
Define what it is.
Explain refraction coefficient. We can deal with the positive and negative part after. We want to know, what is the refraction coefficient? What does that mean?
Refraction coefficient is the difference in temperature over a certain amount of height, like Celsius per meter or whatever.
No, it's not. It's not.
The refraction
Are you looking at like refraction coefficient index? Is the radius of a ray when compared to the radius of the Earth.
Yeah. And you calculate the radius of the ray by temperature.
0.1. Yeah, so if it was 0.166, it would be 76R. So that would be the radius of the ray compared to the radius of the Earth, right?
Yeah, and the radius of the ray is
the radius of the Earth.
The radius of the ray is calculated by using temperature and pressure and everything, right? Like,
well, no, it's actually not calculated.
It's not calculated. Okay, refraction coefficient is not calculated.
Not in reality. It's just asserted.
What?
It's just asserted, but don't you understand? It's just asserted.
It's just asserted.
So, okay.
Because there's a stack of assumptions there, right? Earth's a sphere. It has a spherically symmetric fucking atmosphere, and if the ray is deflected this amount from the prediction of the globe, then that means that the ray took this path of curvature, and that the radius of that ray compared to the globe is some refraction coefficient. Okay, what was actually measured in all that shit is the deflection from the expected globe value. It's not measured. There's nothing in it. It's a bunch of mental masturbation.
See, but look,
to cope with the fact that you see too far and lasers go too.
But look, my argument includes all of that anyway, because the only reason you're saying refraction is going to follow the curvature of the Earth is because it's going through more dense air. If that's not your claim, then how the fuck can you justify a curved, culminated light source? If that's not the case, because it's refracting, right? So the question is it going away from the normal or towards the normal, and why?
What? How far? You haven't even explained how far away is a laser, and what's the observer height?
No, see, this is the type of shit. Let me ask another question. I don't understand enough. I'm going to refute you by asking you another question and another question and another question.
No, but you haven't even explained why you can't see.
I gave you a diagram, bro. Like, what are you not understanding? Like, we shared the video. All of the information is in that. You're just ignorant because you want to be. You could shut the fuck up. Go watch the 2 videos that I dropped. Do as much homework as you like. Come back and smash me if you think you can. But you're not. You're just talking.
I am not smashing you, Eli. Sorry. It's being a little weird.
And again, he's not even responding to what I said.
Yeah, because I'm asking you why. Like, what is?
He's not responding. Like, but that wasn't your question before.
Why you can't see that far? Explain. Why can't you see?
What is he talking about?
Why can't you see that far?
I didn't say why you can't see shit. What I'm detailing is you.
So what's the problem if there's no reason you shouldn't be able to?
So y'all gonna keep letting him over talk me? He asked me a question. I start answering. He interrupts to ask another question, and I say fuck it, and you let him interrupt again. Is that how we're rocking?
I'm just muting him because I wanted to see if he actually had a coherent response. Because he didn't even know his own claim. He just thought he was going to say refraction coefficient a bunch of times. He didn't even know what it meant. He doesn't even know what it meant. He doesn't have an argument. He doesn't even know your argument. You see what I'm saying? So like he's just here to freaking take the piss. That's it.
Yeah. No, yeah. Okay.
And I just think everyone should see that you're not in an honest debate right now, Elijah, with an honest person. That's all.
Yeah, I hate that a conclusion is never reached for the audience, because that's what this
I know.
place is here for.
I know, man. It pisses me off rightly too, man. But what are you gonna do, right? I mean, but isn't that his point? Is to make sure that is really to just muddy the water and to make sure that like nobody ever learns anything and no information or coherent argument ever gets to be made because they're just like pigeon
I was
chessing
just
it.
talking about earlier that here we have a test with D Marble and Mark Sargent. They give you the air temperature, they give you the water temperature, they drop the locations, they give you all the information you would require to go out there and debunk them if you were to follow the same method. Where did the method come from? Well, I showed the first video, Nat Geo. Apparently things disappear because of the horizon. So if that's the case, there shouldn't be any talk about any lasers going from point A to point B across 10 miles. Like, none of that shit should be happening. They agreed. That's why Nat Geo went out there, to prove that, look, there's going to be a geometric horizon, the end. Like, they agreed. Okay.
Yeah, it's going to block boats and sunsets and every other thing, right? So
the laser's never going to hit the target. You're never going to hit a target. You're never going to be able to see you. And then we did it, and then they just fucking stopped talking about it. So now you have this D Marble video, and you have this Nat Geo video, and you have Globers for 4 years saying they never made any of those claims. So they'd much rather not talk about the moment that they were destroyed so many years ago. They rather talk to us about shit that don't matter. And I think we got more important shit to do. Like fucking Neil deGrasse Tyson, I keep saying 24/7. Like what the fuck was it? Sassy was on some other live stream with a bunch of people. She was from 24/7, and they got Katy Perry thinking that the earth was flat. And then a day, 2, 3 days later, all of a sudden, Mr. Neil deGrasse Tyson makes a visit to her fucking house so he can explain to her that the earth is not flat. So, Mr. Neil deGrasse Tyson, I don't want to talk to these motherfuckers. I want you to explain to me why a laser can be seen 10 miles away from the fucking floor with the camera on the floor. I want him to say it. I don't care that you guys are stupid. I want people to hear him say it. I want to go to a university, kick in the fucking door, and go explain this shit. Because this conversation deserves more respect.
Yeah,
Hey, Crit,
bring the respect, man.
Hey, hold on for a sec. Crit, can you unban me for a sec so I could post something to help Elijah?
Yeah, sure.
Thanks.
How many bands is that now, Maggie?
I lost count.
You might have to. Did it open up?
No, I'll try logging off and come back in.
Go back in.
Okay, Elijah, you want to talk about your refraction for a sec?
Well, we spoke about it 2 times. It's not recorded. I don't think it's necessary. I mean, it is recorded. I don't think it's necessary to talk to you again.
So you don't want to understand. Never mind then. You can put me back on ban, Crit.
I mean, everybody was
He doesn't
there
want to know.
when you told me there's no such thing as a way in towards normal. You didn't understand what that meant. You said that physicists and people in the real world, they don't talk about it like that. But I was like, well, right here, the citation from the physics classroom. I mean, this is their rhetoric, and you just had
a whole bunch of nuh-uhs and you don't understands, but you didn't even understand what a normal was and how it's perpendicular to the surface of the boundary or the boundary.
Okay, so anybody else? I just posted an image, and if we say that the refraction density or the optical density of the media below the line AB is heavier than the medium above line AB, or is higher optical density, and we got this line from C to D hitting that density, which way is it going to refract? Is it going to refract towards E or is it going to refract towards F? Does anybody think they know the answer to this? Anybody? Guesses?
Where's
I know the
where's
answer. My
the
mouth's full of
density?
food. It's E, dude. It reflects
Where's the
towards the normal.
density? Right, I was about to ask what the density was, but I don't.
Yeah, the density below is a greater optical density than above line AB. And so we all agree that it refracts towards E, not
And
F, right?
it was. Well, wouldn't it refract towards F?
No,
Why?
because it doesn't.
Well, is B the normal?
No, B is not a normal. B is the interface boundary between the two densities.
Which one's the more dense? The bottom?
I have not drawn
So-
normal on that picture.
Okay, so where is it?
Normal would be vertical to AB at point D.
Okay. So what is away from normal on this diagram?
They're both away from normal.
Oh, okay.
Both F and E are away from normal.
Oh,
By your
okay.
terminology.
So that's the answer.
So which one is it, F or E? It can only go
Both.
towards one.
Both.
It cannot refract towards both.
Well, yes, it's going away from the normal, isn't it?
But thanks for confirming for me, Eli, that you don't know what you're talking about. It goes towards E. It goes towards E. Period.
It's towards E away from the normal or towards the normal?
See, Indio knew the answer to this right away. Indio just got it. Boom.
Is it away
You don't
from
know
the
it.
normal or towards? Is it away from the normal or towards the normal?
They're both away from the normal. This is why I tell you didn't know what you were talking about. When you're using the words away and towards, you don't understand it. Indio understands it. He got it immediately. You don't.
No. If both are away, then both are away. Well, what's that got to do with my argument? Because either point is not going to intersect where an observer would be on the opposite end of a curved line. So what's your point?
Sorry, I had to step away for a second. But if you have enough of these lines and you have enough refractions from the slope of DC is greater than the slope of DE. And if you have another line that it goes through, the slope will become even less. And it'll become even less and it'll become even less until it actually starts curving the other way. And the slope goes the other way. And that's how you can wrap a light ray around a curve. Pretty simple.
You got another diagram with multiple lines or something? Multiple, let me see. I don't see anything there.
If that's required for you to understand this, I can do that real quick.
Well, yeah, because I need you to look. This is what we're dealing with
All
right
right,
here.
I'll do it. I'll do it. Give me a
You see
sec.
what you see what EMBO posted? This is what I need you to do.
Well, just give me a sec. I'll do it for you.
Are you gonna do what EMBD tried to do or whatever his name is?
So
I have
this
no
is what
idea what
happens
Embo's
to the
going to
flat
do.
Earth. This is what
So you
happens to
gotta
the flat
look.
Earth.
So you gotta look there, and then I want you to do that.
No, I don't care about Embo. I
But
can
this
do.
is what I'm talking
I'll
about.
draw my own that you. I'll
But
draw
look,
my own that you'll understand.
you don't have an actual boundary. But I want you to draw one using curved lines.
So, do we agree that you can get an angle off a curved line then?
No.
Well, if you can't get an angle off a curved line, then you can have no angle of refraction, right?
Well, that's why I'm posting what I'm posting right here because you don't have a perpendicular to the
Well,
boundary. So I need
can
you to put. So I need you to put it in a orthographic diagram that will help me understand.
okay. Give me a sec.
Okay, who is the tard that was saying something about this? What happens with flat Earth? Speak up, tard. Say something dumb. Because where were you 5 minutes ago when one of you globelings were using a term you didn't even know what it means for like nearly 30 minutes? Where were you then? And then when he's called out, where were you then to say this is what globers do? Freaking hypocritical bullshit artists.
Well, I thought you were gonna say the N word there, buddy. You almost said the N word, didn't you?
I don't think
No, I have no problem saying that.
Whoa, buddy! I wouldn't say the N word.
So this is where this is what I was talking about from yesterday when I posted this, and I read it out. I said refraction occurs when light bends towards the normal line when it passes from a dense medium to a denser medium. The normal line is a line that is perpendicular to the surface where light enters from one medium to another, which he didn't know. The angle of incidence is the angle of the incoming ray, and the angle of refraction is the angle of the refracted ray. And so the next one goes, light is refracted, bent only at the interface between two transparent materials, which you don't have, but I said let's forego that. Okay. Light passing from a less dense to a more dense medium bends towards the normal. Light passing from a more dense to less dense medium bends away from the normal. So he said he didn't understand what I meant, and I said, but it's right there in the diagram. I said it's right there in the diagram. They're illustrating what they're saying right there. So why don't you understand what I'm saying? Because I'm reading what they're saying, and there's a diagram right there. So what is it that I don't understand?
You didn't understand the angle at which the light would refract.
So
I mean, as you just
said
demonstrated.
no, I didn't demonstrate anything. I need you to give your diagram and show me how light is going to refract to an observer that's on the same line at point B. Like there needs to be a curved line. There needs to be an observer at point A, and there needs to be
I'm
an
getting there.
observer
I'm doing that
at
right
point
now.
B. Okay.
The unfalsifiable globe is coming to show. Is the globe made of just like light refraction? Is that how the globe is made, or?
It's one giant optical illusion, apparently.
Yeah, is the curvature optical or the curvature
Sorry, it's taking me a little
oblique?
time. I'm Learning
Whenever you
how to
get it,
use an
whenever you
app.
get it, will be. Whenever you get it, will be
Yeah,
very.
I'm learning how to use this drawing app. Sorry.
I don't care if it's tomorrow or the day after. I'm not pressed.
How do you
Take your time.
differentiate between the optical
Let him take his
curvature
time. Let him
and
give what he's
physical
gonna
curvature?
give. Don't ask him any questions.
To anybody, I was asking some other guys.
Some other guy. Who?
Anybody.
All right. Well, make sure it's not Scott that wants to answer.
Anybody but Scott.
Why? Scott will give you both answers, so he can't be wrong.
Yeah, that is true.
The horizon is not straight. You go out to the ocean, it will curve around you.
Now, what Scott will say is
I love
direct
that one. That's great.
to what he will say 30 seconds later. So he'll say, for instance, a good example is something that he said the other day. He said that if a child understands your argument, then they're also agreeing with your argument, which doesn't make any sense, obviously, because you can understand an argument without agreeing with it. And then he denied that. And then the third time he was asked, he said, "Oh, every conversation happens in context." So he said it, he then denied it, and then he admitted it, but with a caveat. So this is what you get with Scott.
So if you tell your kid, don't go in the cookie jar, they understand and agree? Well, I don't know about that one.
Yeah, exactly. Exactly. I mean, it's just Scott doing Scott thing.
So let me ask you a question. So based on based on what you're posting, right, Indio? From point A to point B. That's kind of upside down. I turned it
Yeah,
upside down
so
because I understood what
which
you were
one?
saying.
Which one?
But
Which one? The laser or the last one I posted?
the last one you posted.
Okay, the last one I posted. One is Snell's law. The other one would be a gradient index medium, but you have to assume like these infinitesimal fucking curved lines, right? So it ends up being whacked out.
That's what I'm saying. Like, so that I'm trying to look.
So with the point of the graphic is right.
The curvature of the Earth is exponential.
Well, the point of the graphic is this,
The
Elijah.
refraction in the direction that needs to go is exponentially less. It's never going to meet the observer. Was my only point.
Well, just listen to why I posted this, right? So if you look at these, they compare the graphics, right? One is Snell's law, right? And it has A where the light starts, and then in like the index of refraction where the ray starts, and then the index of refraction of where the ray ends, right? So, but if you look at the other one, right, that value, the index of refraction where it starts and ends is the same, but the path is completely different. You see what I'm saying? The path the ray took is completely different, even though the endpoints are the same, right? So it doesn't create the same angle. It's not the same. You just can't use Snell's law willy-nilly. You just go back and forth between Snell's law and a gradient index, refractive index, like they claim the air is, right? They're saying it's a gradient. It has to be in there because they don't have the well-defined boundary and medium and two mediums and shit.
Yeah.
But they try to say they're the same thing, but they're not the same thing. They're not mathematically the same thing. They're not even close to each other. Well, I mean, maybe a little close, but. So basically what I'm saying is Scott's graphic, while informative, it doesn't actually mean anything because it's inapplicable to this conversation.
So I guess we can continue to say that the two videos that I showed today is the destruction of the globe, unless Scott Mackey is going to give us something that makes sense and it's coherent. You got a line of sight. From one beach, you can see the other beach. The end. That's it.
And that destroys the globe?
Well, I mean, unless you're going to say something other than Earth curve that blocks distant observations.
I'm now confused. Like, seeing another beach disproves the globe?
Yeah. If you're on one beach and you put your camera on the ground and somebody has a light source that's 10 miles away, and the camera 10 miles, and you can actually see it, yeah. It's just there's no obstruction in the way.
I can see the lights of cities, but I can't see the cities themselves. What does that say?
No, I don't know, because I'm not making an argument about cities. I'm talking about seeing a beach 10
Yeah,
miles
you're talking
away.
about a light source, right? So like the cities being a light source.
So there's two things. So there's a boat that's not obstructed by 1.2 times the square root of the observer's height and feet. There's a boat.
Well, how far away is that boat?
Between 8 miles at least.
How do you know it's 8 miles?
Because there are two observers and they both have cameras.
Okay.
And they're 10 miles
the
apart
cameras
from each
can
other.
judge distance how?
Wasn't a smart ass.
No, they know that they're 10 miles apart.
Okay, so the cameras are 10 miles apart and they're looking at a boat. How do they judge the distance?
I'm sorry. Instead of arguing from ignorance, would you like to see the two videos and then come back and have the conversation?
Yeah.
All right. I'll share them with you. You go watch them on your own.
Yeah, hey, Tard Force, how far are the city lights you're talking about?
No,
probably 12, 15 miles.
Welcome to Flat Earth, dipshit.
Yeah, but I didn't see. No, instead of arguing from ignorance, that wasn't an insult. I'm saying, yo, why don't you watch the two videos?
I'm waiting on you to post them.
That we're referring to, right? So that we can act. So when he asked me the next question and the next question and the next question, he could just watch the video. He asked where the boat is, how's the boat look. You don't even know what I'm talking about. Watch the video.
I'm waiting on you to post the fucking video.
You're living up to your name, Tard Force.
Again, I'm waiting on him to post the video.
Yeah, God forbid you do some work yourself.
Oh, he just said that.
We'll see you in over 20 minutes.
Incredulous little punk.
There we go. I'll watch this little video real quick.
Why do you say I'm a incredulous little punk?
We'll see you in 20 minutes.
Why would you say that?
Not you. Tard Force.
No, I'm just trying to copy you. So.
We'll see you in 20 minutes.
I already skimmed through it. They're using a flashlight for this shit. That's funny.
We'll see you in 20 minutes.
I just watched the skim through the video. I saw what they did.
We'll see you in 20 minutes. Look,
dude, it took you like 10 seconds.
Guys,
He's already ready to cope.
He has to be muted. Because
why do I have to be muted?
He has to be muted. It has to happen.
It's a 10-mile laser test. It wasn't a flashlight, clown.
No,
Okay, so
well,
this for
there's
this
a
laser with
strobe light. There's a strobe light that they also use. But if
yeah.
he's not going to engage, if he's not going to go away and watch the video like he said, and then engage me about the boat, then he shouldn't be allowed to speak.
Well, first
Because
of all,
all
I'm
he's
looking at
doing is
this light
shitting on the floor.
source.
All
Sideline
he's
that
doing is shitting on the
conversation.
floor. No, no, we were talking about the boat. I
No,
gave you the video so
no,
we could.
no, no. Just sideline that
Well,
conversation until he's done it.
say again.
Sideline that conversation until he's done it. Tard Force, don't speak of it again until you've looked at it.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Thank you, man.
I'm gonna say this one thing. His username checks out.
He used to go by Yakubanite, if anyone remembers.
Yeah, everybody knows who he is. Dick.
Yeah. I know Crit remembers.
Chief shitting dog.
Yeah, yeah.
Named a fallacy after that guy.
Ping when ready, Tard Force.
He's gonna skim through the video and then say he watched the whole thing and then, yeah, argue from ignorance.
Well, the problem with skimming through the video is when I'm discussing contents of the video and he doesn't know what I'm talking about, that's going to cause a communication problem.
Yeah.
You know, it's crazy. It shouldn't be quiet because we should be talking about Scott Mackey's diagram, which is a refutation of uh, my so-called understanding. So he's saying I don't understand. So he's supposed to be getting a diagram that shows exactly that. And meanwhile, we just had another conversation where a guy wants to just talk but not actually engage. So hopefully he's going to take the 20 minutes to watch the video and come back. But the reason it's quiet is because two Globers have claimed that they're going to do something that we're just waiting on them to do. So then you know, if anybody else wants to speak in between, then
Okay, Elijah. I just posted it. Kind of crude, but like I said, I just learned how to use this tool the other day. And so what we have in this picture, right, is a 2 points B and C. B, the innermost of that circle. If I knew how to turn it to blue, I would have. You know, it could represent the Earth, could represent the ocean, but B is a point on the ocean. A part of the ocean that you can not see directly from point C, which is that point far to the left, because you can see the straight line from C to B would have to go through the ocean. But if, however, the light ray traveled from B to F to E to D to G to H to C, you would see point B based on each one of those curves. That's the explanation. Is there anything else I need to explain? Oh, each of those circles are refraction layers or density layers. And of course, they're not clean like that. They're, as India already said, they're gradients. And so there's kind of infinite number, and there's infinite numbers of curves, not just the 6 I showed here, the 6 individual refractions. That's how we explain it. Pretty much that simple.
From B to C, I think it is. You have labeled. So from B to F, that's less. That's a lighter gradient.
No, beta. The inside ones are heavier gradients, and they get lighter as they go out.
So the right side is it's heavier and it goes lighter as it goes.
I'm sorry, the right side. What?
Oh shit! There's no train that comes here. Oh. Okay, so you're saying from right to left is depicting the laser going into a less dense medium.
No, inside to outside is density to less
density.
dense.
Sorry.
Oh, what was that?
When you say inside, like I'm asked, so from B to F, is it going from more dense to less dense or less dense to more dense?
B to F is through the same densities.
All right, so
is
B
someone
to
having
E,
a
more
stroke?
dense, less.
No,
Yeah,
they're
B
just
to E.
It's
can't refract.
dude. She's got a big hog in her mouth or something.
Yeah. Hey, Dubs, are you okay? Why do you keep making those outbursts, Dubs?
So B to E.
Is she okay?
B to E.
For real?
B
Yeah.
to E, more
All
or
right.
less refraction.
From B to E. So we're going to consider, like I said,
From B to E, is it less dense? Yes or no?
E is less dense than B.
E is less dense than B. Okay.
Yes.
So from B to F, hold on. Okay, then it hits that, and then
Yeah. Well, each of those circular lines are interface boundaries, which of course don't actually exist. And or we could say there's infinite numbers of them.
which one is the curve of the Earth from B?
The curve of the Earth is the inside circle.
Where's the inside circle? That's what I'm saying. You got a line drawn from B to C.
The circle that B is on. The circle that B is on. Yeah, that's the ocean.
Oh, hold on.
And of course, this scale is greatly exaggerated because the amount of refraction that you actually need for the black swan or for any of those videos that you just showed today, you can't even see that it's curving. The curve is so light or so little. So these curves we're seeing here, orders of magnitude exaggerated. Just for demonstration purposes.
Yeah, but the problem is C is not connected to the Earth, my man.
Well, it wouldn't take much to bring it back to the Earth. All I gotta do is draw a few more. No, all I'd have to do is draw a few more, and they'll come right back to the Earth.
No.
You don't think I could do this?
So listen, this is what I told him. Look at his diagram.
It's so easy.
Before you delete it, this is what I told him. I said, as far as the curvature of the Earth is concerned, the ray is going to get further and further away from the Earth. At position C, is it closer than position F or further?
No, in the video, the camera was.
I'm not asking you.
In the video, the camera was 1 foot off the ground. C is 1 foot off the ground.
I'm not asking you.
C is 1 foot off the ground. Stop
What
trying.
Elijah's is asking you is, how are you going to get the beam to go down to the same level as your original sphere?
C is 1 foot off the ground, just like in the video he showed.
Well,
and just like in the just like in the Black Swan.
B underground?
No.
B is the ocean water, and C is 1 foot off the ground. Come on, guys, this is easy.
Is it?
Just try to understand and don't try to run away. It's easy to understand. C is 1 foot off the ground. B is the ocean. You can see the ocean from 1 foot off the ground further than the geometry would expect us to see if the light follows this path.
So what numbers are these lines?
What do these values on the side mean?
What values?
So you got
the numbers.
10, You got 10
They're arbitrary. It's
right
not.
then. So when I'm not looking at when I'm looking at this and I don't understand, it's because you're doing arbitrary shit.
I already told you this is not to scale.
He's just drawing curved lines. He's not actually applying any reality to this. If we ask him what refractive model he's using, what temperature conditions he's assuming.
If you look at point from right here, where that intersection of the second boundary, to just assume that would be perpendicular with the light ray at that point. Just assume. Like,
wait, what's perpendicular? No, nothing's perpendicular with the light ray in this drawing.
Listen, the light ray has to hit a boundary in order for it to refract.
It does. It hits it at an angle.
Oh, that's what I'm saying.
I mean, it's clear from the drawing they're hitting the light boundaries at an angle, right?
Listen. So, okay, fine. The point is, if there was going to be a little line at F, there would be a difference in how it would refract based on if it was denser or less dense.
Exactly.
Okay, so all I'm saying is that the path is never going to reach the observer on the other side. You giving me this drawing of arbitrary arcs is not going to refute what I just said.
Why not?
Because in your diagram, B is supposed to be the horizon and the observer is supposed to be on the other side of that.
Yeah, C. That's C. Yes, exactly.
No, on the other side of that, off of your drawing, bro.
Yeah, he did it backwards or something.
Wait, on the other side of what?
Well, the horizon, on the other side of the horizon is a ball, right? Going downhill. So, yeah, like the observer's on the other side of that.
No, this is exactly a horizon diagram right here. If you don't understand it, then you don't understand what we're saying.
Okay, you said on the left, right? That point is 1 foot.
C is 1 foot off the Earth, yeah.
Yeah, and B is the Earth.
B is the Earth, yes.
Yeah, that's the horizon, right?
Yes.
Okay.
No, the geometric horizon is somewhere in the middle. I don't have it marked.
The geometric horizon is somewhere in the middle. What the fuck are you even blabbing about?
The horizon is at B. The geometric horizon is at B.
That's the visible horizon, according to our model.
What the fuck is he talking about, bro?
I'm describing our model. Do you want to understand our model, or do you want to make up our model for us?
Your diagram,
okay, so take away your refraction rays, and then where's the horizon?
It's probably right between, if you dropped a line right between, probably close to D on direction to E is my guess.
So it'd be like a tangent between D and the edge of this, right?
Well, hold on. I'll draw it real quick, and I'll post it for you.
But wouldn't the geometric and visible horizon have to line up in your expectations if there was no refraction?
No. Wait, yeah, if there are no refraction, the geometric and visible would line up, yes. If no refraction, yes.
Well,
that's correct.
At least you're not lying, you're just stupid. Okay, cool.
Okay, you insist.
I do.
You've yet to tell me what's wrong with my diagram, but, hey, if you need to call me stupid, feel free.
Well,
feel free.
If the observer
That's okay. You can call me stupid.
If the observer is... God. I don't even know what to do.
You know. This is why I was saying you don't understand what we're talking about. Because most anybody can see this picture right away and go, "Oh yeah, that makes sense."
Well, there's nothing tied to reality or even
It makes sense to a degree, but in a way, it don't make sense.
In what way doesn't it make sense?
The horizon, why it's backwards. Everything in this. Okay, so one is supposed to be 1 foot observer. So for that 1 foot observer, would your curved ray of the horizon would appear to be?
Oh, listen, that's no good. Shit, I just drew a horrible thing. Never mind. I posted something I didn't want to post. Hold on, let me move this point.
What is this supposed to be of though? The 1 foot observer versus the ground level thing.
I'm sorry, what? I gotta post another picture real quick. That other one I just posted is I just screwed
How's
up.
he gonna? How's he gonna? If the camera
There,
is
that one
put
I
on
posted.
if the camera is
Is
put on the ground, damn near in the water,
at 1 foot.
and you're
Yeah.
seeing that means the ray is curving from, let's say you have a level line from your position. There's 66 feet of curvature that this ray is just going to follow along the surface of that water.
Sure. Yeah. Why not? So I just posted another picture, and the geometric horizon is line C to I. Turns out it's on the other side of D than I thought it would be, but well, of course that's just a rough geometric line. So this is the explanation for Black Swan right here. So if you guys want to take this down, if you want to explain why this is impossible, then you'll have something. Until you do, you're just arguing against a straw man. Because this is our model right here. C to I, geometric horizon. C to B, visible horizon.
A critique of a model is not a straw man of a model. I don't understand why you guys think it is.
No, you got to criticize our actual model, not the model of not your version of our model. It should be our version of our model.
Your model appears to be light can bend in any way that we need it to at any given time, and we don't need to provide any evidence that it's actually doing that.
No, that's not our model.
Listen,
yeah, it is. Actually, is your model?
No, it's not. It's okay.
Yeah, yes, it is.
Like I told him. The point of the light ray, the further out you get, is getting further and further away from where the observer is.
No, it's bending towards the observer.
That's what your diagram is showing.
No.
It's doing. I don't know if it's doing both.
My observer's at point C. How is that light ray getting further from the observer? It's hitting the observer right in the frickin' eye.
No, it's not. You're just saying that. Listen. So how could the observer at B be 0 feet tall?
There's no observer at B. That's the water.
No. Listen. Yes, he is.
No.
Because the light is.
It's my model. I tell you what's what. Point B is the water.
So point B is the water and point C is the observer?
Yes, that's what I said all along.
Okay. So the observer is supposed to be on the ground. Where
the observer is 1 foot off the ground.
The observer is on the water, like I said.
Well, I said the observer is 1 foot off the ground, so I can make this where
no, he put the camera on the fucking ground.
Okay, we'll change C from 1 foot off the ground to 5 inches or an inch off the ground. Same diagram. C is now an inch off the ground.
Listen.
C is an inch off the ground now.
B is not arbitrarily meaning C. You're out of your fucking mind.
C is an inch off the ground.
You're out of your. Then none of this is real. Like when I say
excellent comeback.
What I mean by that is the amount that you're bending these line segments is completely arbitrary.
I agree. That's why I told you it's not to scale, and the amount of bend here is orders of magnitude more than necessary.
So orders of magnitude more than necessary?
Yes. Because if I drew the actual bend, you couldn't see that it's bending. It looks straight.
Oh.
Oh
man. Do you want me to show you a 2-scale representation of it? I can do it right now.
The horizon is not straight. You go out to the ocean, it will curve around you.
You're a good troll.
Let me save this. Yeah. Great way to ignore reality. And
No, it's just that reality's been slapping you in the face for the last half an hour, and you're just like, "Nuh-uh, a bend isn't really bending." It's like, it's ridiculous. You sound stupid.
okay, if you say so.
I do say so. You do sound
I know.
stupid.
I heard you. I heard you. Yeah.
I say so because it's true.
I know. You think it is. I get that.
No, it's not that I think it is. It's that it
if
is.
something was if something was 60 feet below me, I don't think I'd be zooming in across the water to it.
Well, that's just your misunderstanding of how reality works then. I'm sorry, you misunderstand.
You don't have anything tangible to refute what I said.
I just gave you a graphic of it
This is not
that you couldn't find a single problem with.
So tell me again about how bendy lines aren't bending.
Here is a 2 scale, and the numbers on this one, Elijah, are actually accurate.
Really?
Yeah. Watch. Hold on. Just give me 1 second. You guys are so impatient.
How is accurate that I see physical water on 10 miles?
Well, I'm about to show you that. This right here is the actual curve that a light ray would need to make to reach someone at 3 foot elevation, point E, from the water, point F, getting over the geometric horizon at point B. You see all that curve that's involved right there?
Would need to. So it's exactly what Crypto said. Light just does whatever you need it to.
Scott, that is diagram on the
But this is what we needed to do in this case. This is the fact. This is what we needed to do.
Scott, this is diagram on the coordinate system drawn on the paper or whatever on computer.
That is true. It is.
Yeah, that means that is not showing 10 miles of the curving surface.
Well, it is. This is what it looks like it to scale.
No, that it's drawing. If I draw the sphere on the or circle on the drawing, it will be circle, of course, because I'm showing the drawing. That is not reality, man.
It represents reality pretty well.
No, man, this is only graphic. I don't see.
And here it is zoomed out.
Can you show me? Can you show me Holland in your graphic?
No, I can't show you Holland in my graphic.
Okay, can you show me anything what exists? Can you show me any forest on your graphic? Any ocean? Anything? Any mountain?
No.
No, you cannot. That means that is not reality. That is only drawing.
Yeah, I know that.
Okay.
We all know that.
Yeah.
What are you trying to prove?
That means that you want to show us the art of drawings or what?
I just wanted to show you how we understand the world. If you guys want to,
no, I don't understand world like that. I understand world like this. If I see something in the distance, I see something. If I see the ghost, I will say I see the ghost, but I don't see the ghost. I see the water in the distance, and then I can claim I see the water in the distance. Do you understand that?
Well, I've shared what we think.
That means,
you guys can do what you want. I'm going to put myself back on mute now because I think people are getting tired of listening to me. I have nothing else to add. This is it.
I got
That's all I have.
Scott. I got you, Scott. I'll tag in. So this laser for this video that I'm watching, it's just some guy claiming that it's level, but it's on a fucking music stand or some shit, which is the funny part. And it's it's not collimated. So, and you guys are sitting here saying 60 feet, 60 feet, 60 feet, as if the laser is for sure pointing at a tangent, which is the funny part. So is a laser leveled to be tangent, or is it not leveled to be tangent? Let's start there.
Elijah.
Because I'm looking at this flimsy ass little stand they got the motherfucker on. That thing's no salad.
Yeah, you've already got a cope rationalization to go, don't you?
No, I hear the claim that I hear the claim that it is level and that it is straight, and therefore you need to assume 60 was it 60 feet of drop because the laser should be pointing 60 feet above the target because it's at a tangent or some shit. But,
oh my god, dude!
Yeah, you'd have
They
to
did this
demonstrate.
experiment and they
You got
didn't
it all
have-
jumbled up.
So what practical purpose would leveling the laser have in this example?
Well, it would if you actually leveled the laser properly, right? If you formed a tangent to the curved
Okay,
surface.
I've done it properly. Yeah. Okay. So
Yeah.
what if I
level a straight level line?
Let's just say, what if I didn't level it and I pointed it down by accident? What would happen?
If you pointed it ever so slightly down, then that really throws off the 60 feet per. Was it 60 feet drop claim down
It
to
would
something?
throw off.
Yeah, it would be much.
to
Yeah,
what?
it would. Hold on, can I speak without you interrupting? It'd be much smaller than 60 feet. I can go back and do the math. By finding the intersection point that it would be at, probably something closer to maybe 20 feet of drop, which could easily be explained why you would still see it
Really?
by the beam divergence of the laser, given it's over 10 miles with some dinky ass laser pointer with no collimator.
Yeah, no. If the laser isn't bending, right? If it's shooting straight and you level it down, you would shoot at the ground, bro. That's the issue.
Ever so slightly.
Well, if it's ever so slight, then it wouldn't have a huge difference, would it?
It wouldn't have a huge difference. Oh, it'd have a huge difference because now you're pointing it down through a denser and denser medium, which means now for sure you are dealing
But now
with.
you're talking about
Hold on, can I finish? Thank you.
You're not answering the
I'm going
question.
to finish. Thank you.
Yeah, but you're answering the question. So it doesn't
I'm
matter
getting there. I'll get there when I get there.
No,
Shut the fuck up and sit
No,
down.
you shut the fuck up. If you're not going to answer my question,
I'm just
don't
gonna
say
do
anything.
this. Anyway, there we
Yeah.
go. So
he's
if you
just
point the laser ever so slightly
we're trying to
down,
moderate-
you are now.
put this down here because it's going to be audio chaos otherwise. Thank you.
Unmute him, Tard Force. You're acting like the true Tard Force. The force is strong with this Tard. Unmute him.
Why is it with you guys not answering questions directly? I don't understand. Like if you're
You don't stop talking to listen.
Bro, like if you're not scared of the flat Earth, then just answer the question.
He's trying to answer the question. Stop talking.
He's not.
Yeah, I'm trying
He's
to get to the
coping.
exact. You asked like what pointing the laser down does, and that's what I'm trying to answer. But you won't shut up long enough for me to answer it. You just
You know
constantly
what?
background barking.
I'll mute you, dickhead. Someone just mute him and leave him on mute. If he wants
I'm
to
trying
just
to
be
answer your fucking.
You're just being an estrogen-filled little bitch. If you want to actually have a conversation, leave the ego at home.
Shut up. Listen. Let him finish one sentence.
No, he's staying on mute, dickhead.
He already cooked himself. Ever so slightly, right?
If he wants to actually answer
He
the
said
question,
it's denser. He said denser and denser.
if he wants to actually answer the question, why is he talking about refraction? I asked him
Listen.
not to include refraction. That was the
Yeah,
point.
listen. He conceded right away. He said level is a straight line. I mean, I appreciate that. He's done.
So I'll finish right. So even without refraction, right, you pointing it downwards takes away a good chunk of that 60 feet, and then you're dealing with beam divergence, which is another issue you're dealing with, which I said in the first line of sentences, but I guess you didn't pick up on that part, so I'll really emphasize it for you this time. Do you know what beam divergence is?
Yes, I know what it is, but
Okay, what is it? Can we like make sure that we both have the same definition for it?
The extent from which the beam diverges from the point at which it's shot, obviously.
Okay, cool. So it's not traveling straight then, right?
Right. So
it's
how does
coning
this
out? Because
Yeah.
which direction does beam divergence happen in?
What?
Which direction does beam divergence happen in?
Are you thick? It
No.
diverges.
In which
Like,
direction?
That's not a question that's meaningful.
It is. In which direction?
Outwards.
Outwards. So which way? Up, down, left, right?
From the beam.
Okay, cool. So all directions, correct?
This is a stupid question.
So all directions, correct?
What? This is a
So it diverges in all directions, correct? Am I speaking English? I'm pretty sure I'm speaking fucking English.
No, the beam goes backwards.
It doesn't diverge inwards, does it? It diverges outwards.
Cool. So in all directions outwards from
No,
the
not
point
in all directions.
No,
I said
so
no
it doesn't.
already.
It doesn't go down, up, left, and right, and then
It
every
doesn't
fucking
diverge
direction.
inwards.
Okay,
Fucking
cool.
hell,
So
you listen.
it goes in a cone, right? We'll just get to that part. It goes in a cone, right?
Oh, you're the dumbest person I've spoken to today.
You can't even answer this fucking coning question.
I've already answered it.
Okay,
Like,
so
what
it,
else
it goes outwards, right? I'll just stick to that like second grade explanation. Right? It goes outwards, so including down, right? It also goes a bit down from like where you're pointing it, correct?
Yeah, well done, right? Sorry, let me
Right.
just applaud when you get basic things right. Okay.
Yeah. So do you know how much that beam was diverging by?
It doesn't matter if it's hitting the
It does
ground.
matter.
It doesn't if it's hitting the ground.
It doesn't have to hit the ground if you point it ever so slightly downwards.
Yeah, but if you're pointing it downwards, it's going to hit the ground.
Yeah, if you point it down far enough.
Right. So are you starting to get it?
No.
Well, that doesn't surprise me, actually.
Here, maybe I can draw it out for you. I understand that some people really need illustrations.
Yeah, so
Well,
you watched this video. What's your claim now? Your claim?
Someone
Yeah,
get
well,
us some crayons.
Yeah. I'll get out the MS Paint. It's really useful for third graders.
Nah, I'm not sure you can handle that. You might need crayons, bro.
No, I got it, dude. I'm really good with MS Paint.
Sweet.
Yeah. I actually tutor 6th graders, so it might be a little bit above the level, but I'll try and make it
Yeah, it probably is a bit above your level, actually, to be fair.
Mhm.
But,
So if I got my little laser,
maybe you can
we'll paint
really
it
try
orange.
that.
We'll paint it
Please
orange.
do not tell me you're imprinting upward inflection to the youth.
That thing really bothers y'all, doesn't it?
It's y'all. It sounds absurd. Please do not tell me you. Please tell me you keep that out of your lesson.
In fact, we'll just use blue for the original source.
Do you use a writing tablet?
Who, me? No, I use a
tutor.
No, I don't. I use
You
a
don't tutor
laptop.
math over the internet?
No, I tutor in house, dude. I get paid $50 an hour after I work.
God, wait until they find out the students all have upward inflection.
Oh, that thing really bothers you a lot more than it should.
It's sad, Tard Force, for such an intellect to speak like that.
Yeah, it happens, bro. Anyways, here's
But
just
we
like
all-
I know, and it's very sad. It
We all
doesn't
know
bother
that
me.
everything has. We all know that light has a divergence, but the thing about lasers is that the light is collimated.
the light in that laser is definitely not collimated, given that it is a was
It's
it
a
100
laser. They cut.
Okay.
That's what they're made
Okay.
with.
So that laser has a built-in collimator then, right?
It's a laser.
Yes, and I
laser-
have a laser that I play with my cat with. Doesn't have a
It's a
fucking
laser.
yeah,
It's a laser.
yeah, and so is the thing that I play with my cat with. It's a laser too.
Right.
It
And the
definitely
laser-
diverges.
Right. So it's a collimated light source.
So
Do
why
you
do
read-
people attach a culminator to a laser to begin with? I thought that's kind of redundant, don't you think?
No, you can increase the
No?
collimation.
Okay, cool. So it does cone out still, even with their little
Well, I
built-in
didn't say it
collimator.
didn't. I didn't say it
Okay.
didn't.
So
I didn't
what's
say
the
it
point of
didn't.
bringing it in then?
Okay, so guess what?
Chicken
The
butt.
higher the divergence, the more the wasted light, right? Because
Yeah.
if we're talking about the geometric horizon, we're talking about a tangent. Okay.
Okay.
So
Why would
everything to the horizon down is gone. Everything
to the horizon
else,
down?
yeah.
Okay, cool.
If the horizon was geometric, every part of the beam that doesn't crest the horizon is going to be gone because it'd be hitting the obstruction known as the horizon.
Okay, cool. So where in my little drawing did it hit the horizon?
Yeah, but that's the problem. See, like if you're 1 foot off the fucking ground,
Was the laser
right?
1 foot off the ground?
So
I'm pretty sure it
well,
wasn't.
the camera was on the floor and the
But
laser
not the
was
laser.
and the laser was probably
Like 4 feet off the ground, 3.5 feet, I think they said.
And that box represents 4 feet.
No,
on that ball.
it's just
Good
it's
goofball,
an
dude.
over exaggeration of what's going on.
goofball?
It's showing that I can still point it downwards and have it still not touch the surface of the water, and yet still remove a huge chunk of drop.
Yeah, this is just listen. The bottom line is from point A to point B. There's no if you have two observers
Mm-hmm.
turning a light on, you're not going to see the other because there's 60 feet
Why do you keep
of
saying 60
stuff
feet?
in the way. Between observer and A and B, there's 60 feet. There's 60 feet of obstruction in the way.
And there's 60 feet of drop from the laser to where the observer
If
would.
there's
If the
point
laser was
A
pointed
and- if there's
straight like a
point A and
tangent.
point B,
Mm-hmm.
yeah, there's 60 feet there.
No. Negatory, Chief. The 60 feet comes from the laser being 60 feet above that target if the laser in fact was shining at a tangent, of which It's really hard to justify it shining at a tangent when it's mounted on like a music stand from high school.
60 feet from the target. Okay, so it's bending 60 feet.
I'll say it again. All right, the 60 feet comes from the assumption that it is that it is being pointed at a tangent or parallel to the tangent on the sphere.
Exactly.
However, when you take a look at that stand that it's on, it would be really hard to justify that it is in fact shining perfectly like parallel to a tangent.
Is it okay? So is it up, which would make the result worse, or is it level?
Or it could be pointed down.
Okay, if it's pointed down, it still has nothing to do with, because the further down, the more obstruction it's going, right? So if we're talking about level, then we have, if we're talking about level, then we have 60 feet of drop from that level to the person who would be underneath.
Yeah, and when you're pointing it ever so slightly down, now you are drastically decreasing that 60 feet of drop. As demonstrated in my 20-second craft there with MS Paint.
Crap.
Does it include refraction?
No, it does not.
I would love to see this because I'm going to laugh very hard when I get in.
Do we have photographs?
But if you want to add refraction to that, that's really bad for you too. Because if it is in fact pointing ever so slightly down, now you are for sure having a negative angle through a denser and denser medium, meaning that refraction downwards would be even more intense.
So listen. So there's a light source that there's a point A and point B, and 8 miles away, closer to point
10.
B. Yeah, but there's a boat there that the laser would intersect as it passes by.
During the nighttime filming, I see no boat.
Well, then he didn't fucking look at. See them. These
watched
niggas
the
lie.
whole video.
These niggas lie 24/7. They lie
I just realised.
day and night.
Does he think the boat is 60 feet in the air? Is that why he doesn't get this?
No. He said he didn't see a boat. And when we started talking, I was talking about the laser intersecting the boat. And I said, why don't you go away, watch the video, and we'll talk about that. He just told me he looked at the entire video and didn't see anything about a boat.
Oh, I see a boat. I don't see anywhere where they talk about the boat intersecting the laser.
So he sees the boat now.
Oh no, there's a boat at the very beginning when they're not doing the laser test.
These people don't need.
So hold on. I'll show it again. At the very beginning, there's a boat, but nowhere does it get close to the laser. It's off to the side and not seen by the other observer. So, one observer sees the boat, the other one does not see the boat, which is already odd enough that the other observer doesn't see the boat on this flat Earth.
Okay,
that's a different discussion.
lying right there. Can y'all mute him for lying right there?
When did I lie?
Can y'all mute him for lying right there?
Holy fuck!
Because we can't. Let me tell you why. So he said one observer can see the boat, the other observer can't. Mark Sargent is the one 8 miles away from the boat. The other guy, the boat is 2 miles away from. So the one that the boat is furthest away from says, I'm about to turn the laser off because there's a boat there. They both see the fucking boat. You can see the boat from both observers because they both have a camera.
Maybe you can timestamp it for me because maybe my vision isn't letting
me
see
no, he's a liar, bro. Like, this is the shit. This is the type of shit. Like they're arguing based off of zero, nothing, no information. They're just saying no just to say no.
He's saying that you can point the laser down and still not intersect the Earth. What video are we talking about here?
The issue is, right, so whoever just said that, the issue is, let's just say that you've got a curving Earth, and you're, say, 10 miles away, and there's 60 foot of curvature that you have to consider. Right? there's no point at which you can level the laser down and hit that target, say if it was 20 foot off or 10 foot off the surface. There's no angle there. You can't achieve that. That's the problem with his argument, and he doesn't get it. And he thinks that by lecturing people and treating them like they're stupid, that would happen somehow. It's not going to happen. Because the Earth is...
Can you post a diagram?
No, just think about it. If you've got 60 foot of curvature, then the Earth is literally in the way between the laser and the target, below that 60 feet. Obviously. So if he says, oh, it can just not be level and that you'll still hit the target, that's just not correct, cannot be correct. And him dragging this out is frankly embarrassing.
The idea that the ground not being level in 10 miles, the laser has to negotiate 60 feet of drop, going through less dense atmosphere the entire time, supposedly. I'm trying to understand how the fuck it's going to reach the observer on the other side.
Yeah. I mean, refraction is obviously going to be their save all anyway, but if you're discounting refraction, there is no angle. It's just not possible. He will say yaha, obviously, but yeah, no, it's not reaching the observer on the other side. It's just not doing that. You can invoke some kind of magical bendy light rays, cool, but then you have to provide evidence that that is actually happening during that observation, which you can't do.
I think he's saying that it wouldn't even be refracting in the right direction. It would actually be going up. So even if they respond, even if we grant them that there is refraction, they don't have it because it's not a valid argument because it has to go down, not up. But in reality, if the density, if it's going either more or less dense, then that is going to, it's going towards the less dense air, right? So that means it has to go away. So the refraction is there's no excuse anymore.
Well, you'd actually have to be incredibly precise with this, because let's just say that we accept their argument that the more dense medium at the bottom, of the gradient, i.e. where the surface is bending it down. And let's just say that as you go up, it's bending it upwards. There's literally only one specific angle you could get to curve it that level. It would be almost impossible to actually do that. And yet they're saying that people are doing it accidentally all the time. It's ridiculous. Because any other angle that you shot it at, fractions of an angle, maybe even arcsecond, I don't know. But at any point, it would either curve down into the ground or off into the sky.
Yeah. But you know what he means when it goes through less dense, it has to go away from the Earth? Do you understand that? Do you understand that aspect?
Obviously.
So, in that case, you'd only see a section of the object that you're looking at, yeah? Because only that part of it would be able to get to you.
They're trying to redefine their argument. Okay, so the argument is evolved that what's happening with refraction is the light is going to travel towards the more dense area. That's been their argument, because the ground has more dense air. That's the reason that the light is going to travel. Look, but it's leaving the ground, going into less dense air. So why is it going to move towards the ground if it's going away from the ground and into a less dense area? Why would it follow the curving surface? How? Not what? Yeah, why? Explain that. I'm not understanding what Gamma is showing me.
Yeah.
Go ahead, Gamma. Now's your time.
Using the same values provided from the video, this is like consistent with the globe. I don't get what's going on.
So just to be clear, when you're shining the laser, do you agree that the light is traveling through less dense air, or do you think it's going through more dense air? When you're shining a laser, like let's say you put it at the floor, you put the laser on the floor, would you say it's traveling through more dense air or less dense air, in your opinion?
Well, the thing is the temperature difference from the surface level of the water to they didn't actually say the height of where they took the observation of the temperature of the air, but it's still like a 10 degrees Fahrenheit difference or so, which is fairly significant. Which is not like you would need a negative number. You would need a colder to hotter, or a hotter to colder.
Have you seen the? Sorry, go ahead.
You would need a hotter to colder for what they're trying to say or to claim.
Have you seen the frozen lake ones?
The Rainy Lake experiment?
No, frozen lake.
Yeah.
Okay. So if it's really cold, then that will affect the laser. But I'm assuming when you're talking about temperature, my question is actually about density. So are both of them? So you need both temperature and density, and I'm assuming.
Well, the temperature of the air affects the density, right?
Oh, I see what you mean. Okay.
What you really need to know is the change in temperature over the change in height of the air. That'll give you your refraction coefficient, right? The temperature was 64 degrees where, Eli? Where is it? A foot? 2 foot? 3 feet?
Is Eli there? Whatever. He left.
I mean, even if we assume it's like a
I'll
foot,
be back.
a change of temperature over like a foot, you're still gonna be able to see the laser. Like I'm doing it right now.
Oh yeah, 64. Yeah, I see.
Like these are really minimal temperature changes. I mean, I could even say it's probably more based off the 50-something degree water versus the 64 degree air temperature, right? I'm actually giving them a lot of wiggle room. I even put the observer height down to like 0.1 feet and the laser height to 0.1 feet. Still able to see the laser. This is all using the same math that they say that
You guys are funny. The pseudoscience communication bullshit stick. Yeah, it's hilarious.
Really, but you're saying that the math is incorrect. I'm using the same math that you're trying to say is incorrect with.
Well, I'm not Elijah, but I just think it's funny because it's clearly right there in front of your face that maybe it's just flat. You guys have to do all these mental gymnastics. And tell me, when did you learn to chant refraction? How long have you been into the refraction chant game?
Ever since I was born on Earth and realized that.
Ever since you were born on Earth. Because when you were young, and someone saw something in the distance, you said, "Yeah, refraction."
Yep.
No, dude, stop the cap.
Yep. I just have such a bigger brain than you, I think.
When
sounds like it.
When Michael Jordan takes a free throw, does he have to account for refraction as well?
Yeah.
Dude,
That's
he
true.
closes his eyes.
Yep. You close your eyes and you let refraction guide it.
Tell you, let me guess. I bet you think LeBron James is better than Michael Jordan. He's obviously
Calm
better.
down,
He had
man.
more points.
Calm down.
yeah.
Calm down. Calm down.
Stop the cap.
I don't know if you guys know, but basketball teams now they actually have to take out Coriolis insurance.
Yeah, Coriolis.
Yeah.
Jordan has to account for the Coriolis.
Like a free
Well, yeah. When
goes
when they
wide or whatever.
yeah when they start with the 4-point shots, they're definitely going to have Coriolis experts on the team because Neil deGrasse. Yeah, Neil deGrasse. Oh, yeah, they do. Get a life. Get a life. I guarantee you, the Coriolis expert you are. I bet you couldn't shoot 20% from the free throw line.
What do you mean? I literally account for Coriolis and refraction.
Yeah. Get the shooting and get the shooting and let me know how many baskets you make.
All right. Yep.
I actually have a qualification in the Yotvos effect on basketball shooting, so maybe I should apply to the I don't know, the Lakers and see if they want to hire me.
Real quick, doesn't Larry Bird wear glasses?
No, that was Kurt Rambis. Kareem Abdul-Jabbar glasses, Kurt Rambis glasses, James Worthy glasses. No, Larry Bird didn't wear glasses.
Okay, so for the basketball players,
Excuse me, sir. Is your basketball court facing east to west? If so, you'll have to add a quarter of an inch to all of your throws.
Yeah, that explains a lot. The Boston Garden was at a tilt that only Larry Bird knew of. Huh.
How do prescription glasses work, guys?
Oh, don't ask me a complicated question like that.
Well, they're held on your face, by your nose, and behind your ears.
So the lens deviates the path of light. Refraction, basically. They work on the premise of refraction.
Jedi, have you gone really fast at typing?
I
That was a very fast Google search for you.
No, I wear
I was
glasses.
going to say you put them on your nose and then you see shit.
I don't work on refraction, so I wear glasses. I've done since I was 4 years old. It's pretty simple to understand. What's this question going?
Jedi, do you have to account for refraction when you manipulate things?
Dude, we understand. There's no point having this conversation, dude. You've asked a really silly question about how refraction works with glasses. And that's the light diverging through a solid medium, by the way.
Yeah, when you take your glasses off, the world appears differently, right?
Yeah, it does. Yeah, because when I put my glasses on, the light reflect through the solid medium and focus the light better. Where's this going, dude?
I think that if you didn't believe in refraction, you wouldn't wear glasses. Right?
No, you're an idiot. Was there a point to this?
Who the fuck doesn't believe in refraction?
Flat Earthers, apparently.
You guys about refraction since
Apparently you.
2015.
Why do you guys do this? Like, if you're that sure about the Earth being a globe, right? Why do you make up these retarded arguments like flat earthers don't believe in refraction at all? Like, why do you do that?
No, the joke is that flat earthers don't believe in refraction.
Yeah, I know that. I know you think
glasses,
that's funny.
right?
I know you
So how long have you been chanting?
But it's just actually, I'm still talking, dude. I know you think that's funny, but it's just a really stupid argument that only other stupid globers believe. So when we talk about refraction, what we're saying is that we don't believe that the atmosphere can do the shit you need it to do. Scott actually said
Not
this
even
earlier.
that extreme. It's not even that extreme.
Still talking.
All right, yeah, I get it.
I was
I'm
still talking.
joking.
I was still talking. So Scott even said this earlier. He said, "Oh, we've got this divergence that we need to happen. Need. He never said it was happening or that he could prove it was happening. He just said that he needed it, and because he needed it, it must be happening."
You do realize that the refraction that is needed to account for this is less than standard refraction. So it's rare for it to not happen than it is for it to happen. Like that.
So can you prove that? Can you actually prove that it's happening in any of these photos?
The fact that I can see the laser, yeah.
Well, again, that's just circular.
Yeah,
That's
just like the Earth.
No,
Just like the Earth, yeah.
less than standard refraction means that the horizon is somewhere up in there, like at 1.2, 1.3, 1.4. Like, I don't see no horizon. I just see a dude zooming in beyond the boat where he can see to the other side of the beach. I don't know what you're talking about.
But the thing is, it's not going against any sort of like math proposed by the globe. Like you guys like to chant.
Yeah.
You guys like to
You
chant 8
just
inches
said
per
it's
mile
less than
square.
standard. You just
Not
said it's
listening.
less than standard refraction. So if it's less than standard refraction, then the horizon is right there, beyond like 1.3, 1.4 miles, right?
Less than no, that's not what I was saying at all. Actually,
Well, that's what that would mean. That's what that would mean.
That's not what that
because,
means.
Because with standard refraction, it's projected to be at about 1.4 miles away. Based on
Have you ever done any sort of
models
refraction
observed by.
adjustment calculations like before? Like, do you know what you're talking about?
But he said less than standard.
Yes,
So
yes,
if you
and
look
I'm
at the
saying that you don't know what that
calculator
means.
If you look at the calculator for standard, it just calculates for you the distance to the horizon. So if the distance to the horizon without refraction is 1.2 miles, then the distance to the horizon with standard refraction is 1.3, 1.4 miles.
Yes, it's shorter,
So if
right?
that's the case, okay, so I'm saying, but there is no horizon in this video.
Yeah, and I'm saying that there is such a wide margin of error for this to have occurred in. Like, this isn't some sort of like insanely magical circumstance for these refraction like scenarios to
Is
occur
he
in.
breaking up or is it me?
I think it's you.
Hello? Oh, okay.
I can still hear him good.
Yeah, what
think
I'm
it's
trying
you,
to say
Alexis.
is that there is no like crazy refraction bendy light scenario that needs to go on for this to have like occurred. Like, I'm not saying that there's a refraction coefficient of 0.99. I'm saying that there's a refraction coefficient of like 0.14 to 0.17, which is within standard. So this isn't like some absurd claim I'm making.
Yeah, I mean, you think
Yeah, it is.
So then the
And
horizon
especially
would
when they
be
said, "Hey, let's go down to the Earth's surface."
1.3,
It's all
1.4
absurd.
miles.
What? I can't hear two people at the same time. What did Eli say?
What did he say?
No, you said something. I wasn't able to hear you.
So then the horizon would be at 1.3, 1.4 miles then.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, sure. Let's go with that.
Okay, there's no horizon in this video.
I mean, okay.
Well, there is before he zooms in, but when they zoom in, they just see the other side of the. So he can't be zooming into a physical structure like being the geometric curve, right?
There's no issue with seeing objects behind the horizon, right? Like,
I'm saying there is no horizon there, but it's supposed, like we just agreed. Yeah, sure, 1.3, 1.4 miles.
well, the horizon is at whatever you say it is, right? Like, it's at whatever it calculates to be. It's not like some sort of.
Yeah, you're dreaming that the Earth is curving, though.
I am.
Yes.
No, but old house. Yeah.
Can you pinch me? I'm awake.
Yeah, make an argument that
Pinch
the Earth
yourself.
is curved. Or
Listen,
that
old house, stop.
Yeah, stop, old.
So,
Yeah, true.
So the calculator says, for 1 foot observer, that the physical obstruction in your way is going to be at 1.2 miles. With refraction, let's call it 1.4. So the horizon is going to be at 1.4 miles. But in the video, there is no horizon whatsoever. There's just someone seeing from point A to the side, the beach 10 miles across, point B. That's it. There is no horizon, no nothing, but a straight line of sight distance. Invisible. That's it.
I mean, to be fair, it is fairly dark. I can't really see anything.
It's cool because, like, in the first video that I showed, they said that the horizon was going to obstruct the boat at 1.2 miles. Then the boat is at 3 miles, and they declare that the reason that you can't see the bottom of it is because of the horizon, but it was behind the boat.
Wait, which video are we talking about right now? Are we talking about the laser video?
Not right now.
Oh, I thought we were
But
talking
I
about.
showed both sides. I showed both at the same time. So if you listen closely, it's related. So in the first video I showed, There's a boat. They claim that when the boat is 3 miles away, that the stripes at the bottom are missing because of the horizon, but the horizon is behind the boat. Okay, fine. Now, in the observation with the video with the laser, there's a boat 8 miles away. You can see the boat, and there is no horizon. There's just to the other side, where you can see the beach on the other side.
I will
Line
have to
of
watch
sight.
this video. I thought we were talking about the laser boat video or the laser video.
Well, yeah, that's what's happening in the beginning of the video. Yeah, a bunch of different things going on. You can see what's on the other side of the body of water. 1 foot off the ground, camera on the floor, down there in the water. You still see the light.
Watching the flat Earth beating a dead globe video. This is the most recent video you sent.
Yeah, that's the one.
All right. Boat. Where is this boat? Oh, there it is. Never mind. It's just time stamped at the part where the laser is showing. I'm sorry. I'm finding it right now.
What specifically is the difference between the air being the medium and glasses being the medium?
I think the difference would be the medium.
Thank you for.
Well, that was beautifully tautological.
Yeah. Wow. Heretic.
Yeah, your own question, but I assisted.
The medium is different.
Yeah.
That's it. That's the only thing.
Yeah, I think they don't have the same optical densities. One's gas, one's solid. I don't know why he's even asking, to be honest.
The atmosphere is a continuous medium. When light rays hit a lens, that's a solid boundary. Now, we understand, with according to Snell's law, well, that is a different.
What is a boundary
Why
in
could
this
we
scenario?
make a
The
lens
solid
out
glass
of a?
that the light rays hitting.
All right, so I think you're confused in what a boundary means. A boundary just means a change in density, right? Like it can be like 0.01 optical density to 0.02 optical density.
You asked
Like,
what the difference was. I pointed out the difference. Do you have to be a smart ass to make yourself think that you have to be right?
Yeah,
is that what's going to happen now?
I think what you're trying to imply is that it's a solid. Like there are
Yeah,
some
not
sort of
necessarily. It's the surface.
sounds
It's the interface separating two media. That's what a boundary is in Snell's law.
Yeah, but it doesn't necessarily have to be two different medium. It just has to be two different optical densities, right?
Yeah, it
doesn't
does have to
two-
be different
It
media,
has to be
because
two
it's a
separate
surface.
materials.
It's because it's a surface, right? It's a surface separating two media.
It has there. Seriously?
Let me ask you a question real
Don't
quick.
understand Snell's law?
Can we make a
No,
lens?
you can
with
just
like
Google
a-
it. You can even just read like the dictionary definition of it. It's
Post it for
super
if you want.
media, dude.
Can we make a lens out of gas?
Or the gas.
Yeah.
Well, you would need a solid container.
Yeah, why couldn't we do that? Like, why couldn't we put gas in a container and then shine light through it, and then see if it refracts?
That's atmospheric magnification. That can happen.
And you will be dealing with multiple media in that situation.
Yeah,
Really,
the glass and the gas, right?
That's for sure.
Notice there's two different media there, the glass and the gas.
Can I ask a question to clarify once more, real quick?
Depends if you're going to drop the attitude.
Yeah, no, I'm trying to be sincere.
Good. Well done.
What?
Yeah, that was your one question. Thanks for coming up.
Okay. My question would be, what medium meaning just the change in optical density? It does not have to be a physical change in like material. Like it doesn't have to be wood versus concrete. It doesn't have to be air
It has
versus
to be
glass.
physical.
It just has to be a change in density.
Cite that. Okay, we've already told you how this works, so now you cite your version of Snell's law. I'll wait.
All right. What happens if you use the formula with Snell's law?
Hey,
Hold on,
did you hear what I just said? Hey,
hold
no, we're going to stop right there because you keep repeating this, and we've already corrected you multiple times. You do need different media because you have to have an interface, a surface, a boundary between different media for Snell's law to work. So you cite your version where you say that's not the case. And we're not going to go anywhere else until you do that. Got it?
Yep. All right. I'll get the form. I'll get it for you.
Thanks.
This is very easy. There you go.
I got to make a big correction. I think that the boat is on Mark's side. So I don't think that it's that D Marble can see the boat. I think it's that the boat on Mark's side will obstruct the laser. So delete that point. But still,
so what in the
laser
formula
can intersect the boat. It can intersect the geometric horizon.
So what in the formula dictates that? When I use the formula for Snell's law, what in there says air versus glass, or it's just a number of optical density. It doesn't
Okay,
have
so the
anything.
surface of the water will be what I was talking about. That will be the interface separating the two media. What you posted there supports what I said, not what
Really,
you
it
said.
does. Really, it does.
Yes.
Okay, so
Yes.
when I use
said
the
you need
formula,
different media. That's what you just showed me.
Yeah, and when I use the formula for Snell's law, what makes it say? Sorry, incorrect input. You can't have things that are two different, or you can't have things that are the same media. It's just optical density. That's the only thing you put into Snell's law to calculate like the angle, right? You don't have to put in the material. It's just the optical density.
No, you need a surface with a normal line to it, and to
Really,
get that,
show
you
me.
need
Show me.
media.
Show
That's what
me.
you just posted.
Show me how you.
You
No, show me how you
fool. Look
calculate
at
that.
what you just posted.
Show me how you
clown.
calculate that. Show me how you
your
calculate that.
diagram.
Show me
your
how you
It's
calculate
in your own post.
Show me how you calculate that.
You see your diagram where it says two different
Fucking
mediums.
idiot.
One's
Yeah.
the air, one's the water, and the light intersect during that boundary surface layer. It's clearly marked in your diagram.
And
you
where in the
posted
equation?
it yourself,
Where in
you
the
clown.
where in the equation does it say intersect between surface and intersect between two different
Do
media?
you see what your diagram's based on?
Yeah, the diagrams for
So you
simpletons like
see
you to
that
try
then,
and
right?
understand it, right?
So you see that, yeah? We have
Diagrams
air,
for
we have water, and
simpletons
we
like
have
you to try and understand
divergence
it
of
better,
the
right?
light wave
Yeah,
called
I
refraction
understand.
when it hits the surface. So you're not listening. Do I have to do that again?
Yeah, sure. You can mute me this time if you like to.
Don't need to mute you. You can act like an adult, but you've got it within your own diagram. It's clearly marked air, clearly marked water, and there's a nice line, horizontal by the way, that says surface. So when the light passes from one medium, the air, hits the boundary layer of the surface, it refracts. Notice you've got two mediums and a solid boundary.
Yeah, and what in the formula says that it has to do that, right? What in the formula says must have surface, must have two different elements or solids or some other form, right?
Doesn't say in the formula.
Yes,
It goes
exactly.
with
The only thing it requires is a change in optical density. That is
No
the
one's
only thing
denying that, dude. It's your
Okay,
attitude
thank you.
that
Thank
most
you for
people are getting
conceding.
pissed
Thank you
off
for
with.
conceding.
It's your attitude I'm pissed off with. That's
You
all.
just
Maybe you
conceded. You
should
just
drop
said that
that.
all it needs is an optical density change.
I didn't
Yes, you
necessarily
did.
say that.
Do you
No,
want
I
to go back
didn't
on the tape?
necessarily. Oh, it's going to have to be right again. It's kind of simple. Your diagram demonstrates it. But I'm not interested in the math. Your diagram demonstrates it. It can
I'm
be
not
demonstrated
interested
when
in the
looking at
formula.
fish
I'm
in water
interested
and
in
trying
the
to hit it
formula.
with a fucking spear.
I'm not interested in the formula. I'm interested in the formula. That's what you just said.
No, I'm not interested in the formula. I was interested in the diagram. Seriously, dude.
Yeah. Okay. So the diagram is what's capturing most of your attention right now, not the actual
Yeah,
formula.
it is. Yeah, it is.
That's very telling of what like what you need to
Because
understand.
this is very simple to understand. You asked about glasses earlier.
The formula is going to include
Is
the
this
two
better for you?
indices
It doesn't
from the
have
two
labels
different
that
media.
confuse you.
Hey, shut the
Eli,
fuck up, Gamma.
Eli,
Somebody else just started
no,
talking.
Eli,
Yeah, no.
Eli, we don't need.
You have to, yeah, no, you're going to be muted. Go ahead, Eli.
The formula has it has both mediums in there, like the indices, right?
Yes, but they don't necessarily have to be two different elements or anything. They just have to
Yeah,
have different.
you
reflections.
didn't bring what they asked you. Where does it state in the formula that it only requires a difference in medium? You definitely brought the two different mediums in that formula.
No, Snell's law in the formula is accounted for two mediums in
Yes,
the
but-
formula.
No, yeah, two different mediums just means two different optical densities, dude.
No, that's what you're saying. That's not what the formula
That's
is.
how that's
No, that's not what the formula is saying. That's not what the formula is.
Based on two different refractive indexes, not a refractive index of one and a difference therein.
Oh my! Where in the formula does it say must be different media? Seriously,
The formula doesn't say must be same media.
all it needs is a change in refractive index. That is all it needs to calculate the change in angle. Oh my!
You are a moron.
Why can't we test refraction with a with like a crystal ball with some air, and then maybe heat it up?
Oh my god!
With a crystal ball.
Snell's law, right here, it says N1 and N2 are the indices of two media.
Oh, he had to correct himself. He was like, "Oh, can't say what Gamma was about to say." He has to insert the word medium in there.
Why? No. Again,
Crit, I will pay you
where
$100 right
N1
now to
where
mute Eli for the rest of the night.
N1 and
What's your cash app?
N2
I will pay you $100.
I can pay him more.
Why do you keep talking through people,
I can pay him
dude?
more. I can pay him more.
Yeah, go
Suck a
ahead.
dick, you're broke. So now, like I said, where N1 and N2 are the indices of refraction of two media. Like I said, he's saying no. He's saying
Yeah,
where
I
in the
am saying
formula is
no. I am
this
saying
is
no.
explaining the. Okay.
They just have to have two different refractive indexes. This is not. Is this really that hard to understand?
God, are you?
Yeah, and to have two totally different refractive indices like that next to one another, that's going to be two contacting substances, two media. The only way to get that is with two media.
And hot air,
you know
not
that
like
you don't
cold
necessarily.
air?
Oh yeah, here I'll let him speak.
Yeah, you
Like,
will.
what do you guys think they mean by medium?
Okay, he's getting even more remedial than the other guy.
Yeah, maybe he'll have better luck
You
explaining.
guys make claims about how refraction cannot.
No, we don't make claims. Look at it's what Snell's law
Falsified.
says, formulated by the mathematician and physicist Wilbur Snellius. Describe how light refracts when passing from one medium to another with a different refractive index. It states that the sine of the angle of incidence multiplied by the refractive index of the first medium. Here it said, first medium is equal to the sine of the angle of refraction multiplied by the refraction index of the second media.
Yeah,
That
okay,
is
so why
Snell's
can't we
law.
get some air?
That's what that
make it a
formula
certain
is for.
temperature,
You've got
measure
two
the
totally
refractive
different.
index.
Yeah, you got two totally different refractive indices, and the way to have that is you have two contacting substances. It's A to B. It's one and the other. It's the incident and the refracted. So you're going to need two substances for that.
Oh,
to
that's not
happen.
true.
You're gonna need two medium.
Yeah, I didn't hear substance
That's
or
what I'm
medium
saying.
in
With
the
different
description that you
indexes.
just read.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
Like, what I'm suggesting is that the medium could be the same substance in the terms of the chemistry, right? Air.
No, it says two different mediums with different indexes.
Right. So my question is, why do you guys feel that air always has the same index of refraction?
We don't.
So then, what's stopping it from behaving with Snell's law, like in accordance with Snell's law?
Did it change to a different media?
Did it? Oh my! See, this is what I like. How
it
can you
didn't,
be
right?
honest
It
with
didn't,
yourself?
right?
Like, it is a different index of refraction, therefore it follows Snell's law.
Have you seen the product of Snell's law?
Yeah, I can.
And that's what it looks like out in the distance, does it?
Yeah, because I can see.
Yeah.
All right. Yeah.
You need to get your eyes checked.
And I also I can also use it to shoot basketballs, and I have to use the Coriolis as well.
What?
Yeah.
Let's like test this empirically.
He wants to start diverting.
Let's get some gas containers.
Basketball and taking Coriolis.
Put them at different temperatures. Shine light through them. Measure the refraction.
Look at hold on. Look at this, y'all. Look at this. Look what I found here from Physics Static Theory. And I asked, does air have the same refraction index? But for whatever reason, it gave me this answer. No solids or liquids have the same refractive index as air. This is because air has a low density, so it doesn't have many electrons per cubic meter. The refractive index of a material is related to the electron density. The refractive index of air is 1.0003, which is very similar to the index of refraction in a vacuum, 1.0000. In most problems, these indices are used interchangeably. What the fuck does that mean? Does that what? Don't.
That was a
does
lot.
that
Can you
mean-
post it in the side chat?
Yeah. Like, what the fuck does that mean? Because to me, it sounds like it means like there's no way a ray of light is gonna burn to the exponentially curving surface the further it goes away from you to another observer on side B. It's like, bitch, you may as well be in a fucking vacuum, is what this is saying.
Oh, flat earthers are afraid of
Post
vacuums.
it.
Don't say that word. They're worried though it'll get sucked away, right?
Oh my god, we're melting.
See, look, you gotta scare them.
I don't know why you would struggle this hard to use Snell's law for this anyway, because if you want to talk about a gradient and the way that light's going to behave in it, you'll be using Fermat's principle.
Oh, that
What
includes
is
too many
Fermat's
variables.
principle?
I don't know if that's something that you want to go with. I don't know.
No, it's something that you should go with. You're just using the wrong tool.
Yeah, it's because it's more simple for you to understand, right?
No, it's not for me. Obviously,
Really?
you're making excuses for yourself and your own stupidity.
No, I wouldn't.
I just pointed it out to you. So it's not going to be a big deal. It's 4 gradients, so you could use it. But yeah, pretend it's my stupidity that stopped you from making the correct claim for yourself.
Well, have you done an integral before? Because I don't want to like have to teach you how to do that.
Yeah, you can teach me. No problem.
Yeah.
Well, if it's this hard to understand Snell's law, I don't think we're going to be able to do integration tonight.
You don't understand Snell's law, so good point. I guess you better not
start with
continue.
limits. All right, in all seriousness, how does this new law that you brought into the conversation? What was it, Heretic?
Maybe the other guy can tell you. Let's see how much he knows about it.
It's Fermat's theorem. It
Fermat's,
involves
yes.
Yeah, and it involves integration, and I don't know if we want to go down that route because
Well, that's what you would apply to a gradient. That's what you would. I mean, Snell's law is derived from it, but that's dealing with a boundary and 2 contacting substances. That's where you get the refracted and the incident indexes from.
So, Heretic, you accept. God damn it, what's the name of this?
Fermat's principle.
Yes, does that hold true?
I don't know. It's a model.
Yeah, flat earthers don't like those because they don't have any.
Non sequitur.
Are you gonna? How are you gonna use it to falsify, or?
Nothing. I'm just telling him it's more applicable to the situation of a single medium gradient. And he keeps trying to use something that deals with a hard boundary and two media with totally different refractive indexes. And the reason that they have totally different refractive indexes is because they're two different media. And it's just dealing with two. That's why it's M1 and M2. But who cares anyway? They don't have any curvature.
What about my?
Yeah.
What about
you
my
ever-
thought experiment about experimenting with glass containers of air with different temperatures?
Yeah, so that'll
what do
be
you think would
Snell's
happen?
law. Yeah, because you'll have the boundary and everything that we're talking about with that. Yeah.
So even though there will be glass that will be the glass is going to be, I guess the glass will change temperature too. But anyway, the point is that the glass is not going to change chemical composition. The air isn't going to change chemical composition. If we just control just for the temperature, will we be able to observe different indices of refraction? Will we be able to observe different refraction and different paths of light? What do you think is your prediction?
We've been telling you all along that that's how Snell's law works. Two different substances. So the glass and the air will be different substances.
Heretic. Will the quantity of the refraction change?
I don't really know what you're asking.
I'm not asking if refraction is going to happen. I'm asking, is the amount that it happens going to change?
Well, depending on the variables involved.
Yes, and the
The
variable is
angle
the
of
temperature.
incidence, right? The optical densities of the media. I don't know. Like, just do the calculation.
Let's hold everything the same. Let's control for everything except for the
Would the
temperature.
medium stay the same if it's always being produced from the ground level up?
Let me just finish. You guys get in about like dependent variables and independent
Probably
variables in
no.
proper scientific experiments. Right? So here's a scientific experiment I'm proposing where the independent variable is the temperature of the gas inside the container. And the dependent variable is going to be what, guys?
That'll be your observed phenomenon. What's that?
Yeah, it's going to be the index of refraction or the deflection of the light, right?
Okay, so the refracted angle basically is going to be your dependent variable.
Yeah.
All right. Cool.
So,
Great.
So
I don't know. I don't know.
like
I don't really know why you want to go here, but okay.
Well, I want to test. I want you guys to make a prediction. Right? I'm trying to nail you guys down to some sort of.
I don't care. I'm not disputing anything to do with
us.
Making a claim like the
I think you
plague.
guys are right. Like I don't know.
No, I'm not.
We disagree on how refraction works.
No,
right?
this is
And
the
I'm
worst
trying to
Just Snell's
figure
law.
out where
I mean, everything you've said, I don't disagree with. I just don't get what your angle is with this, pun intended.
What's the problem? Like if you can see
That's what I'm
that
asking
air. If you can see that air can be two different mediums at different temperatures, you don't deny refraction. You don't deny that air at different temperatures have different indexes of refraction. Why do you feel that like that refraction falsifies the globe Earth or whatever?
I never said it falsifies the globe Earth.
Wait, what? Clip that, please.
I never said that refraction falsifies the globe Earth. What are you talking about?
Then why would you get mad at me for believing in the globe Earth if you don't?
Somebody wants that clipped? Like that's a W. You guys don't even know what you're trying to speak to here.
Yeah, it points out how lost they are in this argument. It's
a
little weird.
Oh my God!
They're the ones who are the refraction chanters.
Am I taking pills here?
the half ounce.
What the?
Is Eli just hot micing?
Finally, Eli's muted. Crit, I'll pay you. Crit, was that you? I know it was.
$100 whole dollars. Well,
Hey, I
that's
offered
not
$1,000 for somebody.
1980.
I offered somebody $1,000 for their Polaris angle measurement experiment. No one accepted. It's still going.
Yeah, that's like 4 days of groceries. So yeah.
Was it
Not
really
worth
an
the problem.
experiment? What did you want done?
Are
I
globe
wanted.
earthers eligible for?
Yeah, anyone's eligible actually.
Oh shit! Write it down.
All right. I want somebody to prove that the distance to Polaris will not change. The distance and position of Polaris will not change based on two different observers. So, like, if you have somebody in higher latitude and then somebody in a lower latitude, and they both measure the distance, will it be in the same position for both observers or not? Because like an
The
object.
distance to Polaris.
Yes, but what I'm trying to say is the distance, like it would be conflicting. They would be in different places at the same time. They would have to be in different places at the same time.
So just clarify, what is the distance you want from either observer to the star?
The height to the star.
Okay.
You mean the angle?
No, the height. So the baseline would be the distance between the two observers. The angle would be the angle of elevation of one of the observers. And then I want somebody to show that those values would not conflict with each other. $1,000 on the table.
I'm not understanding.
Yeah, it lost me because I was trying to listen, but maybe restate it.
The diagram would be nice too.
All right. I'll get a diagram for you.
In the meantime,
Well, the apparent position of Polaris might be changing for those different observers.
Oh,
Not
yeah,
its actual position, I wouldn't say, but
Yeah, that's fine. I mean, obviously, if something's moving, like if you're changing their position, it's going to change in apparent size, and
yeah, but you might be actually seeing it in a whole other position in the sky, depending where you are.
Yeah. So what
Just
I was saying-
apparently though.
Yeah,
not actually.
Yeah, I understand that. What I'm saying is not the apparent change, but the height on the right triangle, right?
No.
So what an experiment?
Because you're just dealing with its apparent position, even with that height. That's all you can look at is where it appears to be.
Yeah, but I mean, I heard Nathan Oakley chanting about how you need a flat plane for the angles of elevation to work, correct?
Right. So if its apparent position is changing depending where you are, then that works fine.
Yeah, and I'm agreeing that apparent position's like changing because they're going to be moving in a different direction. That's fine. But the height to the star. So like the height to the star should always remain the same. But the distance can change.
So if I'm
Can't
getting it
measure
right,
that.
what we need is like a radio telescope to catch the signals from Polaris,
That's
and
fine.
we
I
need to
can
be
get a
able to measure the what is it? Because it goes at the speed of light, right? So we need to measure that it takes longer for the signal to hit the guy at the ground versus shorter time to hit the signal of the guy at the top of the mountain. Is that what you're trying to flesh out?
No. What I'm trying to say is that drawing this triangle, will the height to Polaris change based off the position of two observers? The height shouldn't change if it's a stationary non.
The apparent height might.
All right, apparent
No, I
height.
think the height has to be calculated geometrically, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, so that's not going to be an absolute and fixed position for all observers, is what I'm saying.
So it changes.
No, because correct me if I'm wrong, but according to the flat Earth model,
it doesn't change. No.
Because
Yeah.
if you're on the same latitude, no matter where you are, 45 degrees is 45 degrees.
All right, so Polaris changes height depending on where I'm looking at it from.
Yeah, depending on how far you are away from it. But if everyone's on the same latitude at the same distance, it's going to be 45 degrees for everybody. If you're on the same
No,
circle
but
of equal
height
altitude.
is
Yeah,
only
that's
the
that's
is
for
only
sure.
the displacement in the y direction, right?
Yeah, what I'm trying
So
to
even if you're someplace else on the flat Earth, the height is going to still be the same, even though the distance will be different, right?
Yeah, so unless it can be at multiple heights at the same time for two different observers, that's the
No,
core
it's
of.
never. It's not like there's no such thing because there's no different height.
Thank you. Yes, there would be no. They couldn't be in the same height at the same time. Yeah,
No, there's
that's
no
true.
such thing because height is just an angular distance. There's no such thing as height in feet when it comes to
No, because
viewing the celestial body.
Trigonometrically, if we draw a triangle, no, that's not true.
No, listen, time
Elijah,
out.
you believe in a
Time
flat
out.
Earth, so
Oh my God.
therefore
Can I
there is a
respond?
distance that is perpendicular
May
to
I
the flat
respond?
Earth
I don't know. May I respond? I
to
don't know.
Polaris, right?
May I respond? I don't know. I don't know. Like, can I respond without being interrupted?
I'm done.
Yes.
Go ahead.
Yes.
Yeah. No. No one claims that they're using trigonometry to determine the height of any celestial body ever. Nobody. So you can't use, like a 5-year-old who doesn't know anything, trigonometry to get the height to a star, because that's not possible.
Wait, why isn't it possible?
Because
If
no
we
one
look-
does that. Celestial navigation does. They don't use trigonometry in celestial navigation.
They don't.
I would say it's because it's an apparent position, and because the lines of sight from different observers at different latitudes do not intersect at the same position, so you're not looking at an absolute position. Well, all those observers wouldn't be looking at the same absolute position in the sky, so you won't be able to get a correct result.
I've already conceded my point of apparent position. I'm fine with the.
Is that a joke about refraction?
Yeah,
No,
but my thing
dude.
about my thing is like, yeah, like trigonometry is
Hard, yes.
trigonometry is different than celestial navigation.
I think the joke is that
the only time you're gonna want the altitude of a celestial body is for navigation.
All right,
No other reason
Oh my God.
other reason are you going to be using the altitude of a celestial body for anything other than navigation. Well, in navigation,
Do you just repeat the same thing 3
it's
times?
not.
yeah, the reason you can't do that is because the Earth is a globe, right? But if it was flat,
Exactly.
you
That's
could.
the crux of my
Okay,
my
so if
prize,
the
right?
so if the Earth is a globe, then prove that then.
All right. Well, hold on. Let's get back to my argument. How about that?
No, your argument. No,
No, I got to get an answer to my question.
No, you think that
is
you
there
think that it's a globe and therefore you're celestial navigating globe. So prove that it's a globe. Go on.
Can you draw a line from Polaris to the
My
surface of
God,
the
If he's
Earth
gonna ask,
that
if
is
he's gonna ask the
perpendicular?
same thing, it's like, what's the
Yeah, just hold on. Like, yeah, okay, so prove the case that it's a globe.
Well, I was really excited. I thought somebody was going to win $1,000. I was just trying to be charitable. And
Okay, so no globe proof then.
can we get back
Globe
to
interpretations of the yin yang, but no actual proof. All right.
This is
Can you
insane.
draw a line from Polaris to the surface of the Earth that is perpendicular to the surface of the Earth?
Wow.
It's right above you, I guess.
No, you can't. No, you can't.
Oof.
Oof.
This is what happens when you go off the script, guys.
Somebody's recording this, right? Please tell me. Oh my God, of all the days.
Yeah.
All right, so I'm going to mute you so you'll stop spiraling and I can hear the answer. Go ahead, Elijah.
Because the orientation of the Earth has to be level. That is an orientation. So you're going to have one line intersecting another line at 90 degrees. Guess what? A curve doesn't have an orientation, does it?
All right, so if
Nor do
if
you
the
have an
Earth
angle
is flat,
from a curve.
Jesus Christ! Oh my
Well, he's not
God!
even. Well, he just said that you can have a perpendicular to a curve. I just explained to him, no, you can't. So I thought he was going to explain to me how, yes, you can.
All right, if the Earth
Because the
is
Earth is
flat,
flat.
yeah. If the Earth is flat, then measuring the height to Polaris would be extremely easy. That's what I'm trying to explain.
Or at least
Yeah, if all the observers at different latitudes are looking at the exact same absolute point in the sky.
No, well, that's that's incorrect.
Really?
Because he made the claim that that's possible, but who's gonna validate it? How you gonna what methodology are you using?
Trigonometry.
Okay, so go to a professor and tell him you're gonna use trigonometry on the sky. See what he says.
No, this is for you. I want you to win $1,000.
No,
Professor.
look, like I said, go to a professor and ask
I
him
don't
if
want to
you can
give a
do
professor
trigonometry on the.
So are you like not familiar with like sine and cosine, Elijah?
No.
Well, you so you use
Sokotoa, Elijah.
so you mean like
Sokotoa.
you see what I'm saying?
No, I'm just doing what I do to or you do to us all the time.
No, I don't do nothing to you all the time.
You definitely don't do trig all the time. I'll tell you that.
Well, trig doesn't have anything to do with celestial navigation.
Well, I don't want to give a professor $1,000. I want to give you $1,000, right? You know what? 5,000. What 5,000? Is that better? I will literally put this down on a check and send it in. Like,
Listen, all you have to do is like get directly underneath Polaris, and then measure some distance away from it, and then measure the angle, and then
What angle?
divide
You
by
mean the
the
angle
sine.
you mean the angle created by two straight lines or a straight line and a curved line?
yeah, angle
Yeah,
of two
the
straight
angle
lines.
created by two straight lines from the
Okay,
horizon
and
to
then what?
the,
And then what?
and then you divide by the sine.
Sine doesn't mean a physical sign, Elijah, by the way. That's a mathematical function, just to clarify.
I thought my radio telescope idea was the better idea.
I can use radio telescopes.
Screw all this cosine, blah blah blah. Measure the angle. Like, who the hell's going to measure our distance from Polaris or any sun? How do we measure it from the sun itself? Well, in my head, my mind immediately went to radio telescopes, because you can, like, let's say it's not just just think about the data, and I know little about this, but you could hear a spike in the data in Australia, and 5 seconds later, or maybe it's the speed of light, so it's 0.000 seconds later. Anyways, you could see the spike in a lower elevation. So that would be like a real experiment that you could run in your backyard to go and measure this, right? Radio telescopes are cheap. You can go. I've seen some YouTube videos. That's my education.
I've used a 20-meter one before. I mean, I don't have access to that one anymore. I have a 5-meter one, but
that would be how you flesh this out. Because nobody's measuring using, okay, you need to first establish the distance from us to Polaris. Like, how do you even start about doing that?
It's simple. You don't even need to be directly below Polaris, right?
I agree. I agree that you don't need to be below Polaris, but my question is how do you make that initial measurement in the first place? How do they do it? My guess would be radio astronomy, and just, if we assume that radio waves are, speeding through the, anyways.
Would radio telescopes be sufficient, Elijah? Or Heretic, whoever wants to engage? You guys looking up what radio telescopes are, so you're informed, or?
Radio telescopes, is that like AM and FM?
Yes, exactly. I can hear the aliens' music.
Question.
Yeah,
Can you
I was reading
determine
the
your
contact
latitude
book.
by measuring? Put it this way: if there's two observers on the Earth, and they both measure the same angle to Polaris, do they have the same latitude?
Yeah.
What do you think
Intuition.
latitude is?
Intuition would tell me that
What you just said.
Okay, yeah, that was my question. Is like, is that like a tautology, right?
Whatever, dude.
I mean, what exactly about what I was explaining before is something that couldn't be done very easily?
Which was? What were you explaining?
Measuring the height to Polaris using two different observers, and then seeing if it matches again using a different.
I already told you that their lines of sight won't intersect, so you won't get the proper result.
Lines of sight won't intersect. Is that what I was
They
asking?
won't intersect at a single point, right, in free space, right, where that star actually is, because you're just going to be looking at where it appears to be, which is, it's going to shift depending where you are.
Yeah, that's
I
fine.
don't know.
I mean,
The latitude will be the same angle every time, but
I am expecting for it to shift in appearance. That's why I am using trigonometry, right? So I can measure the angle in elevation.
okay. All right, so you're going to be drawing lines to one point in the sky, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, they're not looking at the same point in the sky. That's my point.
That's a good thing. Yeah, we would.
The lines of sight are not going. They would intersect there, right, for this to work. What you're proposing?
Yes, if I'm looking at the same object.
Yeah, so they're not going to do that. So that's why it's going to fail.
Really, if me and you are looking at the same object and we're like a certain degree apart, is our line of sight not at this object because we're not?
Depends how it's shifted in each observer's perspective.
Okay, why are you have to go through mental gymnastics to not want this prize money? This is crazy.
I'm just telling you what the problem is. You keep getting different results, and I think that's why. Yeah, every time you try to solve for it, you'll get something else.
Why would it be shifted?
Oh, because the Earth is a globe.
Really?
Yeah.
That's going to cause the angular displacement of Polaris when you move away or towards its ground
Well, that's
position.
it's gonna cause the height to be all wacky and not make any sense. But if it was on a flat plane, height should always be constant. Right?
No, it's not. It should just be a clean 60 nautical miles per degree.
I mean, here's the obvious
Mars
question:
increases in height by 60 nautical miles per degree.
Why can't
that would be the relation? That would be the angle distance relationship on a perfect sphere, of course, which you don't claim it is. So not exactly, but we'll use that as an approximation, right? So if that's the case, then just show us the curved surface of the Earth that causes that obstruction of Polaris. That's all you have left to do.
Well, yeah.
That's a geometric horizon, by the way.
If you go to Australia, you can't see Polaris, right?
Just be quiet for a second. That's all you have left to do.
Did you have a headache or something? Did you need him to be quiet, or?
Well, he just keeps jumping all over everything, and most of the time he goes on a tangent. And it's kind of like out of left field, and then
like Eli.
the actual.
We're talking about Polaris.
Yeah, okay, so you're going on a tangent. I just want you to show me the curved surface
that's funny.
causes that angular displacement of the stuff in the sky you keep bringing up. Because that's all you have left to do.
But you kind of proved the point for me, which is that it would be at different spots and like it would have different height changing.
No, I didn't prove the point for you. We all see the same thing, same observed phenomenon. You're attributing a cause of a curved surface of the globe Earth you think that you're on to it. So I never agreed with that. I never proved that point for you. We're still waiting on that point to be proven.
I wasn't. That wasn't.
Why can't you see Polaris from the southern hemisphere?
Oh, for fuck's sake! Shut up, Parsival.
Hey, don't talk to my boy like that.
Just did.
Oh, my bad. Continue.
No, you continue. I already told you what I'm looking for.
All right.
Did he say don't talk to my boyfriend like that?
Yeah, that's what it's come to.
What's weird is Parsifal cackles as if he scored a point when all he's doing is circularly reasoning. That was easy to say. Yeah, you go to circular reasoning and think you score a point.
Well, he just keeps like diverting.
Almost like he's refracting.
Yeah, he is. This conversation's getting refracted.
That
Can I get an
explains
answer to
why
my question?
That explains why
No,
Globus.
Parsifal.
That explains
Sorry,
why
go ahead,
Globus.
Crypto.
That explains why Globus can't answer a point directly. Is because they have to divert because of refraction.
Yeah.
I like that one.
What's your point, Joseph Stalin?
The conversation's getting diverted.
Yeah.
It's refracting.
Yeah, I think we beat this dead horse. I'm up for a new challenge.
You're not up for any challenges. Why you keep diverting?
Yeah, water ball time.
No, I'm willing to talk to you about Polaris like all day long. Right?
I had a question about it, and none of you wanted to answer it. Every single time, you just kept chiming in with questions that would take it off course.
All right, heretic. Go ahead, restate your question. I'm listening.
Oh, I got to say it now for like a third or a fourth time. Nah, I'm good.
All right, Joseph Stalin, you had something?
Oh, I just want to chant. Earth is globe. Earth is globe. Earth is globe. I'm done.
Thank you.
Gentle reminder to everybody: you should think critically and think of falsifications.
I think
and then test
Parsifal
them.
is right. Yeah.
Yeah, how do we go about falsifying, for instance, a refraction claim to explain away an observation that shouldn't work on a globe? How do we falsify that refraction claim?
Well, what was wrong with my experimental approach?
No, I was asking how you do it in a philosophical sense. How do you falsify that claim?
Philosophical.
You build a model. The model makes a prediction. You test that prediction.
Wrong.
No?
Because because again, like when Scott said earlier, you take the amount of refraction that you need and then assume it's there. Which is what he said. How is that falsifiable?
Well, y'all know that does sound like that's bad.
That's what he said. So how do you falsify that? If you always have the exact amount of refraction you need, because that's what the model states, how do you falsify that?
Well, think about it this way. In that statement, it does sort of imply that there is a specific quantifiable amount of refraction. So if you could show that quantity is actually some other number, that would be a falsification, wouldn't it?
No, because that's your burden of proof that you're reversing.
State your question again.
Really? Okay, so you've got this model that states that there's a certain amount of curvature and there are observations that don't appear to match up with the curvature, correct? So you then say, bendy light, and then someone says to you, well, how do I know that that's actually, like, whether it's possible or not isn't really the question. The question is whether what you're saying is happening in that observation, right? And then obviously it's just asserted. So how do we go about falsifying that claim?
I'm working very hard to build my paint model, by the way. It'll be done soon. So I can explain this.
Brilliant. So how do we go about falsifying that?
Okay, so it seems in the scope of your question that there is a specific observation being made, right?
Well, many observations. It's always just asserted that there's exactly as much refraction as is necessary to make sure that it's still a globe. And you even hear people use the circular logic earlier. One of you did earlier where you said, well, I know that the refraction must be happening because I can see the laser, right? The logic is incredibly circular. But I still don't know how you go about falsifying this.
It's circular because we live on a globe. There you go.
I don't see the circularity.
Okay, well, let me give you an example. I'll give you an example. Right? So, if I say to you, I am the king of betting, I can win any bet. And then I go to the roulette wheel at, let's just say, I don't know, the casino, and I bet on black, and then black comes in. Does that prove that I can win absolutely any bet? Or
yes.
All right, okay, cool. Well, that's the logic being employed.
No.
Well, that is the logic being employed. It's circular.
No, because circular logic makes a circuit, right? One of the conclusions is based on. So where is that in your casino analogy?
Well, I was talking about the refraction analogy. We know that the Earth must be a globe refracted because we see the laser. Okay, it's completely discounting the possibility that it must be flat. Right? It must be a globe with refraction because we see the laser.
Yep.
Yeah, I don't think that's circular logic. What I would say is that that is evidence that the model's predictions are correct, right?
Yeah, that's you connecting the dots all the way around.
It's not evidence for that.
I think it is, right?
You can think that,
so let's
but not.
And that's called circular reasoning.
Right.
No, I don't think it's circular reasoning. I think circular reasoning is.
Well, it is.
I know that God is real because the Bible says so, and I know that the Bible is real because God says so. That's circular reasoning, right?
Yeah, you just pinned yourself, mate, because you said, I see the laser because the Earth is a globe and there is refraction.
Yeah.
There is refraction, therefore Earth is a globe. Same shit that you just said.
Okay, yeah, that's better.
It's circular. Yeah. So, but this is I've already given you this example, dude. Like, so it's circular logic, and it's therefore not evidence for a globe. You're always just saying, well, we got exactly the amount of refraction we need. It's all good. Don't worry about it. But how do we falsify that?
I say that's a straw man.
It's not a straw man.
I would disagree. I disagree with that characterization. But I will concede to you.
I'm asking how you falsify it. It can't be a straw man.
You can't falsify a circular argument, I think.
Right. So you are presenting something
But we're not presenting circular arguments. That's my point.
Unfalsifiable. That's a problem.
No.
Yes.
I literally explained to you guys over and over again how you could falsify the globe Earth model by simply giving me
reversing the burden of proof. Yeah, by simply reversing the burden of proof. Well done. That is making your claim.
The burden of proof is a rhetorical argument that I'm not really that interested in, right? I'm interested in doing science, and part of science is the falsifiability, right? And
that's what I'm asking you for.
Okay, I maybe you weren't here, but you could falsify the globe Earth model by giving me a city distance pair that is different from the one that is accorded by the globe Earth model. Simple.
So anyway, I was asking you for the falsifiability of the refraction argument, right? And your only response to that was to reverse the burden of proof.
I haven't made an argument about refraction. All I said was that conceivably a way that you could falsify a theory about refraction is to, with quantitative evidence, right? If the theory says that the index of refraction is going to be this amount, but you show it's some other amount, that would falsify that.
Yeah, that's a reversing burden of proof fallacy again. So the question is not about what's possible, but about what actually occurred in a specific observation. I've already said all this stuff, man. Like, I don't know. Are you not listening?
All right.
So you've got to look at an observation, and you've got to ask yourself what actually occurred, because the argument is always we have as much refraction as we need. Scott said that earlier. We have as much refraction as we need, and the evidence for that is that the observation happened on a globe, which is circular. So then when we ask, how do we go about falsifying this refraction argument? You just reverse the burden of proof.
All right, I have my paint drawing done. If everyone would like to take a look.
No one was. Okay, fine.
Let me just say
I don't
this.
know why I expect an
If Scott literally said that,
hey,
I'd
yo,
say that's pretty embarrassing.
what's
And
going on? You know what I'm saying?
I'll give you that.
I didn't hear what you said. Say again.
I said if Scott literally said that, then that does sound pretty embarrassing, and I will give you that.
Well, he did say that, but then when I pointed out that it sounded stupid and embarrassing, he just said, "Oh, that's your opinion, bro." Like he doesn't even care. Like half the people don't even care.
He might have been trolling you, right?
Of course he is.
You guys go back and forth.
Of course he's trolling me, dude. I'm not stupid enough to think that Scott actually thinks that. He's here to waste everyone's time. But
Well, Scott actually thinks that the Earth is a globe, right? And
I know,
he's like,
but I don't. He's not taking the conversation seriously, right? So
it's very hard to take you guys seriously.
Wait, hold on.
But when you keep getting wrecked and then not understanding arguments, do you understand how, like, the joke's on you? Like, if you can actually answer what I've said, then do so.
I mean, you guys sound schizo. Like what dunks have you guys got?
Now you're coping.
Well, again, I'm asking you for falsifiability. You can't do it. So
I did. Give me a city distance pair that is different, right? Okay, I'll put it this way, same thing.
Talk about
The globe Earth necessitates. The globe Earth necessitates that these city distance pairs are all these numbers here in my GIF, right? So if
Just
the
on the
flat Earth is
scale or the
true,
oblate spheroid.
Listen. I don't know how to prove it, but
which
listen, the
one of
Earth
these
isn't flat.
distances is incorrect?
And whatever he's saying is correct. Whatever he's saying is correct. Whatever y'all saying is wrong. Flat Earth is retarded.
Someone shut this guy up, for fuck's sake. Stop wasting.
No, you're stupid. You think the Earth is flat. You're stupid.
Dude, we're trying to have a proper conversation. Just fuck off if you're going to waste everyone's time. So, look, dude, I'm trying to ask you about the falsifiability of the refraction argument. How do we falsify that? Saying about city distance pairs is a red herring. Doesn't answer my question.
Sure, I'm sorry. I thought you were asking about a falsification of the globe Earth.
No, of the refraction argument. I've said this like 8 times now.
I will admit that I'm like not an expert on refraction. So all I had was my general description of like how falsification and wind prediction works, right?
Cool. So then it's unfalsifiable, right? If you can't falsify it, then we have a word for that. That's
unfalsifiable. You can falsify it.
If you can't falsify something, it's unfalsifiable.
By measuring an index of refraction that is not according to the natural law.
You're not getting the argument. You're not understanding. So frustrating. I've spelled this all out for you, bro.
That doesn't make sense. He just said it wasn't an expert, and then he wanted information in the form of the thing he said he wasn't sure on. Yeah, this refraction chant, guys, is disintegrating.
But the refraction index doesn't even matter. Like, it doesn't even matter. What I'm asking him is how we can even falsify the argument itself, not the specifics. He wants to get down to the details to the philosophy which I'm trying to present him with.
Well, I'm not here to like debate philosophy and like epistemology. Right?
It's not about epistemology and philosophy are very different things. I don't know why you brought epistemology up.
I think you guys constantly bring it up in this chat room, right?
What is your purpose then?
I'm here to talk about physics.
But you said everyone here is retarded.
Well,
it can't take you seriously.
You can still talk about physics with retarded people,
Yeah, that's fun.
It'll just be hard, right? Yeah.
But you understand that physics and, by extension, science does have a philosophy behind it, right?
No, I disagree.
What?
No, then you're incorrect because physics and science comes from philosophical naturalism. That is where it comes from. Where do you think they agreed upon a scientific method in the first place?
Yeah, I mean, I've heard arguments like that before, and
it's not an argument. This is just
what?
This
I don't
is the history of science.
Oh my god!
Science exists whether you accept it
This is not an
philosophically or not.
arbitrary argument. This is where science came from. No, it's not. This is where
It doesn't
science
matter where Let me ask you this.
Yeah, he thinks science is a coverall blanket that he can just toss around. Toothpaste, science. You know, my basketball shoes, science. It's the coverall blanket. Science exists, right, guys? Water ball.
You know, like philosophy is just people thinking, right?
Get your
It's just
argument
people
straight. Does
thinking
science
about
exist or
stuff.
does it not exist? Like Elijah's kind of like the metaphysical guy that says like, oh, I don't care about science. Like I know that the Earth is flat.
Well, you're the
because
one
God
throwing
told me.
science around like a coverall blanket, is what I'm saying.
Well, I
No,
mean,
I'm
what I
trying
like
to encourage you guys to think critically.
Yeah,
by
but
thinking in
oh yeah,
scientific
that's ironic.
terms.
Yeah, what Elijah says or doesn't say is
Lord.
he can defend himself, dude. I'm not going to speak for him. He is plenty capable of having his own conversation. But what
Okay, I think he needs some assistance sometimes, but
what I will say, well, you can think that if you want. What I will say is that every school of thought that humans have come up with was arrived at firstly through philosophy and then through some sort of testing of those concepts, right? So to say that science doesn't come from philosophy is just ignorant. You're just wrong.
I think I would say I have a philosophical disagreement with you. I would say that like how much utility does like Plato and Aristotle have when he talks
That's
about
not
like
philosophy of science. That's just general philosophy.
Okay, so that might explain that might show my ignorance here, right? Like I sort of conflated those two, and maybe they don't deserve to be conflated.
Right. Fair enough. But the point I'm trying to get to you on, right, is the idea that you've got this, say, you've got this kind of physics framework. Cool, you've got a physics framework, and
Yeah,
you're
I
applying.
accept scientific naturalism.
Well, no, I'm even just saying we're talking about the bending of light, right, within a physics framework. I'm asking you to apply some kind of philosophy and logic to the argument, right? I understand that you think that within a physics framework, light can bend, and because light can bend, that can explain an observation within the globe Earth model. I understand that you think all of these things, right? But I'm not asking whether you think all of these things. I already know you think all of these things. So when I ask you a question like that, why do you interpret it like I'm trying to find out whether you think these things? I already know you do. So the question I'm trying to get you to is, can you demonstrate to me how I would go about, like, what information could I glean from that argument where I can know that you understand what information that you could gather from that observation to prove that it wasn't refracting in the way that you needed it to? Does that make sense?
A little bit.
Because from what I get from you guys, when you make these refraction arguments, you just say refraction. And it's like, let's just say that, I don't know, I needed some water, right? I needed some water and I needed it to fill a pool, but we don't know what size the pool is. And then someone said, oh, I brought some water. You'd want to know how much water they brought, wouldn't you?
Right.
Right. So if they just brought a random amount of water and it always just happened to fill the pool perfectly, wouldn't you find that a bit convenient?
Yeah.
That's what you guys are doing with your argument. You're just saying, refraction, therefore the Earth's a globe. Like it's too simplistic. You're not. At no point is it falsifiable. I mean, I've said it 100 times now. How do I falsify that argument?
There are natural laws about light and refraction. The models make predictions about what you would observe. If you make an observation that does not align with the model, then it would falsify. Okay, now back to the philosophical thing that like, okay, there's a chain of logic that therefore the Earth is round. You would apply that same process to every part of the chain. And so I would tell you that the reason I believe that the Earth is a globe is because I feel that chain of logic is solid in every single point. You guys have yet to show me anything that casts doubt on that.
No. Okay, I'm getting some of this now. So you just said to me, you've got a model, and you then apply refraction to it, and then it makes it so that your observation is consistent with the model, correct?
No, I that's not.
So state that again. State that again.
I would say that our knowledge of light is natural, just like all of our other physics knowledge. There are laws and equations and predictions that our physics understanding of light allows for, right? And if you can make an observation that contradicts those expectations, those predictions, you would discover something new about light and the universe, and you would falsify.
Maybe the Earth's not a ball. Yeah, you're highlighting once again the circularity of it, because you take it for granted that you're standing on a ball.
I don't.
Oh, yeah. It's wild.
My
it's wild. How many times you're faced with the circle, dude?
The body of scientific knowledge.
Okay, well now you're starting to sound sort of like a religious zealot.
No. It's just rhetoric. He's just going into rhetoric now. Body of scientific knowledge. Can you give us an actual prediction that you want us to look at?
I need to oil him up real quick. Like he's starting to break down.
So you guys need to. Who needs to be oiled up? I mean,
equals mass times acceleration.
Yeah. Hold on. He needs to be oiled up.
It's an equation.
He's breaking down.
And it's quantifiable, right?
Yeah.
What's this oiled up stuff
I can
about?
predict that if I double the amount of force,
he's breaking down like a machine. You were going good. Now you're breaking down, man.
I mean, I'm riffing here.
Other globe guy is telling you to quit while you're ahead, or that you should have.
He's telling me that I'm wasting my breath, is what he's doing.
He had moments of honesty. Well, now you're interpreting what he's saying to. I don't know.
I'm interpreting. Yeah, I mean, what else?
Yeah.
Anyway,
you're interpreting favorably.
So listen, if at any point any of our natural laws
back to it.
I'll be back in a minute.
Show me where, right?
I'll be back in a minute.
So what you're essentially saying is, we know that the Earth is this size. Therefore, if we see further than we actually do, you just put refraction in there, and that explains it because the Earth is this size already. Is that what you're saying?
No, you're strawmanning me.
No, I'm not.
That sounded more like a steel man. How is that different than what you said?
I'm saying that there's evidence for every chain in the logic.
What chain of logic are you talking about? Go ahead. Let's pass them out. Let's go. Go ahead. Chain of logic.
Yeah,
start.
I started with basic Newtonian physics. Force equal mass times acceleration.
Your first chain of logic would be Earth is a ball. Yeah.
No.
Okay. So it's not.
I chose Newton's first law: force equal mass times acceleration.
Okay.
Right?
Yep. Go ahead.
So
what's
conclude
next?
from that nothing moves without a force, right?
So are we still talking about the refraction of light? Are you moving on to another subject?
I'm talking generally about the globe, right?
We're still talking about the refraction of light. What the fuck?
I told you that I didn't.
Right.
Like the one chapter on light and optics in physics class was like the most boring one because it didn't have like a lot of mathy equations. I'm like, oh, dude, I don't have to pay close attention to this.
So what you just said is you don't understand light, but before you said through our understanding of light, but you don't understand light, and now you're trying to move on to a different subject because you don't understand light. But you said you understand light.
Did I say I understood light?
How are you making an argument saying the Earth is a ball, we see further than we do, therefore light is refracting?
It's not my favorite argument, right? Like when I come in here, I like to talk about like proposed pendulum. I like to talk about like.
That's what you're saying, isn't it? No, I want to talk about what we're talking about. Is that what you're saying?
No, I'm listening, right? Like,
so you're not saying that.
If you guys want to talk about refraction again, I will just go into the background and listen in.
First of all, can I just get the logic? Yeah, sorry. Go ahead, Timbo.
That's what you've been talking about for the last hour, and now you don't want to talk about refraction.
Well, if you notice, like my participation in the discussion was more of like a of asking questions, right? Like I'm trying to understand
Well, it
your
wasn't really,
understanding.
because you couldn't even work out a circular argument.
I'm asking you to explain where the contradiction is, right? That's like my
I
catchphrase I
just
haven't used for a
told
while.
you. I said Earth is a ball, radius 3959. We see too far, therefore refraction. If refraction, therefore Earth, radius 3959. Would I be correct in that saying that?
I think you're saying that refraction in some observations, refraction needs to be taken into account to align with the predictions, right? And that's true, I think.
Well,
Hey, do it. All right,
always.
let's stop. Let's stop right there because he said predictions.
But there's other predictions, right?
Wait, no. Just stop right with that one. Right. So give us a prediction factoring refraction that we should look for to test this claim of yours, because you said we make predictions, right?
No, I get on your case that you guys never make predictions, right? That's my
No,
problem.
no, you have a model
I
that
guess
makes predictions, right?
Because like the black swan is kind of close to
Parsival,
that.
Parsival, you have a model that makes predictions, right?
Yeah, I just call it physics.
Okay, call it whatever you want to. Just provide us that model now. Give us a specific prediction from that model.